Need to what? Let me turn up our channel. Let's see what's happening.
Let's get down to business.
Like to share about this, but I'm going to share about it just because it's hard for me and I don't know why it shouldn't be. But I'm turning 50, and think about it, that more than half of my life I've been involved in retirement in one way or another, whether it's research or actually what I do now. So definitely interesting when you put it in perspective like that. But not looking forward to turning 50, but I am looking forward to it.
Listen up, bitches.
And I'm personally proud that so many Mainers have chosen to serve their country in these capacities, such as by working at Bath Iron Works, the Portsmouth Naval Shipyard, and the Naval Computer and Telecommunications Center in Cutler, Maine. The administration's 2022 national defense strategy accurately describes the accelerating threat of China, as the chairman has indicated, and its unprecedented military modernization. However, in my judgment, the administration's budget request does not fully reflect the challenges identified It's no surprise that Admiral Gilday and General Berger's unfunded priorities, which highlight some of the shortfalls of this budget, total $5.7 billion. With that backdrop, Navy leadership deserves credit for redoubling its commitment to ship maintenance. This is evidenced by the $1.1 billion increase for ship repair and the continued full funding for the shipyard infrastructure optimization I also want to commend the Navy for pursuing a record number of multi-year contracts. Ukraine's war has taught us that we must stop the track, bring it back. Never let nobody get the one up on you. If they run up on you, hit them with a 1-2. I'ma act 1-2. Stop the track, bring it back. 1-2. If you're no man, put them in above your head. Baby, put the bed, my mama's here. And I've been making waves, wavy, nostalgic. That was back in Carol City, yeah, when I was just a chick. With the all black, say they think you want to your mama ain't shit, your daddy ain't shit. And I've been making waves, wavy, nostalgic. That was back in Carol City, yeah, when I was just a chick. With the all black, say they think you want to wear fit. Mama ain't shit, your daddy ain't shit. And I've been making waves, wavy, nostalgic. That was back in Carol City, yeah, when I was just a chick. With the all black, say they think you want to wear fit. That was it, we was sick, y'all wasn't even shit yet. We was 3-6, Wu-Tang, Mr. Dip set. You never took me to my first shows ever. I only got goals waiting for they don't shut up.
It's an honor to appear before you alongside General Berger and Admiral Gilday to discuss the posture of the Navy. Today, our nation faces challenges in every region, domain, and operation. From the seabed to the stars.
You are now
We recognize
rocking
the people.
with
Freddie Confetti! Freddie Confetti!
So anyway, I'm trying to enjoy those moments before it's gone. I think that TikTok I think TikTok is about a 80% chance.
Sipping on no sleep, geek by the way, beat, riding the wave to see. Ain't no complaints, Rex in the bank. Oh, what you think? We we got some rain. DOS thing. Robbing the bank. Pull out the bank. You was a stranger. We don't relate. Rex in the safe. Steak on my plate. My sons are gone. My bitch and my son. My plug is hard. She fucking for son. At 17, I wanted everything that was in store. At 23, I bought it all just to make sure. Fuck the delay. They gotta pay. Like it's back in the day. Rex in the safe. Look at my face. I'm there with the grace. Steps that I take. You can't retrace. Yo, Metro on base.
People's Republic of China, first Constellation-class frigate, USS Constellation, and the first of our early Berg-class Flight 3 destroyers, the USS Jack Lucas, which we are scheduled to commission just this fall. We continue progress on our first Columbia-class ballistic missile submarine, the District of Columbia, while pre-construction Columbia-class missile submarine, USS Wisconsin, have also begun. On the innovation Path Force 59 in Bahrain continues to test a wide range of uncrewed surface vessels. We look forward to bringing the capabilities that these platforms provide us to additional regions that we operate in around the globe. When we consider the composition of our fleet, we seek to strike a balance between readiness, modernization, and capacity, with an immediate emphasis on readiness.
That's great. It's such an exciting field that we're both in, but especially your focus on some of these really cool, newer, emerging technologies. That's got to be a fun job to really stay at the forefront of some of the stuff, I imagine. And especially with ChatGPT, this is a really hot thing right now. I can't remember the last time the technology came to the market with such force and momentum, and something that's gone viral so fast. It's been a long time. I remember when Google came out back in the 90s. I remember when I first heard about Google and what a cool search engine was. It was kind of a big deal then, but it doesn't feel like quite as big a deal as this. And just to give some preamble, maybe I'll ask you here in a second to explain what ChatGPT is here in a moment, Kiara. But if you look at even pop culture right now, in the media, there's so much coverage of ChatGPT. For example, I was on an airplane last night traveling to where I am today in Florida, in the United States, and I was sitting next to a lady who was reading a Time magazine, and on the cover was an article about ChatGPT, and she was talking to her husband about ChatGPT, and so I started talking to her too, and it turns out she owns an art museum here in Florida.
Or you can watch it wherever you're watching it from, and you can actually change the settings right now inside your YouTube to only accept AV1 over H.264.
In fact, one other data point that I'll
you do it right now.
Share what a big
OBS beta 229.1 should support AV1 live streaming. So that's
and they tend to cover a lot of things. That's
29.1 so that's a place where you can
so I figure when comedies and pop culture references start to pick up on this.
It should be coming out there. It's not going to do the HDR stuff
but just
yet.
to help us all understand,
none of us are tested until that came out. That's what we're working on right now. All right, next question.
Mike Edwards from New York. Back again, morning, guys. Wanted to wait for audio data. What are your thoughts on Chompy, CHOMPI? Tape root thing. That's cool.
Right, Courtney.
Well, I looked at the video and it's kind of like a synthesizer, sampling the intelligent, but that's one microsecond. It only does sampling, and it's synthesizer that's designed by Fisher Price is what it looks like, but it's priced like it's on Apple. So yeah, that's the back of it. Yeah, it looks like it's designed for kids.
ready. Next, we are modernizing our capabilities, ensuring that our forces today stay combat ready, now and into the future in a rapidly changing world. Third, we are continuing to build our capacity, ensuring that we have relevant, lethal platforms to achieve warfighting advantage, with a hybrid fleet of manned and unmanned platforms on, above, and below the sea. Our budget request reflects the Navy's commitment to deliver and deploy and maintain our fleet. It fully funds the Columbia-class submarines, as Secretary stated, ensuring the on-time delivery of the most reliable leg of our nation's strategic deterrent triad. It keeps our fleet ready to fight tonight, dedicating resources necessary to train and to educate resilient sailors that can outthink, that can outdecide, and that can outfight any potential adversary. It funds private and public sector ship maintenance to 100%, increasing capacity and retaining highly skilled labor to get our ships back to sea faster with full magazines and spare parts in their storerooms to be prepared for any contingency. It invests in modernizing our fleet, procuring weapons with range and speed, along with integrated systems to improve fleet survivability and a resilient, cyber-secure network infrastructure. And it invests in capable capacity, building towards a larger distributed hybrid fleet, fielding a ready fleet today while modernizing for the future. Our competitors are investing heavily in warfighting capabilities of their own, and the oceans we are operating in are growing more lethal and more contested every single day. Failing to modernize to meet those threats would erode America's maritime superiority at a time when command of the seas will determine the balance of power for the rest of this century. This means we can no longer afford to maintain ships designed for a bygone era, especially at the expense of readiness, modernization, and new platforms, and buying new ships most relevant to today's fight. America cannot afford a hollow force. We have been there before, and we have seen tragic results. It is a mistake we must never repeat. Ships, submarines, and aircraft are no doubt expensive instruments of national power, as are the costs of maintaining them. But history shows that without a powerful Navy, the price tag could be much higher. Thank you again for inviting me to testify, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Admiral Gilday. Next up is General Berger.
Fucking microphone is off.
3 years ago, the change, rapid change, was required to meet our statutory missions and the mandates of the National Defense Strategy. With the bipartisan help of this committee and the support of my civilian leadership in the Pentagon, the Marine Corps Force Design is no longer a future aim point. It is today. It's a reality. And in Indo-PACOM, for example, Task Force 76.3, creating advanced information webs to support maritime awareness. They took what they learned in experimentation and turned it into kill webs during exercise in the Philippines and in Japan earlier this spring, right in the Chinese backyard. The EUCOM, Task Force 61.2, found ways to create greater air and maritime domain awareness for the Sixth Fleet, focusing on Russian naval and air activities. In CENTCOM, General Kurilla has Marine Corps MQ-9s, providing persistent ISR that he needs to monitor the key maritime terrain. Next month, our new Marine Littoral Regiment, 3rd MLR, will demonstrate some of its newest sensing and lethal capabilities in the Philippines during an exercise called Balakatan, right alongside our allies and partners. And in January of this year, a couple months ago, Japan agreed to host our 2nd Marine Littoral Regiment, which is 12th MLR. That will be forward in the first balance chain, where persistent Marine Corps presence matters most. So in short, your Marines are where it matters most today, just as they always have been. 3 years ago, I described how the Marine Corps would not just modernize quickly, but we would self-fund changes we had to make. We would get leaner, lighter, and more naval. And in 3 short years, your Marines have done just that. Marines are in the field, and those changes are in the field today. We're not waiting for 2030 or 2027 or 2025. Your Marines are ready to handle any crisis anywhere now. Our major divestments are done. We are at our fighting weight. Now we have to sustain our modernization efforts while focusing, as the Secretary mentioned, on the quality of life issues most important to the Marines, sailors, and the families. People are the real source of all this. And I ask for your help now to invest in their quality of life. We must focus now on where Marines and families live, where they eat, where they work. Marines and sailors expect that from us, and they deserve it. Restoring and modernizing our infrastructure is directly tied to integrity, supporting our families, and generating readiness. So on behalf of all Marines, I ask for your support now as we bring our facilities up to par with the quality of Marines and sailors operating from those platforms. And I'd also ask for your support to our naval expeditionary capability. The CNO and I agree on 3 key principles when it comes to amphibious ships. First, the absolute minimum of L-class amphibious ships the nation needs is 31. That is the warfighting requirement. Second, block buys save money and they give industry predictability. And third, divesting without replacing creates unacceptable risk. Amphibious ships are critical to crisis response for this country. That's how we evacuated citizens. The U.S. citizens out of Lebanon. That's how the U.S. made initial entry into Afghanistan after 9/11 was on the sea. And when DOD sends its lifesaving support after hurricanes and typhoons and earthquakes around the world, and here in the U.S., amphibious ships embark Marines with only practical options. Today we need to do all that plus directly contribute to campaigning and integrated deterrence. Here's the bottom line from where I see it. The first time we can't respond to an ally or partner in time of crisis will probably be the last time they depend on us for help. And we cannot let those partnerships erode. In my final year as Commandant, I finished by just saying your Marine Corps wouldn't be where it is today without your oversight and guidance and your unwavering support. With that, I welcome your questions. Look forward to working closely with this.
Thank you very much, Chairman Tester, Vice Chair Collins. Really appreciate it. We really are fortunate to have 2 really tremendous leaders steering this subcommittee, so I'm grateful to both of you. And I'm very glad to join today's hearing with you as we continue to work towards regular order here in this.
It sounds like Congressman Woolsey that we used to brief on the subject of UFOs. She looks kind of like her too. She like sounds like her.
To work in a timely
And the mandate.
fund our country, build us as a stronger country, and make our communities safer, and ensure that we stay ahead of our global competitors. And the conversations that we're having today, including this hearing, really help us show how we are going to make those investment decisions here in D.C. that will help strengthen our country and protect our families, which, as we all know, is especially important when China and others are making significant investments in their own navy and military right now. And if we're going to keep pace with those countries, we have to work together to get a bipartisan funding bill done. So I'm really glad to have this opportunity to hear from the witnesses today about the President's budget request for the Navy and Marines, particularly how we can make sure we're supporting
at my desktop. I don't know if anybody's used this term yet, but we need to coin the term desktop studio. Now all the Twitch kids and all the streamers with their little lights and their LED, you know, or nerds like us, we've been doing it for a long time. But we need to mainstream that. We need to mainstream the idea of you should at your desk, in your cubicle, in your office, maybe a corner of your office, maybe your actual seat, There should be a couple of buttons. Boom, desktop studio. And I don't know. I'm going to start Googling. I don't know if anybody's actually, popularized that, but it needs to be mainstreamed so that when people, execs or directors or managers in businesses, when they start thinking about this, it needs to be like, oh, desktop studio. Do I need to have that? What is that term? What does that mean?
Well, and the thing is that we went to open office that we've already talked about 1,000 times. It was a complete disaster. It was like probably the worst architectural idea in the last century. And so people, that's why people don't want to come back to the office. If you actually gave them to what Chris is talking about, which is a cubicle that was big enough that they look good, they sound good, it's completely enclosed, a lot of people would probably come back to the office. And so the thing is that they have all the creature comforts of an office plus isolation. But here's the interesting thing is, it would actually be easier for them to meet. If everybody in Facebook had their own little cubicle that was closed, it would actually be easier for them to meet with each other over video than it would be to find conference. If you ever worked in any of those companies, I worked in most of them, the amount of stress that you go through trying to get a hold of a conference room is insane. Like, it is like and then you have to finish right on time because there's somebody else coming in, and there's all this. The conference rooms are this thing that is just, it drives the whole company, and every conference room is full. Because they're all trying to find some place to talk that isn't in the open office, and they could eat, and so a lot. And then when they integrate someone coming in from their cubicle, that cubicle is blending tons of stuff into the conference room, and you can't hear anybody in the conference room very well because it's all echoey. So it doesn't work. If you just built it around, hey, we're going to build everybody around a virtual experience, and you can talk to people. If you want to go to a conference room, you can. And everybody, over a certain age will probably want to do that. But there'll be a whole lot of people that are like, I just want to set up a meeting in Zoom, and we'll all be in those offices. And I think that's going to also be something that we should look at. But I think that, and then if you have a person at home, a person in the office, it doesn't matter. But it gets back to what Chris, even at home, then you want a studio like something like what we have here, depending on how much money you have. Yeah.
Absolutely. Alex, quickly, as an editor, every place I've ever worked, I always have my own office, the edit suite. And I've had some great edit suites. I worked in a place once where out my window was a beautiful shot of the Golden Gate Bridge. I was on the Presidio. When I go into areas, cubicle farms and stuff, I don't know how people do it.
I can do it. I can do it for a couple days.
I can't do it. I can't do it for a couple hours.
Yeah,
I've
done it for crazy. I've done it for like 3 week stints, and by the end, I'm just like, oh my gosh, I gotta go. All right, next question.
Paul Wallace, Austin, Texas. Up next, is Zoom Team Chat relevant for office hours alongside Discord and Mukama?
We're full. I don't need any more places in it. Next question.
Craig McFarland up next from Boston, Massachusetts. Has anyone played with StreamYard's new customizable layout feature?
Go ahead, Craig.
So I'm actually just curious myself. I started playing around with it. It's basically a feature that allows you to take their, whatever they want to have, 6, 7 standard layouts as far as speakers and media, and it allows you to have customizable, like, here's the gallery of the panel, and I want to have 2 side-by-side speakers or 3, and completely customizable, but it's dynamic areas, so it looks really interesting.
It's good.
It's good.
That's been a thing that's been really missing from StreamYard. So I think that they're focused on the right things to make it a lot better. That definitely takes it from being just we're turning it on to a show. So I haven't gotten to play with it yet, but it does look like a lot of great new features. Next question.
Douglas Carmichael up next again with, I've heard of playback engineer as a position in large concerts. Is that just a synonym for a digital audio workstation operator?
I'll go ahead, Courtney.
No.
It's typically, no. Typically, most of these big touring bands these days travel with the LED walls for their backdrops and for lighting. The lighting console, the LED walls, all the images that appear in sync with those songs that they're playing are running off of video playback servers. And they have time code, which is either generating, and that's playing back a click track in the drummer's ears, or perhaps even vocal tracks or background tracks that they use to supplement the band if they can't travel with a full symphony orchestra, for example. They don't want to pay those musicians, that many musicians, to get the sound that they may have on their album. So they'll play a background track that's in sync with the video track, that's in sync with the lighting console, and it all travels off a time code. And usually the playback engineer is the person that controls the playback of those tracks, and usually it's video tracks that have time code on it that send the time code to the audio console, who plays back, who handles the transitions for the lighting on certain time code cues. So that's what I think it is they're referring to. Of course, somebody could misuse the term playback engineer for digital audio workstation.
Good, Jason.
Courtney took the first part, and I've got nothing to add to that, so I'll just insert what I think a DAW operator does at a live event. My understanding is that they are in charge of tweaking the various sound effects. If you've got a synth going through an array of processor, if you've got a guitar that you need to mix very specifically in a way that is unique to the space, that was my understanding of a DAW operator. So the difference between those two is vast.
Yeah, and the playback could be audio, could be video. So it could be audio, just the audio cues, because a lot of times it can be time code, but it can also just be cued against something. You have to arm it to do it that way, that people can talk between the songs and do what they need to do. So you have to have someone there focused on when does that actually start. And a lot of times they're driving the song because they're the ones that start the song. And it may not be all of it. It may be just a one piece that kind of gets everybody going. It could be just the time. It could literally be the click track. In other cases, when we're doing it in events, playback operator could be someone who's managing watch out. We used to call it lookout. We had a lot of trouble with it. QLab, Softron, Playback Pro. These are folks that are all there to play out stuff on cue. Sometimes that's tied to time code, and sometimes that's done manually, or sometimes it's a bit of both. So those are two different ways that we hear playback being used. Next question.
Bobby Rafferty in Central Florida is up with this one. At the Game Developers Conference, GDC 2023, Epic announced an upcoming unified 3D digital marketplace for creators called Fab. This is one announcement to note in their State of the Unreal stream. By the way, the live stream was 7.5 hours long. Thoughts? Was this useful?
Go ahead, Jeffrey.
It looks pretty good, but we can't get into it just yet to see what they're going to do, and of course it's all going to be community based. So if nobody's putting in their digital assets to sell, remember there's probably not going to be any free content in there. Maybe a couple things, but if people don't put stuff in to sell, then this is not going to be a great place to go. So we'll see what happens.
And Unreal has a marketplace already, so it's interesting to see how they're going to take the marketplace that's the Unreal marketplace that's already out there, which does have a lot of free stuff and does have a lot of things that you can get that you can download. And so it's interesting to see where they go with this. You can see why they're fighting Apple, because what they don't want to do is give up 30% of all the revenue from that marketplace if people are buying digital assets inside of that system. So we'll see how that works and what happens as the App Store opens up in Europe. We don't know if it's going to open up globally. I have a feeling that Apple's going to create a fork that only works in Europe, for that process. But I think that we'll see how that goes. But I think that's going to be interesting. I do think that digital assets are going to be a huge future for a lot of people as the different platforms start to pick up speed. I think you're going to see a lot more of that as it relates to WWDC. Next question.
Jonas Dottle has a question for those of you who are into the initials of this. Here it goes. Alex, have you tested the HDR HLS from OBS to YouTube?
I haven't. I use a Mac, and I don't find that I don't consider OBS stable on the Mac, so I haven't used it. I am looking at downloading because of some of the AV1 stuff. I am looking at downloading OBS on a different machine and running some tests to just see how it goes. So stay tuned. If you ask me in a week, I probably will have tested it. Next question.
Matthias Hutila from Finland, Helsinki. I'm now an iPhone Plus MacBook Pro M1 owner, and wow, feels like I jumped technologically forward a couple of years, and the integration with Apple devices is amazing. I have to blame and thank the Office Hours community about this. You are an expensive but amazing company to hang with.
Go ahead, Jason.
Yeah, I believe I speak for everyone when I say, yes, never before will you spend less to spend more. Like, you know, that's what we do. So yeah, we're free until you actually pay attention.
Yeah, I think that the thing that's transformative about the M1 has been the Mac Minis for me, because they are so inexpensive and they are so powerful. So, you know, being able to stack up Mac Minis and do what we do, and I've got a small collection of them now, being able to make them modal and do what they need to, you know, do what I need them to do in a specific area has really been powerful for me. And so anyway, well, congratulations, and let us know if you have any questions. Next question.
Kenny Hampton, Greenville, Illinois, up next. Why is Amazon shutting down DP Review? Will we really lose access to all of the archive? Seems like a waste of a great tech resource and years of information.
Go, Jeffrey.
Amazon went through a major purge last week. They cut 9,000 jobs, and we're talking jobs at AWS, jobs at Twitch, and of course the whole staff of DP Review got let go at that point. From what I understand, the site is going to be active until April 10th when it gets locked down. So if you have any data on the forums, you can download all that stuff. Shortly thereafter, they're not giving a date when they're going to completely destroy the website, but it's going to go away. And I'm really, really surprised. Either they're not offering to sell DP Review, or nobody can afford to buy DP Review, because I'm just surprised that it's just going to disappear like that without anybody trying to revive it.
It's just a lot of resources. You know, you still have to support it. Like, they're just looking at costs, and they're looking at, once we close it, why would we keep paying for all the server costs to keep it there? I think that's the distinction they have there. Go ahead, Courtney.
Yeah, they won't be able to sell advertising banners on it, anymore. But I think all of that information will probably be available on the Internet Archive. So
Internet Archive.
Still be able to access a lot of those reviews for older cameras and stuff, but it won't be up to date, obviously, on new releases.
Yeah, go, Bill.
I would just wonder if somebody talked to SmugMug or any of those other kind of semi-major players to see if they were interested in taking the assets and doing something, reasonable with them.
I guess the question is, what would you do with it? Like, I thought about it a lot when it was announced. I was kind of like, and we talked about it, I think, last week or maybe over the weekend. It came up, and I really thought, I was like, when was the last time I went to DP Review? And I couldn't remember when I went to DP Review. And then I think Chris asked, when was the last time you read a whole article from DP Review? And I was like, never. So I've never read cover to cover anything that they've ever done. I really respect what they did. It was always the high watermark of, you could skip through and look at sensor data or look at something and find it really quickly. I think the problem is it was more than what most people wanted. And I think that they, again, as more people, I think one of their big problems is more and more people are using their phones, and less people are buying cameras. I went to a camera shop in Chinatown over the weekend on Sunday with my son, and surprised that just a lot of what it looked like was a lot of old cameras. There just wasn't. I didn't see a lot of new stuff. I think there are definitely. I think Canon and Sony, which I just got a Sony, are really breaking some new ground, but there aren't that many. It's not like it used to be. All the point and shoots that were interesting before are gone. Next question.
Next one comes from Douglas Carmichael. Alex, you mentioned studio as a service. While the current rental model has been paying by the hour, do you think the traditional co-working space operators could easily expand into the studio rental market?
Go ahead, Courtney.
Well, maybe, but I think, there's so much the co-worker space. If they're going to stay with that model, they have collaboration, what they call collaboration rooms, which are basically like a conference room, only it's got AV. It's hooked up to AV in a Zoom room, so they can use it to remotely collaborate with other people. And almost all of those currently co-working space architectures have those. Whether they'd be willing to rent them out because they really have to service a lot of the people in the building, I doubt it. Wouldn't be that profitable.
I actually think that you'll end up with some basic studios of different sizes in those the WeWork type spaces, because all those little companies can't afford to put their own studios in. And they can't afford to do their, they have that, they finally get that hit, or they get something else and they need to be, or they want to do a product launch, or they want to do a lot of things. There's a lot of density there of a lot of little companies that can't afford it. So having a shared resource there, I think would make a lot of sense. Next question.
Paul Wallace, Austin, Texas. How does popcorn go from a hard little kernel to a big, white, fluffy, edible morsel?
Okay, go ahead, Jason, real quick.
Okay, so first thing you do is you get one of these. Second thing you do is you get a little bit of heat, and then the heat gelatinizes the starch and vaporizes the water, and that causes the kernel to explode. End of story.
Go real quick.
Yeah, that Jason was fine with it. I just heat. It's heat and water.
Next question.
Douglas Carmichael, on the latest Iron Maiden tour, the Pro Tools workstation was used as a plugin host on the SoundGrid network for non-wave plugins used at front of house. Would a modern Apple Silicon Mac deliver latency low enough to be used for live mixing natively?
Go, Jason.
Yes.
There we go. Yeah, and I think that, there's been a bunch of discussion. I hadn't really, when the Waves thing came out, I hadn't really had the time to look at it. I actually don't think the price is that bad for the number of plugins they have there. So I think a lot of people are throwing a tantrum over these plugins being something that are going to be there. But $250 a year for a lot of plugins, it just really isn't. It's a much better business model for them. And I think we want to think about software sustainability as well. For a company that's smaller. But I think that I don't think that's that big of a deal. I think that people are there's going to be some people publicly browsing, but I think that you're going to find that it's probably going to, even itself out.
I'm going to this event tomorrow for the multi-family mindset. This guy's from Hawaii, and he's touring all over the country to random, really good markets. And one of the markets is Washington, D.C. area. And so I'm going to a free event that this guy's holding. He's over $250 million worth of real estate, and he's doing multi-family apartment complex deals or something like that. Multi-family apartment deals, where you're selling hundreds of units at a time and shit like that. He said it's possible to retire off of even one deal and then to create a legacy with 2 deals. So I'm gonna try to learn from this guy tomorrow. Tomorrow morning I'm gonna go. Tomorrow afternoon, and we're gonna go learn what this guy has to teach us. Tyler Devereaux. That'd be awesome, man. I'd be eternally grateful if he can change my situation and get me to freaking live my best life by setting up some cool multi-family apartment complex deals or whatever.
Go ahead, Jeffrey.
For me, it's the smaller the better. I used to walk around with those little teardrop half backpacks, and now I've got something like this that's super small. I don't bring my laptop or anything like that to the show unless I absolutely have to. And then when that case is, I try to keep it as small as possible. The biggest thing that you're going to find that if you're wearing the backpack all day is you're going to have sweat rolling down
to on top of everything else. And is equating it to he or she is equating it to a flying saucer on top of everything else, which is a win. And then also, you can comment here that Grandmaster EV has. It's all about the high tech. I'm all about flying saucer high tech, too, on top of everything else. So he's equating it to he or she is equating it to a flying saucer on top of everything else, which is interesting. So Grandmaster EV on YouTube is a big fan of ChatGPT. And here's another comment, and this is just really interesting to see kind of people's knee-jerk reactions to this concept of what's happening. This could impact everyone. Here's another interesting, this is a comment from Ryan. I'm going to try and show this comment. This is Ryan on LinkedIn. Ryan says, I've been using ChatGPT to make extensive prompts to then feed into Midjourney, which is an artwork creation platform, and the results are wild. When do you see connections like Zapier, etc., being able to seamlessly connect to AI? YouTube. Saucer high tech.
And then there's been the New Delhi 2, and I tried it.
Go 511
like
Rush 24 backpack.
That's
Just what I use. That's what I use everywhere. One of the things I like about it is you can add webbing to the back of it, and you can drop your tripod into it. So you can have there's a shoe that you can get that attaches to that webbing. It's not designed for a tripod, but it works really well. So you can set your tripod down in it, and it gives it kind of a place for it to sit, and you can strap it to your backpack. And so it's been pretty useful. I've taken it pretty much all over the world, and it's worked really well for me. The iPads and everything else will actually fit into the little soft pack on the inside of right next to your back. And then the big thing is that whatever you're doing, the thing that most people don't do is they don't put it over both their shoulders. You should not put anything more than about 15 pounds over one shoulder. It really is, especially over time. Over a day, it'll cause a lot of damage to your back. And so just really.
As a starting point of a template, I think it's good. And I also saw a comment mentioning covered letters.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, one comment.
So for covered letters, that's I think something that the company should take care of. So if you want to ask cover letter and you know that people may use ChatGPT, then you should have a plagiarism system. I think I know that might sound controversial because maybe people shouldn't use ChatGPT to write cover letters in the first place, but we cannot rely only on the positive thinking of people and ethical behavior. So if I was a company, I would have a plagiarism check before just relying on a cover letter.
Right, great point. I think you said something really insightful, which is it's up to the employer or the organizations.
We haven't seen any repercussions at Twitch yet of anything happening. It's pretty embedded community, and it's not the same as any of the other communities that are out there. And so I think it's going to be very hard for it to. I don't think there's any reason to jump. And I have to admit that I'm not even. For a lot of people, no one's jumped from Twitter either. So I mean, there's a lot of people that made a lot of noise. Then there's a lot of people that talk about it. And people talk about Mastodon and all these other things. But for the most part, I have to say that my Twitter experience has not changed at all. Like literally, it has been a zero impact on my experience of Twitter. I have not had one break, one turn, one whatever. Everything shows up exactly. Now I have to admit that I filter extremely heavily in Twitter. So I've got I got 150 words that I mute, and I block lots of people that I don't like. And I just, if they post up, if they fill my space up, if I keep on getting the what for you or whatever, and I get people that I'm not interested in, I just go block. And I'm wanting about it. So as a result, I have an incredible Twitter feed, and so I think that it depends on how, because I just have cool creators and programmers and audio people and everything else, and I have no politics in mine, or almost no politics in my Twitter, and so and almost no current affairs in Twitter and everything else, and so I don't see anything that everybody else seems to be very upset about most of the time, and so as a result, I'm just kind of like having a good time. It's been a fine platform for me. So good, Chris.
Yeah, I don't understand all the rage about Twitter either. I think it's better. I like the fact that I can edit a tweet. It's like, oop, typo. I can fix it. I can even go back 30 minutes later.
Although it does it's just a really weird behavior to do that. Like I did it once, and I was like, oh, it does this weird copy thing. I was like, I don't want to do that again.
But I agree. I don't see any problems with it, and I do think it's better.
I don't know if it's better. It's just to me, it's just been pretty much the same.
People are weird.
Well, anyway, so I haven't seen any real big changes. So I think that I would probably stick with Twitch. Next question.
Gordon Lake, Los Angeles, California. Should a setup day be built into every bid, even if it can't happen at the event location?
I go to Jason.
Any time that load-in can't occur the day before for me, I always try to rehearse the load-in and the load-out, and if I can, just a quick run of show, just a dry run for, okay, this, okay, next, that, okay, next, that. To me, that feels extremely important.
Good.
Yeah, you do have to...
Just know who he is, whether or not the band doesn't matter. you go to Deep Tom Cruise on TikTok, follow that account, and the videos on there are unbelievable. I mean, I thought it was Tom Cruise. I thought there's no way that is not Tom Cruise.
Sure up because
and
he's not
it looks like a younger version of Tom Cruise.
We work our
looks like
budget with
he's like
respect
40,
to that,
not
sir.
60 or whatever he is now, even though he
Thank you.
still
Just one
the
final
same,
question for
largely,
Secretary Del Toro.
which is very frustrating as
only
an
aging infrastructure in Hawaii.
You know, but all that aside,
that's for
look at the
sure.
videos,
I'd like you to
it
speak to
looks
the
and sounds
sort of more basic, more mundane needs
and I wonder like how they
regarding
created
infrastructure
this
in the state of Hawaii.
AI, and apparently Tom Cruise has some sort of equity investment in this company. They gave this account permission to use his likeness, and the whole account is all just fake Tom Cruise videos, and they're kind of funny too. That's why I follow it. Yeah, so it is crazy because I cannot tell. Like there's no part of it that looks fake. There's no part of it that doesn't look like Tom Cruise. It doesn't look glitchy or robotic or weird or anything like that at all. So I'm fascinated.
With regards to the infrastructure,
that's another use case of how scary and cool it is.
It is challenging.
Here's a comment from Michael on LinkedIn, and Michael's comment is automate what works. Spend your time innovating, raising the bar, the average performance improves substantially. Onboarding and time to productivity accelerated. I think that's a great point. I mean, I think that it does raise the bar. It pushes us all. And it probably makes us all a bit smarter. At least it allows us to facilitate intelligence, even if we're not as intelligent.
So I've been able to go from $0 of real estate, zero, to Jesus, like a little over 150 million now in a little over 5 years. What's up, y'all? Tyler Devereaux with the multifamily mindset, and I want to help you understand what we do here, okay? It's more than just real estate, it's more than just mindset, it's hope, it's hope for a better future, and we show them how to make that happen. The single family space, it is a dog-eat-dog competitive world. There's not enough room on a single family property for multiple partners. In the multifamily space, there is room for enough profit on these deals for multiple partners. And then what we do is we open up the doors and connect the dots. We have a whole network of individuals that open up doors, play different roles, and what that allows you to do is wear one hat instead of a whole bunch of hats. And that allows you to be able to use your strength on these deals, and that's valuable. We're a great company. Obviously, I wouldn't say anything different. We just showed you how to access the space, utilize it, and how to capitalize on everything that it has to provide. We open up the doors to help you do that.
Then I spin it on your bitch. I'm a charm like a crystal ball. When I pull up, make a wish. Making a profit. Big boy, yeah, narcotics. Pour me a drink and it's toxic. New York dripping, it's straight out the faucet. Pour me a drink and it's toxic. New York dripping, it's straight out the faucet. Nigga can't bite in that carpet. I be too stiff, I give him the highs. Nigga be telling my sliding. I screw the tip and shoot him inside. Brand new coupe, no mileage. I show the gang and we high fiving. She give me face in the rave. They send me a shoe by the tray. I'm walking, my diamond gon' skate. They try to revive him too late. I put a cape on the Drake. Put a thought on the plot, she bait. surprise, a K not a case. I put kids on the eyes of your baby. He made it the time and Blake. 100K, you get whacked off the gate. I miss Perk with codeine by the 8. Grab the scope, line them up like a tape. Back to back Lamborghini replay. I push both the cools, watch them hate. The guts just red Kool-Aid. We got sticks in case you won't play the bowl. Pick up back roll and make these hoes and lose their souls. Suicide doors and TMZ throws and make them hoes take off their clothes. I clap to my wall, they powder their nose. They getting exposed, they fucking the bros. Slow for opening the door on the roads. Toasted bass came in, we loaded. Light it up for a 50 ball. Then I spin it on your bitch. Slam my charm like a crystal ball. When I pull up, make a wish. Making a profit. Big boy, yeah, narcotics. Pour me a drink and it's toxic. New York dripping it straight out the faucet. Pour me a drink and it's toxic. New York dripping it straight out the faucet. Nigga can bite in their carpet. I be too stiff, I give them the hostage. Nigga be telling my slide and I screw the tip and shoot him in silence. Brand new coupe, no mileage. I show the gang and we high fiving. I'm a good Adam Pro in my lean, in my murder bravado jeans. Hella rocks in my socks, hella guns in my brief. If a nigga move a walk, that's when he gon' see. All the wolves popping out the gun. Tone 33. She say you gon' get an answer. You a gorgeous little gangster. She like you always tripped up with the law and always just down as dancing. She like you strip the runner. I tell her work me up. Everything work was done. Only answer like the dumbest. I always know how to ball. Brody wet it up if I make the call. He ain't gon' hesitate to shake it up. Cause he done walked out that nigga if he fool. Light it up for a 50 ball. Then I spin it on your bitch. I'm a charm like a crystal ball. When I pull up, make a wish. Making a profit. Big boy, yeah, narcotics. Pour me a drink and it's toxic. New York dripping it straight out the faucet. Pour me a drink and it's toxic. New York dripping it straight out the faucet. Nigga can bite in their carpet. I be too stiff, I give them the hostage. Nigga be telling my slide and I screw the tip and shoot him in silence. Brand new coupe, no mileage. I show the gang and we high fiving. They go now leaving until we see somebody drop. They going white or they go to cops. Take them on the chain cause we never stop. I just been getting up cheese a lot. We the one got the block fever hot. I caught a pot Larry Holmes. They caught a spatula mic cause it beat the pot. Get you a bag on your own. Never let nobody see you not. Niggas that lead the block. Get caught and can't lead the block. Making no profit but you need to stop it. Get out, lead the block. They said when you make it don't go back. But some niggas need to come on. Count up a ticket, I knew I would get it. Call up the plug and they tell me to send it. Think I'm a menace, ain't living no witness. Just find me a perk, get behind a minute. Said they won't smoke, well fuck it, let's get it. Niggas be thinking they got they tripping. Everything cool, somebody end up missing. Light it up for a 50 ball, then I spin it on your bitch. I'm a charm like a crystal ball. When I pull up, make a wish. Making a profit. Big boy, yeah, narcotics. Pour me a drink and it's toxic. New York dripping it straight out the faucet. Pour me a drink and it's toxic. New York dripping it straight out the faucet. Nigga can bite in their carpet. I be too still.
Christensen's student was Moses Martin. So if he writes name of student Gwyneth Paltrow, that's incorrect, right?
I believe this form is commenting on Gwyneth Paltrow.
Yeah, as a student, but she wasn't his student, right?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Now, would you agree that the crash, the ski crash, was serious enough to warrant someone like Eric Christensen writing a formal report? Correct?
It was serious enough that he made comments about it at the end of the day.
Okay. Is that a yes to my question?
What was your question again?
Serious enough to write a report?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. And you recognize that he claimed here twice that he didn't see it. Right here, I didn't see it. And then a little lower. Did you witness the accident? No. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
Now, despite the fact that he didn't see it, and Gwyneth was not his student, he blamed the male skier anyway. Correct?
Had to call my account to make sure a nigga wasn't tripping. I done ran up a check, looking like a nigga doing fitness. Late night, back at the club, searching and fishing. I went back to the Glock, cause everybody talking about switching. If I said I fuck with you, I fuck with you. They say I'm a young nigga and I keep it too solid. You know I don't pay my dues, I look at my phone and see what bitch I'm finna hit. I scroll and pick and choose. Rowdy and Tank, they know what they say. So I suggested you play it cool. They let us in and give us space to win. So how could a nigga lose? They having money, I came out the womb and having that shit on the middle school. Year after year, gotta keep it coming, keep the wardrobe and the wheel new. When all of these hoes see how me and Take move, they get crowded, I take two. And I'm knocking that bitch down on the first day. I ain't never gotta take two. I got hoes on hoes on hoes on hoes, they swing on each other like Beirut. I go to fashion, we sitting on the
Who else is in it?
I got a sweet tooth.
On the stage, Trace to P. Promo with Formula. Who else is in? Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Push to the gun. Unbelievable. Right, it's Scotty B all the way from Florida. It's Cage Belly all the way from Warrington Land. And it's all for quick.
If I said I fuck with you, I fuck with you. When they pile up that money, on money, on money, on money, we see what these niggas do.
Hello, and close 60 sheets and only people in the name should find me able to come from
you know I don't pay my dues.
Still sipping on the lean like a motherfucking pimpin'. Driveway loaded in the bitch. My driveway loaded in the bitch, nigga. My driveway loaded in the bitch, nigga. My driveway loaded in the bitch, nigga. Biatch.
Does authentic, genuine joy, do you want that in your life? Do you and having a practice put in place of gratitude before the shiitake hits the fan. I'm doing air quotes for Radio World.
Let's race. Come on, you can never catch me, I'm too fast!
Values, and this value wherever you're grabbing a shadow has to be very, very consistent.
But that said, the Portsmouth, we learned a lot from Portsmouth in terms of how we both design and then move forward in execution.
Thank you. Well, thank you both for your support for that project and for coming to see it. I think it's been very impressive. General Berger, the Marine Corps is in its 4th year now of Force Design 2030. What have you seen in the Nagorno-Karabakh war or the Ukrainian war that has validated your approach to Force Design 2030? Are there lessons there, or are there changes that we need to make in response to what you've seen?
Boy, that could be a long explanation. I am patient.
You have 2 minutes and 33 seconds.
I've got it. I'm patient in drawing long-term lessons learned while there's a fight going on, because you can make a mistake too early on thinking you've seen something and we should change everything. We need to be a little bit patient. That said, though, I think we've seen enough to draw some conclusions, as you point out, because this is 10, 12 years. Observing this, we can draw some conclusions. First, the ability of a force to operate more spread out and empower, authorize junior leaders to make decisions at speed matters. There's almost ubiquitous sensing nowadays, everywhere. You need to account for that. And some of the counter to that is basics of camouflage, and some of it is much more technical. Logistics, 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 logistics. And lastly, I would say the ability of a force to adapt is huge. It's hard to quantify, ma'am, but the fight that you're in is never the fight that they taught you in school. And we should be very impressed by the ability of Ukraine to adapt over the past year, all along the way, and the failure of Russian units to do the same. You have to adapt. The force has to adapt to what the environment they've got. And they've done a marvelous job of that. Outmanned, outnumbered. They have all the odds against them, except for NATO and the U.S. But they have adapted. We need to be able to do the same.
Well, one of the things that I understand you're working to do, and how does this complement that? But it's been described to me, you're hoping to change from the Marine Corps' historically young force to a more experienced force. So how does that help us in those kinds of environments?
It's directly tied to it. If you're going to empower, if you're going to authorize junior tactical leaders to make really critical, key tactical and operational decisions, they need the maturity to do that. By maturity, I don't mean an age. I mean enough repetition, seen enough, done enough to see a close semblance of what they've trained for before and make a very quick decision. We have to mature the Marine Corps force to reach a better balance of a very, very young force versus a force that has enough experience in there to make those tactical decisions, which is at the root of what force design for us is doing. Reach that right balance. Retain more talent and balance the experience that we're going to need with the youth that we've always had.
And Secretary Del Toro, I'm out of time, but we had a hearing last week in the Armed Services Committee on recruitment and retention and the challenges that we're facing in our military. one of the issues that I think is very important to helping with recruitment, with retention in particular, is ensuring that there's childcare for families who are serving. I'm going to submit this for the record, but I'd like to know what we're doing to better expand our ability to provide childcare for DoD families. We've done a really interesting Congressional Defense Award in New Hampshire between the shipyard and Pease National Guard, who are doing a child care facility jointly. Are there creative ideas like that that we're working on? But I will submit for the
Very quickly, we had 2 in the budget last year. We have 3 in the budget this year.
Great, thank you.
Senator Hogan.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Secretary, in your testimony, you highlight the significance of the challenge that China poses to our Navy and our Marine Corps. But last fall, the administration released a draft regulation that would require contractors to report on any greenhouse gas emissions linked to the work that they perform on DoD contracts, and then prioritize emissions reductions regardless of the cost or impact on the warfighter. If this regulation is finalized, it will increase costs, it will discourage contractors from working with DoD, and put green mandates ahead of operational requirements. And I would guess China would be pleased to learn that U.S. is willing to spend more to make weapons greener instead of getting more weapons or more lethal weapons to combat our adversaries. Would you, can the Navy afford to have contractors increase their prices and so forth, and focus on how green their weapons are in the face of the China challenge? And will somehow reducing the emissions of our weapon systems help either the Navy or the Marine Corps to more effectively meet the challenge that China poses, as you outlined?
Got a few unreleased bits from my man.
Senator, I'm not exactly sure that the relationship between gas emissions are tied directly to the weapon systems themselves. There's a
See me running through the open door. I believe I can fight. I believe I can fight. I believe I can fight. See, I was on the verge of breaking heart. Sometimes the silence can seem so loud. The miracles in life I must achieve. But first I know it starts inside of me. Ooh, if I can see it, then I can do it. If I just believe it, there's nothing to hear. I believe I can fight. I believe I can touch the sky. I think about it every night and day. Spread my wings and fly away. I believe I can soar. I see me riding through the open door. I believe I can fly. I believe I can fly. I believe I can fly. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello. Hello, Banner. Hello, Steel Lady. Hello, Music for Life with a Zombie. Catch my fade. What's up? How are you doing? And yeah, I
Now this is a big cyc. One thing you'll notice, you'll see a couple times, is there's stuff we cover up the green cyc as much as we can if we're not using it, because you don't want it to spill. You don't want it to bounce back up, as you're working. Here's a more portable one we did in a hotel room. These are composite component green. That's all I use is composite component paint, composite component lycra, and this is very high-tech PVC piping that we get. So we never carried it with us. Well, sometimes we did. It was really nice and light, but it also meant that I could go most places in the world and find it. So that was another thing that was a little easier to make that actually work. Now in this case, the client really wanted this kind of side lighting, which was fine, but we still hidden back here, which you can't really see, but along this line, you can see where that bounce kind of ends. But there's right behind here, those Kino flows doing it. Now, the other thing to think about as you look above it is that the way we set this up is that if we think about the green screen here, that's going across here, we have a light here pointed at the far end and a light here pointed at the far end. So we're not trying to, otherwise you end up with pools of light. So if you aim your Kinos to the far corner of each one and then move them, it's a lot easier to get a real even key there. Here's a wider one in another studio. This is the Pixcore studio a while ago. You can see that we covered all of this stuff up. You can see me with a lot darker hair, and so much smaller. But this is a cyc, and you'll see we covered that cyc up all the way. Now you can see that we have lights up on the top, but again, very, very smooth background, because we know that I'm gonna have to key that. I'm gonna have to key a lot of it, and I don't want to do a lot of work on it because that's expensive. Here's another one that is, that we're keying into at a location. And again, this is our Interrotron. This is our subjects. We know that we're keying from here. We don't try to cover anything else. These blankets here are for sound, mostly. And so, but again, they're separated out, from that process. So, here's kind of a wide shot of a green screen that we have here. This was done, I think, again, we would build these all over the world. Here's what it looks like from behind. So you can see the green here. Here's our main key lights. There's hidden up here some hair lights. But that's what, that's how we kind of had that built. Now, here's the interesting thing is when given the choice, this is my insert studio that was in DC. When given the choice, I'll still put a monitor behind people. I won't key if I don't have to. If the person's just going to sit here and I just need a background, I'm just going to key them. I'm just going to put a monitor back there because I'm going to get more hair detail. It's going to work better. I'm going to have more control over it. But I do have the key, and again, those Kino flows are there if I needed them there. Also, this is one. Now, what we did here was this is for Oculus. And what we did is we stretched that Leica all the way around a substructure, but again, you can see how smooth we worked on getting it to light. This, by the way, is so that we can sync the focal length of the camera, position and focal length of the camera to the game camera that's inside of Oculus, so that we could composite it so that it looked like his hands were throwing fireballs. We did this for E3, it was kind of fun. But the reason I brought this up is because this is really important, because syncing your focal length beyond the keying, syncing your focal length and your focus and everything else with the environment that you're shooting in, or whatever you're going to put behind them, getting those two to match is also a big part of selling a green screen, is to make that actually work. So that's a quick overview of green screens themselves and how we kind of approach that. And it looks like we've got a lot of questions, so we're going to go ahead and jump into the first one.
Matt Cool from Montreal, Canada writes in, please explain the difference between 422 and 444 color and why one is better than the other for green screen.
Sure. So 444, basically what this is this is in the YUV space. So you have, and really you want to think about it as, you have Y and then UV, and Y is, in fact, I can do this like this. Y is the white. And then we'll have we'll just do it this way here like this. So these are the color channels, and this is the black and white channel. And what that color means is color scale. So it's not compression, it's the scale of the color that's within it. So it's the size of the image that's being managed. So for Y, in a 444, 411, 422, that means that there are 4 pixels that are for the Y. and then the UV are the color, and Courtney can probably talk more about the history of the color, but anyway, but we added the color, and what happened was we didn't have enough bandwidth to just do 444 to put the same amount of color in as the black and white. We didn't have enough bandwidth to do that, and so what we figured out is that if we cut it half scale, and we made this, basically 2 pixels for each of these for every 4 pixels of those. It's half resolution. We were able to get away with a lot. It was a smaller image, and no one noticed the difference unless you're keen. You were gonna say something, Courtney?
Is it 4 pixels or 4 bits?
It's 4 pixels. Yeah,
4 pixels.
Mm-hmm.
So the chroma subsampling is the U and the V, and you notice it a lot less since your contrast comes from your luminance.
Yeah,
and that's when they went to explain the history of it. When they went to a transmission, you couldn't get that much into the bandwidth of a standard broadcast transmission, so they had to compress the chroma subsampling to allow much more, higher definition to be transmitted at a lower rate, which would fit into the bandwidth. And you don't notice it that much since most of your detail comes in as lumen.
Yeah, what we think of as sharpness is all the luminance, and then what happens is with a 444, you have the same number of pixels of the U and the V as you do with it. And so what that means, what happens when you go to 422, or in some cases with DV it was 411, and when it's compressed it can be 420, it can be a lot of different things there. When you do those things, what you end up with is you end up with jagged edges along here. And so if you look closely on your key, you'll see a little stair stepping where it wasn't there before. So if you go to the color, you'll see it fine. When you look at the key, you'll see stair stepping. That's the 422. And the 422 is because you're at half resolution there. And so now one of the ways that you can get around that is if you key footage at 4K for 1080p, for instance, you're getting, it's half resolution, but that half resolution is the same resolution as the 1080p was. It's not a perfect relationship, but it's pretty close, and you won't notice the stair stepping at that point. So it does work to key at a higher resolution than what you need to get rid of that 422. There are very few 444 options these days because of the way that the cameras got built. There just aren't that many cameras that do 444 anymore. The camera that I have over my shoulder that way, that's the 950, and it does do 444. I don't know if it does anymore. I haven't used it for a long time, but that we used to have 3 CCDs that were capturing that. Almost everything now is 422. Now, if you capture log or you capture raw, you can translate that back into a 444 grouping. It's got the bare, debarring in there, so there's a little bit of softness there, but it is going to be what you're stuck with when you're doing live video is the 422. I miss 4. So with live video, it's very hard to get get back to 444, and you have to deal with that little bit of stair stepping. You can soften it a little bit for post. You can still, of course, capture things that are going to allow you to actually do that. Next question.
Morgan Price from Victoria, British Columbia, Canada writes in, how would panelists light an Elgato XL-shaped green screen behind a talking head shot like office hours? You have some 1 and 2 foot RGB tube lights. How would you position the lights on the sides or at the top and the bottom? How close to the screen, etc.? Thank you.
Yeah, so the Elgato is the Elgato XL screen. Hold on, is this the one that's 6 feet wide? Yeah. So this is the it's 6 or maybe almost 6 feet wide. I will tell you that I have used this Elgato screen, and it is it's just barely wide enough. Because here's the problem is you want to have, typically if you have the green screen back here, you want your subject to be, a minimum here of 5 feet, in my opinion. Like, that's how I key things that work. As you start to close this, close this distance here, what you're going to do is you're going to start getting, a lot of, spill coming across here. That's problematic, and it's going to be harder for you to key because, remember, if you look at it from the side, here, and then you have you have your person here, the issue that you get into is that this is hitting the top and the front, this diffuse lighting, And it's, so the higher this is, and then the further away, but as you move it closer, you're going to have more problems. So the Elgato screen can be used, it's just hard. Now, if you're going to do that, what I would do is I would have the screen here, and you're going to have your person here. And what you're still going to do is what I would still do for that screen is I'd still put my lights on either side of the person. I would try to get enough so where I could do this, but I would very carefully put a flag right here. So if you flag this off on both sides, you're going to end up being able to keep those lights off of the person. I wouldn't, with an Elgato screen, I would use white lights and not green lights. It's just you're going to be too close. So if it hits a little bit, it's going to be okay. But flagging it should allow you to do that. But I'd have the lights on either side there to do that. It's going to be the easiest way to key it. Next question.
Richard Lavery from Belfast, UK writes in, any tips for getting rid of green screen tinge around the hands as they move? And then he has a link to an example.
Yeah, motion blur, that one shot that I showed with person moving her hand, that's why we were testing that actually. And so motion blur is one of the hardest things, and the subsampling of 422 and compression makes it much harder. So that's going to mix all those things together. It makes it much more difficult. So that's where you really want that higher quality capture to make that a lot easier. What you're looking for is to produce what we call an unspill operation, which a lot of times you can sometimes get. It's not quite an unspill, but there's an unspill operation inside of the Ultimat. But you can get an unspill basically is desaturating based on the key. So you have that raw key, and you use that to reduce the saturation. You can bring it down to gray, fairly effectively. Go ahead, Courtney.
Yeah, I wondered if you use if you have the post-production, if you're not doing something live, if you have the ability to capture at a short shutter angle. In other words, so you minimize the motion blur during capture, and then you do your composite, and then add it back in after the composite is done. That way, you don't have the stuttery look of a short, a narrow shutter angle combined with.
It's hard. The math with that is hard. The only shutter angle that we found is effective for that is 120 frames a second. So it requires a lot of light. But the good news is you leave the 120 frame per second open at 360 degrees, so that it's basically the same amount of light you would need for a 60 frame per second camera. So it's not a huge amount of light that you need, but more than 24 to 30. And then the key is that those frame rates are evenly divisible back into the 120. So you can go back down to 60, 30, 24, and use those extra frames to reconstitute the motion blur. And you'll have a lot less motion blur to work with at the 120 frames per second. A little bit, so we found that is a doable thing, and it takes a lot more post to do that. And people have turned up the shutter angle. Now people have tightened that shutter angle instead of frame rate. I'm talking about frame rate, not shutter, I'm sorry. I'm talking about the frame rate that we go up to do that. When you turn the shutter speed up, the problem is that you are getting less motion blur, but you have no data. The reason we turn the frame rate up is because we want the data, the in-between frames, to rebuild that motion blur. When you turn the shutter speed up and then rebuild the motion blur, it's not nearly as good as when you had actual frames to give you a guidance on the pixel trajectory. Yeah, go ahead, Courtney.
Yeah, I see, but that does quadruple your storage,
sure enough,
transmission,
which is why almost nobody does it.
Time, rather than interpolating the frames to get them back in post.
It's very rare to do that, and just because it's usually not clean if you have anything that's remotely complicated. So the other problem you get into with reconstituting motion blur, do it in front of reflections, do it in front of a complex background, do it in front of other things, and that becomes really hard to reconstitute without a lot of errata. Next question.
Andy Korkenwerfer from Vieira, Florida writes in, how do you pull off a solid key for zoom with little physical space between the subject and the green screen?
It's hard. You need 4 or 5 feet to do it really well. So you can do an okay key, and you can, if you're willing to, if the person doesn't have a lot of flyaway hair and so on and so forth, you can get away with a key that's much closer that looks okay. It looks okay, or even, mediocre, basically above average. You can do a lot of things with the person maybe 2 feet away, but to get a really good key, you're going to need 3 or 4 feet so that green screen can be lit separately and evenly, and the person is lit in the foreground correctly. Go ahead, Courtney.
Yeah, you can get away with it with a rear illuminated green screen, which you could use a large LED monitor, liquid crystal video display, so it's providing its own illumination, so there are no shadows involved.
Mm-hmm.
So then you can put a person right on top of it, as long as your screen is big enough to cover the key area that you need to key them out. So that's one way to do it.
Yeah, we've done that a little bit. It's usually producing so much light. We found it was easier just to do reflective. We get a lot more spill with a rear projection green screen, and that's been the challenge that we've had there.
Well, I was going to say what I did. I in my software that I built for doing playback, I have green screen software that puts green screens up on monitors, and I can dial down the level easily to prevent the spill, but still get a clean key and not dealish.
Yeah, and if you have enough control, we always were like, oh, we experiment with it, and then we go, okay, that didn't work. I think what happens, you get good at something, but that was the challenge that we had there. Next question.
David Brady from New York writes in, what are the best use cases for green versus blue screen technology?
We will use green unless we have to. So blue in dark environments, so you're trying to key the person into a nighttime scene or into a dark scene, dark background. Sometimes we'll lean towards blue because it tends to blend a bit better with darker backgrounds. So with a darker background, we might use blue. When people are wearing green, we sometimes consider blue. But even you can usually key a green close to a green easier than over blue because there's so much, grain and everything else and noise in the blue channel. A lot of times we've gone to blue and then wished we had just stuck with green. Go ahead, Courtney.
Yeah, if the story involves Robin Hood, the Hulk.
But even then, you don't want to be too afraid of green. A desaturated dark green will key over a well-lit green screen perfectly. And better than, it doesn't, because again, as you increase the quality of that green screen, your precision, your ability to remove another green or something else with more becomes, you have a lot of precision to work with. So we found that even in things where we had green plants and we had green shirts and we had other things, we found it easier just to go ahead and key it. The other thing we do is sometimes we have them wear blue. We've had stuff where we've had them actually, the person wear a blue shirt over a green screen. We key them out, but it's easy. It's relatively easy for us to grab the blue and change its color. So we just do a color transform on the blue and go back to where we want to go. I actually did a whole because we record Mac. We used to record Mac Break video, and we'd record lots of them all in one day. And just as an experiment, I did one where I just wore a blue shirt over the green screen, and we just changed the color of my shirt every episode.
Just did a huge shift the whole time.
Yeah, we just had huge shifts on the blue. On every episode was slightly different. People were like, wow, he's got a lot of those shirts. Next question.
Andy Korkendorfer from Vieira, Florida writes in, is it still best practice to use a minus green backlight on subjects?
We don't do that anymore. If you have a solid green screen and you light the person well, still having highlights makes it a little easier, but we don't need to put any kind of, we don't have to warm the edges at all. I mean, if you have a precision green, again, if you have a bad green screen, maybe, but if you have a really, really good green screen, you should be able to not have to do any kind of edge treatment with lights. Next question.
Matt Cool from Montreal, Canada writes in, how can you be sure you have a 444 workflow?
Well, when you open it up, when you go to the different channels, especially if you convert it to YUV, you'll really see it. You'll see the stair stepping pretty quickly if you're there. And if you key it, if you do a key, even a good key, you zoom into the edges. If you look at the edge of whatever you're looking at there, and then the actual key, you're going to see half resolution, like it's there, like it's not hard to see. Next question.
Paul Wahus writes in from Austin, Texas. What is the ideal lighting setup for a green screen?
Well, I think it depends. It depends on how big the green screen is. I think that I might not have shown one image that's going to be a little hard for me to grab onto right now. When you get into visual effects, sometimes you end up using lanterns. So that's another, you kind of convert to a bigger thing, and so that's going to be a slightly, let me see if I can pull this in. This one's going to work. Yeah. But the here we go. Here's the, like, when you get into this is when green screen gets larger. So, and what you can see here is these are the lanterns that we're using for, for that. And that's giving the nice soft light here. Now, these are tracking markers that are green on green. So we have some way to key them, but we also need to track them. And then, but as you start to do this complex lighting, you will end up with not as even a green screen. But this is when things get much more complicated. So lanterns are used for the larger ones. Again, in smaller ones where we mostly use it, we would have we would typically use the lighting that I showed earlier. Go ahead, Courtney.
Yeah, and if you're using the green on green, a good rule of thumb is take the width of the green screen and divide it by 2 and make sure your lights that are illuminating the green screen are that distance, at least that distance away from the right and the left side, so that the fall off is equal as they overlap behind them, so that you'll get a good even spread. So you take the width and divide by 2, and you make sure the lamps that are illuminating the green screen are that distance away from the green screen background.
That's
and
really good math.
and you have to make sure the person is in front of those lamps, so it won't spill.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it's good math. I've never. We know roughly what it is, but I've never actually. And again, one of the things that we do there is if we look at that green screen here, we are. When I do it, at least, we have our lights, and we're pointing each light across the green screen to the far end, and then we find it a lot easier to get an even green screen than if we were pointing it like this and this and having them overlap. It's just been easier for us to turn them this way, and get that geometry. I just did it over top of my. Oh yeah, that's right. Next question.
Craig McFarland from Boston, Massachusetts writes in, has anyone used or looked at Sub2R's active green screen?
Craig, can you explain that a little bit?
Yeah, so I bumped into these guys at a trade gaming show. And it's basically a foldable, active, or backlit green screen. And I was really surprised at how even, it's kind of almost like an optical illusion, because it was this box, or it was a foldable, like you'd put behind you, but it was really amazing how even the color was. There wasn't any wrinkles. And you could tear it down and set it up, and I hadn't seen a lot of that active backlit stuff before, so I thought I'd ask.
I think this is kind of it's another version of, I think, what Courtney was talking about. It looks really, really interesting. Yeah, so I can't quite tell how, the exact size. It looks like it's about the right size. You might have a hard time. I think you'd have a hard time getting a full body out of it. I think I would end up turning it sideways and setting it back there. But wow, that's really interesting. I'm gonna have to do some more research on that. Go ahead, Courtney.
There's a couple of videos. Sorry, I was just gonna say there's a couple of videos on the site about using it outside. So quick temporary outside locations, and nighttime, and other things.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Really interesting.
I always thought that a good way to create something like this, an active green screen, is to take the diffuser that they build into the backlight panels of most of the cheaper LED screens. Yep. So you just put white LEDs around the edge and a plastic that conducts and diffuses that light into a big white panel.
Yeah.
Only in this case it would be a big green panel, and you'd have a nice smooth green screen backlit, and it wouldn't be very thick, so you wouldn't have to have a lot of depth behind it to light.
Sorry, did you stop talking? Do we still have audio?
Oh, maybe I think I hit the mute button. Did you get the
I hit something. I was moving something while you did that, and I thought that I had somehow hit something that knocked off the audio, and I was like, what happened? I was like, I don't even know how that's affecting that. So anyway,
a little too quick on the mute button.
It was just that it all happened at the same time. All right, let's go to the next question.
Paul Walhus writes in from Austin, Texas, what's the minimum width and height for a talking head green screen like on office hours?
I would say 6x7. There's these Manfrotto ones that pop open. I think they're Manfrotto, or they're now something else. They changed the name, I think. But it is, or they used to be called Lazulite, and now they're Manfrotto. But 6x7 is the right size for that, and that's going to allow you to be 3 or 4 feet behind, and you're still going to have the green there. Next question.
Douglas Carmichael writes in, would there be a short course on how to effectively use and read scopes?
Well, we did a little bit there, and we're going to get some more people to talk about scopes more in the future. But that's, if you go back and look at what I showed you, that's how we use it as it relates to green screen. But there's lots of different ways of using scopes, and we will talk about that more in the future. Next question.
Chris Fenwick from Emeryville, California, and on the panel writes, in Elmo, Cookie Monster, and Oscar the Grouch are in the same scene. How do you key all 3 of them into one shot?
You could skip that if you want. I already got that joke in earlier. I apologize.
I will say that I think that, you know, that Cookie is it Cookie, which Oscar the Grouch is a dark green.
He's a dirty green, yeah.
He's a dirty green, and he would key fine over a well-lit green screen. Like it's a saturated green.
Kermit.
Kermit might be harder, but we'll have to try that. I'll have to ask
Same problem with Superman, the Green Lantern, and the Flash.
Yeah, exactly.
And the Hulk, yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of times we call that, when we're doing it for visual effects, it's divide and conquer. You key each person separately and then recombine the keys.
So, and Alex, in all seriousness, if there's crossover between them, does that just become, oh, now I got to roto this one little bit?
Yeah, one thing to know is that in visual effects, 80% of all shots, I don't know if this is current, but in the it was mentioned to me 10 years ago or something, 80% of all shots are rotoscoped. There's some rotoscope, there's some cleanup by hand of the edges in 80% of visual effects shots. And then I was like, what are the 20%? They're like the ones without green screen, like the ones that are just pure CG, without people in it. But if you put a person in it, there's almost always some cleanup that you're going to do that's going to be a little bit of something isn't working. It's faster to do it by hand than it is for a visual effects shot. It's faster to do it. Now, when you're doing live green screen, that's why we have to really understand what we're doing, because we don't have the luxury. When you're doing a big production, you have so many people on set that you can't make the green screen perfect because you're burning too much time. You're burning so much money per minute that you can't do that. So you have to just do the best you can, and then you're going to leave it to the 1 roto artist for each shot, or the 5 roto artists for each shot. It's much smaller than the 200 that are waiting for you to do the next shot. So there is math. When they say do it in post, there are times when that is completely appropriate because it just doesn't make sense.
I think one of the things that I remember you saying a while back, Alex, that I really took to heart was that often you would have a cell on your spreadsheet that tells you how much money you're spending per minute to solve a problem.
Yeah.
So if we are paused, if we're waiting on catering, if we're waiting on makeup, if that guy's standing too far away, this is going to cost me this many dollars per minute of sitting around.
It was so useful because you would sit there and just go, how long is it going to, like you'd see some guy's leg sticking out from the green screen, and you do the math and you'd be like, to fix that, it's going to cost me $200 or $300 to fix that problem, or it's going to take someone about an hour and I'm paying X amount of dollars per hour. And you do the math really fast if you know what it is. Yeah. But at the same time, you try to think of those things, especially for the amount of green screen that we did. It wasn't about the keyer. Almost anything will key stuff that I shoot, because I'm handing it, the reason we talk about green screen today is because if you hand your keyer great green screen, every keyer will look good. The simplest math. If you have a good green screen, the simplest math is, I'm going to take the red and the blue channel, I'm going to average them. So I'm going to add those two numbers together. A lot of us think about, we think about a pixel, and we think about it being a green or a red, but it's not. It's a number. It's just a number. And so your red on this pixel might be 30, your green might be 230, and your blue might be 40. Whatever that is. What you're doing is you're taking, to get your key, you're taking these two numbers here, and you're adding them together and subtracting them, adding them together. And then dividing them by 2. So you'll have, these are, so that value will be 35. And then you're subtracting that from the green screen. Now this is a green screen part, right? So that's going to be 195. That's going to be its point. 195. And then if I take another pixel and I say this one has got a person in it, so it's 180, and it doesn't have very much green in it. but it might have a little bit, so it's like 30, but it's a person that has some blue in them and everything else. And then that's going to be, let's say, 120, right? Oops. Anyway. So now I take the average of these two. So this is the green screen was 195. When I take these and I add them together, of course, I get 400. And then I divide it by, I get 400 here. and I divide it by 2, I get 200. So now I've got 200 for my foreground. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to subtract that average from the 95, and I get -5. And that means black, because it just hits the bottom of black. And so when you get a key, basically when you did that, this is the math of green screen, right? Of what we call a linear key, or a you know, so, and it's a very simple math, and you just get the black anytime it goes below 0. So whenever these average numbers together are more than the green, it goes to black. And so, and when they're close to it, it's dark gray, and when they're not any of it, it's green. You know, so you get that key, and that's what's defining it. And if you understand this math, then you are looking at your key, you're looking at how you're setting up through scopes with that math, so that you understand, like, what am I going to get to and how am I going to get there? Yeah, go ahead, Jason.
I would go so far as to say a really good green screen shot, something that's really, really shot well, is substantially easier to key than what most people think is the easiest thing to key, which is, you know, a lower third on a downstream key.
Yeah,
by
no,
far.
It's easier. Yeah, absolutely. Next question.
Good Douglas Carmichael writes in, would an ATEM Mini be an entry-level hardware device that can key well, or could Memo Live do it just as well in software?
They'll both key it. The Memo Live keyer is a little complicated, so I think that it'd probably be easier to use the ATEM as a keyer. And I will say that the keyer is built in, especially if you feed it good information like what I'm showing you here. Every Blackmagic keyer and Memo and everything, and OBS and everything else will pull a good key. If you understand the screen, all of these will pull good green screens. Next question.
Eduardo Augustine in Panama City, Panama. Which tool can help to get started viewing scopes for green screen?
I would recommend Nobe Omniscope, and you can buy it. You can get a demo of it for 14 days. That's what I was showing you earlier. You can get a demo of it for 14 days. You can, and this is the, let's see if I can pull this over. I was showing it a little bit earlier. Let's see. Oh, hold on. So this is the scopes, but you can configure this any way you want. So this happens to be a histogram and the RGB parade that I have here, and that's kind of the format that I use when I'm looking at green screens. And so no Omniscope is the one that I would use. It's very configurable, and it is it's I think it's 3. Is there a subscription now? I can't remember what it is now. Anyway, but it is it's a great app, and you can get it for free. And here's the thing: if you're working on green screen, once you go into demo mode after the 14 days, it stays open 5 minutes at a time. You just have to reopen it. So if you're not sure if you need it, if you're not doing it for clients, you can very much use Omniscope for a very long time without paying for it. So you can get used to it. You will want to pay for it because you will want it opened and you will want to show it to other people. And it's a great app, but you can use it for years and do what you need to do with green screen. If all you're using it for is green screen, you can open it up, tune things. It'll stop every 5 minutes. You have to open it up again. Eventually that becomes something you don't want to do. But when you're getting started and you're not making a lot of money at it, it's totally usable the way it comes out. Next question.
James Brooks writes in from New York. What is the best way to keep spill off light colored or white hair?
Distance. The more you move the person away from the green screen, the less the less it's going to contaminate the edges. Yeah, go ahead, Courtney.
Would it be possible, or would it make sense to light the foreground person with a -Y or a magenta, a little bit of a magenta light, pull your matte, and then once you have your alpha channel matte, and then color correct back in away from.
We used to do that. We just found that pulling the person away looked better. Like getting the person further away from the green screen. When we're saying what is the best way to do it, we found that pulling the person away. And then the other thing is having a really solid unspill operation. It's not despill, but unspill is going to be a desaturation of that process. Next question.
Tlaloc Miguel Lopez Waterman writing in, this time from Omaha, Nebraska. If you were capturing images with a green screen and transporting the image via Zoom, where would you do the keying, locally or at your location?
I'll do everything I can to do it locally. Like to do it where the person is You want to try to key the uncompressed footage. As soon as you start compressing it, the first thing compression is doing is throwing away color, because we notice, as Courtney had outlined earlier, what we notice is the black and white information. So it keeps all of that, but that doesn't help us with our key at all. So we want to have all that color data, and we don't want to be thrown away in compression. You'd be surprised, the key will look so much worse when you after you've compressed it. And so it's why we try to use uncompressed footage as often as possible. So yeah, we want to key it at the far end if you can. Next question.
Douglas Carmichael writes in, as on-set LED technology gets cheaper and more accessible, will we still be keying in the future?
We'll be keen for a long time. It's expensive and it's cumbersome to put up that much green screen. If you ask me, for most of the green screen I've done, I don't use green screen unless I have to. Like, unless it's something that is the right thing to do for that moment, I'll use a monitor, I'll use LEDs, I'll use a lot of other things. I don't, because I know, even though I'm pretty good at it, I know how much work it is, and I can see all the things that aren't working in it a lot of times. And so I won't do that unless I have to. But when I do it, it wouldn't have been better with an LED wall generally. Yeah, go ahead, Courtney.
Yeah, and remember, if you're going to use in-camera compositing, you're going to have enough LED wall to cover your entire field of view. With green screen, you only have to have enough to cover the foreground stuff that's moving. You can garbage mat everything else out, and that doesn't cost anything in post to garbage mat, but it costs a lot of money to extend that LED wall to the edges of your frame.
Next question.
Robert Linkram writes in from Belmont Shore, California. Does backlighting the subject using an opposite, in this case the opposite of green color gel, yield better keying results?
Sometimes it can really slightly better keying results, but the edges now are corrupted with that color. And so we used to do that again. We've talked about it a couple of times this hour, but we stopped doing that a long time ago. Once we got good at really precision keys and understood unspill operations, we stopped doing that. Next question.
Steve Podmore writes in from London, despite what you say about LED, with improving tech and expertise such as Tim and the team at VU, can you see the benefits of LED over green screen for certain applications, TV studio, for example?
Yeah, 100%. Like there's definitely a lot of advantages to the LED walls. The LED walls are finally getting caught up to where we were trying to, what we want to keep. The problem really has been when you get into LED walls, there's a whole new set of problems, and that is, until you spend a lot of money, Tim is much more efficient than the rest of us. But if you do off the shelf and you're not buying the components directly from China, the cost of that screen at a very high density, like a very 1 mil, 1.5 mil or less, it's really expensive to do that. And if you go bigger than that, then you end up with moiré, and so that's a problem. And it takes, as you go into these LEDs, it takes a lot of processing power to do that, and a lot of power. So it takes a lot of computers to fill that screen at a high resolution. And it also takes, the space that we're in has 2,000 amps 3-phase, and it's not big enough to put a volume in. It's not enough power. 2,000 amps, 6,000 amps total amps, not volts, amps. It is not enough to run that whole screen. So it's a lot of power to do these things. Yeah, Courtney.
Yeah, and another thing to consider is if you've got a character that has a lot of reflective, things like sunglasses or shiny helmet or anything reflective in their wardrobe, LED screen will help you with that, and it also will help if you're having a lot of interactive lighting, if there's explosions going on, because then the LED wall can provide that interactive lighting, and you won't have to program it in to light your foreground in sync with what is supposed to be going on around that.
Yeah, absolutely. It does, for some visual effects folks, it plants you like you can't make decisions later, because with green screen, if you didn't figure it out already, a lot of times when we were working on episode 1, there was a lot of things that weren't done when we shot the green screen. Like a lot of things weren't figured out. So those things were still in progress when we shot the green screen. So that is another piece of that puzzle. Next question.
Nikhil Kamkolkar writes in from New Jersey, perhaps this was already discussed, but is it good to light the green screen with some of the quasar lights and switch the light to be a green hue that matches that of the screen color?
Yes. You just have to be very careful of making sure to flag that off, make sure it's far enough away from the subject and that it's flagged off so that none of that green touches your keyed subject. That's the most important part of that. Green on green is a great way to get a very, very detailed key, but you have to do it very, with great power comes great responsibility. And you have to be very careful of how you flag that and how you manage it. And you also want to be careful not to peak your green. So you'll be tempted to make when you do green on green to make it 90%, you'll actually overexpose the edges and you won't get as much detail. So when you do green on green, the exposure that you're looking for is about 70% across that green. Your red and blue will be at 10 or 15%. You'll have plenty of room to work. Next question.
Sky Gleason writes in from Seattle, Washington. Any thoughts about Reflect Media's green screen?
Yeah, Reflect Media it's a gray screen. It's these little micro balls that you have there, and basically it projects green. It's BBC created it. It projects green against the gray screen, and one of the advantages is you get no wrinkles. It really just all comes back to you. The thing that you have to be careful of there is occlusion. So the penumbra of your hands, every time I walk up to a Reflect Media, you'll see me go like this around and I'll go like this. There are things that I know it doesn't do well. so occlusion is one of those things that it doesn't handle well. Go ahead, Courtney.
Yeah, and a thing to remember with the retroreflectives.
Put you on your feet. Nigga fresh as shit, but he still dirtier than Dirty D. Nigga blew it, putting that shit on. Could've bought 30 P's. Broke bitch, arguing with herself. She think she hurt me. Drug rich for real. Drop it on the scale, baby. I can't give your ass the blueprint. Help you with your plan, baby. One ear out the other. They don't want to hear about it. Breaking the bag with what? Who? Bitch, you wasn't here about it. Tell your ass how hard it get. Make that shit look easy when the sleeves was the starter kit. Sometimes I be drunk on my mind, it's hard to park the whip. My Glock be beating like a ratchet ball head thought, bitch. That nigga broke his shit at the trap window shopping, ain't cop shit. Houdini with that shit. 30 days, nigga, watch this. My dog food be jumping out the cut like a little 10. These some brolic ass 20s, these ain't no little 10s. Yeah.
Nuke Radio. We make your eardrums bleed.
Why? Who did it?
You can't comprehend. These niggas so under me, they don't even understand. Hey, you understand why we so concerned? And they came with bands, so we spending bands.
This song is a war crime. Warning. Nuking is now legal worldwide.
Подожди, а ты точно бэк убил?
Purple Posse Show.
contradiction of it is, on one hand, the corner pulsates with life, the energy of human beings trying to make it to the next day. But also, it's a place of death, be it the slow death of the
Call the fire department. We just nuked the building. Everybody hate life cause they ain't rich. Robbing out of town niggas cause they fixing shit. The only turny fucking hole gon' be little deal. Is where you ride in the Benz on some fly shit. Everybody hate life cause they ain't rich. Robbing out of town niggas cause they fixing shit. The only turny fucking hole gon' be little deal. Is where you ride in the Benz on some fly shit. But these stupid assholes cause they hate shit. They get killed here too cause they suck dick. Better keep your eyes open and live for the shit. This shit hell, man, these niggas here shit too quick. But these stupid assholes cause they hate shit. They get killed here too cause they suck dick. Better keep your eyes open and live for the shit. This shit hell, man, these niggas here shit too quick. This song is sponsored by the Shadow Government. Alcoholic mixtapes. Shadow Wizard Money Gang. We love casting spells.
Music Radio.
There is a new sight and sound to terror.
Please, God.
This
Check 1 2. One, two. There we go. Alright, what the fuck, bro?
there is a new sight and sound to terror.
Please, God.
This is God. An unstoppable terror never known before. A terror that comes looking for you in your dreams, turning his hunting ground into your worst nightmare. Comes Freddy. The horror begins when you close your eyes to reality and enter a nightmare on Posse.
Music Radio.
Alcoholic mixtapes.
I was posted on the block, ayy. I was posted on the block with the Glock, huh?
Post it up with the strap, machine gun. Post it up with the strap.
What team you guys repping?
I'm repping Posse shit, Purple Posse.
Purple Posse shit.
Hey.
Wait, New King's actually kind of hot.
Posted on the blog with the ATQ. Posted on the blog with the ATQ. Posted on the blog with the Magnet. Hey. Posted on the blog with the ATQ. Posted on the block with the Magnet whip. Hey.
What team you guys repping?
I'm repping Posse shit, Purple Posse.
Purple Posse shit.
Holy shit.
Live Radio.
Posted on the block with ET Commando.
Nuke Radio. We make your eardrums bleed.
Big dog, big house, big yacht, 50 pound of stones, presidential. Big watch, big chain, big cars, big rings. Feeling like Kobe, bitch, I'm about to have a big
you do, don't fall asleep.
You are now locked onto purple pulsing.
Warning. Nuking is now legal worldwide.
And we should be proud of nuclear war.
The shadow people are in your walls.
Nuke Radio.
How long has it been since you've been on Possum Street?
So guess what?
Still pick it up, pay your fee. Still making chicks, breaking their knees and get on my dicks up. Still riding through the steamer, still riding through the steamer, still.
This song is a war crime.
Still pick it up, pay your fee. Still
Your eardrums bleed.
Radio.
Pledge your souls to the Shadow God.
listening to the new Bossy Tanks called Nightmare Bossy Street, bitch.
Warning, nude music may damage your eardrums and hurt your soul. Nukes are now legal.
La música de Papi Bomba.
Nuke Radio.
shit. Purple posse.
Purple posse shit.
Nuke Radio. We make your eardrums bleed.
Nuke Radio.
You are now listening to Purple Posse. Purple Posse. Duke.
Honestly, I don't want a life that. Yes. That's my friends.
They told her it was just a bad dream. She knew it was real. It became a nightmare.
Brand new Glock extended clip, my mind way too locked in the strip. Brand new Glock extended clip, my mind way too locked in the strip. Brand new Glock extended clip, my mind way too locked in the strip. Don't need no air to spin this whip. I watch Adam spin this flip. Posse.
Warning, nuke music may damage your eardrums and hurt your soul. Now there's a new kid on Elm Street, and Freddy's been waiting.
Nuke Radio.
I gotta go bananas one time. I put the bitch in pill tomorrow.
Nuking is now legal.
You are now listening to Purple Posse Nuke Radio.
You know what happens after a nuke. Smoke.
Nuke.
Smoking is bad for your health, especially when it's your own flesh you're smoking. This song is sponsored by the Shadow Government, Shadow Wizard, Goblin Insanity.
Clock in the sack, Superman trying to avoid. Pretty hoe with me, get Chanel cause I'm bored. I just gave a shit before a few days off. I don't want the pussy, I just do it cause I'm bored. You keep real as you tired of me. 2 perks in cause my heart still sore. Let my eyes go, might be cheap. Ain't no drama that
Nuke Radio. We make your eardrums bleed. Alcoholic mixtapes.
Nuke Radio. Clock in the sack, Superman trying to avoid. Pretty hoe with me, get Chanel cause I'm bored. I just gave a shit before a few days off. I don't want the pussy, I just do it cause I'm bored. You keep real as you tired of me. 2 perks in cause my heart still sore. Let my eyes go, might be cheap. Ain't no drama that I can afford. You keep real as you tired of me. Yeah, you getting richer, but you still a little boy. Supercharged Jeep, I'm trying to creep. My just getting sick of the speed and annoyed. You keep real as you tired of me. Don't act like I ain't trying neither. I just get dudes that pound me lonely. That's why I need you ride with me.
Doing the show, I'm always on the road. Anything I drop is gon' go. I don't know you niggas, I'm not your bro. She gon' like anything that I post. She said she never been in a ghost. Louis V, my wrist is on froze. I scratch a nigga off like a list. All these drugs show up in my piss. She wanna stay the night, alright. We gon' be alright, alright. If Visa G is my hoodie, off-white. Tris drop like a leaf in the Sprite. I told you once, I'ma tell you again. You don't gotta lie to me, don't gotta pretend. Sippin' the walk in the back of the Benz. You my babe, I'll leave my best friend. Nigga run that chopper, take off his face. When I hop in the booth, I ain't writing shit, do a first take. I might fuck on your bitch, we can't go on a date. I ran up 100 bands, fucked it up, then I ran it up again. I fuck on your bitch, I'ma fuck her again. Montclair, bought out the store, then I bought it out again.
In the closet, they still got the tag hanging on. Carrying these niggas back to gym, must be paying off. I walk inside these cameras in my face like I'm made raw. You don't gotta sell me on the drink, just tell me the cost. Pour the water out the glass rods, replace it with cream. D squared on my body, don't fit into lean. I'm not an often coming to, I'm flirting with the dream. I'm at my own show, I need to know when I can leave. I guess I bought every pair of silly. We can't invite you to this party, I don't know the deeds. I'm with my winners, we don't fuck with what's before the 3. I don't play basketball without a shot of 3.
Holy shit. DJ Smokey. Warning. Nuking is now legal worldwide.
Nuke Radio.
Shadow Wizard Money Gang. We love casting spells.
I'll be getting this money. 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 Getting this money. I'll be getting this money. I'll be getting this money. Getting this money. I'll be getting this money. I'll be getting this money. Getting this money. I'll be getting this money. I'll be getting this money. Getting this money. I'll be getting this money. I'll be getting this money. Getting this money. I'll be getting this money. I'll be getting this money. Getting this money.
Don't look the shadow people directly in the eyes. The shadow people are in your walls.
La música de Papi Bomba.
I'll be getting this money. 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 I'll be be getting this money, I'm getting this.
Yeah.
If that nigga slacking, we gon' cut him from the team. I buy Chanel and I buy Louis V. I don't buy no Celine. $1,000 off some Gucci shoes. I could've bought some weed. Don't gotta trap my money jumping like it's on the tramp.
Warning, new music may damage your eardrums and hurt your soul. DJ Smokey.
I just shoved a nuke up my pussy.
If that nigga slacking, we gon' cut him from the team. I buy Chanel and I buy Louis V. I don't buy no Celine. Spent $1,000 on some Gucci shoes. I could've bought some weed. Don't gotta trap my money jumping like it's on a trampoline. Montclair sign is sitting on my coat and all my slides is what I used to clock in. Then I would leave work to go and sell a bell. Remember back when I started sipping, I used to get it through the man. My bitch is bad as fuck. Giuseppe's on this ain't no H&M. I got that Louis Radio on my wrist. I ain't not one of them. About what I want, this shit don't make it down. I got so much to spend. I told that bitch that next time she fuck me, she gotta bring a friend. I drop a perky in my drink. I know it's real, it ain't no fan. Montclair jacket with the pockets on it.
I got all the water.
Montclair jacket with the pockets on it.
I just kissed my daughter. I was in the shot with a spider. I make pauses 10. I just flew to London, but I didn't like no band. I got a felony in London, but I'm going back. I got some homies on the block trying to get back. I just open up my pocket, here's an RP. I just walked up in a spot with 100 oxys. Just pulled it to the spot with a 30. Cause your shit is caught up on it, it's a 40. Where to put it to the spot with
So I'm just gonna buy another one.
100,000 spiders in the shit like a flexi.
If that nigga slacking, we gon' cut him from the team. I buy Chanel and I buy Louis V. I don't buy no Celine. Spent $1,000 on some Gucci shoes. I could've bought some weed. Don't gotta trap my money jumping like it's on a trampoline. Montclair sign is sitting on my coat and all my slides is what I used to clock in. Then I would leave work to go and sell a bell. Remember back when I started sipping, I used to get it through the man. My bitch is bad as fuck. Giuseppe's on the same H&M.
It raises our vibration that speaks what's happening that we really can't put into words because things are moving so quickly and so
we make your eardrums bleed.
RJ, do you have a question? Does anyone have a question? We still have
someone someone in the YouTube chat wanted to know about life on
okay, let's ask that.
In our solar system, actually. Venus, is there, what does Bashar or you, Daryl, have to say about pretty local life here?
Bashar says there is life in our solar system besides us on a low, I guess you'd say level. But in terms of beings like us, he's saying there are associations with the other planets in our solar system, but those are in different dimensions. It's not like there's physical life as we know it on Venus or anything like that, but there are conscious beings associated with Venus. But when they visit us, they're coming from another dimension of that world. It's not in our physical reality that they exist there. But there is life in our solar system on some of the moons and things like that that we will eventually discover, which will help teach us that life is pretty ubiquitous no matter what form they come in. But the beings that visit us mostly come from other dimensions or other systems than our own.
The other thing about what's happening with the Sasanis is that you've said, or Dara or Bashar said, that their frequency is changing, so they're semi-physical, but they're going through a shift. Can you talk about that shift?
Yeah, well, they're kind of helping us up the same ladder that they're going up, and they have their own mentors and own evolved beings that are helping them. But basically, they've arrived at a point in their evolution where they refer to themselves as quasi-physical, which means they have the traits of physicality. You can see them as physical beings, but they also have the traits of spirit. So they kind of have one foot in the physical world and one foot in the non-physical spirit world. And they basically refer to themselves, therefore, as quasi-physical. They can do things as physical beings that we would normally associate with only with the abilities of spirits and things like that.
Are you ready, Daryl, to meet Bashar like you described it in my book? That meeting also in the First Contact film when you had that dream, Bashar ship landed, you approached and you started to sort of panic.
Feel the vibration of different planets that made it not quite the right time to interact, because I actually lost my identity and saw my body through his eyes, And then, he said, see, that's why humanity is not quite ready. Our vibration is so overwhelming that we kind of either go into psychic shock or lose it just because of the difference in our frequency. It would be like jamming a high spinning gear with a slow spinning gear together. It would split the gear. So that's why they're giving us this information to help us learn to raise our frequency so we can use it that way and energetically vibration. Now there are different frequencies that we can start to if he said, their civilization would not be the first who would interact with them, would be those that would be a little bit more compatible to them. And eventually, beings of a higher frequency but yeah, it's all about resonance. It's all about
more ready to meet them now on the frequency?
I can't say it. I mean, if I was absolutely physically ready, I would have met them that way already. I have but I have to trust the timing as well, because it's also not just about whether I'm ready. It's about whether a lot of them are ready too, because I'm not trying to run on the edges of society. I'm trying to sharing this so I think this is going to happen that I need to
there's a question, Zinka. You want to read that question from
So we
Savannah?
have RJ coming on right now.
Thank you. So, hi Daryl. I have a couple questions for you. So the first question, since you started channeling Bashar, and higher frequencies, when you started channeling, how have your perceptions changed? You kind of shared some of that too, but have you had any side effects from the resonance of just being a pure channel for him and your physical perception?
Is he gonna take off your hat? Is he gonna take off the brim? So many want it all from a swag, so many shake kids.
Very high level.
Yeah.
Like that. And it took about 2 years for me to even get
Nigga.
level of energy where
Fuck
I wouldn't
about
feel
it.
like,
You dead.
Hey, take my sniper rifle, bro. You can snipe, bro.
I don't want that shit, bro. I'm good.
That disappeared the moment I let him through.
I know it's like, I don't want that shit.
Letting all of those resistance things and trust things go. And as soon as I really did that after about 2 years of working on myself, then I felt the energy actually uplifted me. And I'm now left with residual energy where I'm more balanced and more energized after the channeling instead of being tired, which is what happened in the beginning. So yeah, I've changed drastically from who I used to be. How I approach life, applying his principles in my life has made a drastic difference. So absolutely.
Awesome. Okay, my second question, this is for my TikTok family. Can I ask everybody this?
Yeah.
What are you? If you were to sum yourself up, what are you?
What am I?
Yes.
Broad question.
That's my favorite question.
I, like everyone else, am an individual reflection of all that is, expressing myself in the way that is uniquely me. I'm this theme of exploration. I'm this personality that is adding to the experience of all that is from a unique particular angle. I'm not exactly sure how I need to answer that. I'm like everyone else in that way, but this is what happened to me. This is, I guess, what I chose to experience in this life, to act as a connection for this information. So, what am I? I'm a human telephone.
Thank you. That was beautiful.
That's great. RJ has an entire documentary of this one question, and people are just like, what? Oh, wait. That was very beautiful.
I'm a telephone.
You can unmute yourself. We also have a question from Debbie and Savannah that are coming up.
And how's the time, Daryl? How much time? What is time? How is time?
15 minutes was what we're talking about, but I don't know.
That's up to you guys. I do have somewhere to be, but right now I'm okay.
Okay.
Let us know.
Who the fuck names their fucking podcast The Slaughtered Lamb? Who the fuck names their fucking channel The Slaughtered Lamb? What the fuck is with this?
Nuke Radio.
Nuke Radio. We make your eardrums bleed.
Don't worry about what the fuck he be doing. It's DJ Smokey.
Nuke.
Your songs is ass garbage. You look so retarded. Your song's so fucking trash, and it's something that I couldn't even market. I'm smoking it down and I ash in the carpet. I roll my shit tight and I turn it into less than nothing. Rappers nowadays a dime a dozen. Rappers nowadays just trying to buzz it. Your song's so ass, send me the Indian version. Bitch, I'm native, I am not an Indian person. All my songs timeless, the Corinthians heard. I drop my shit, the whole city is burning. I'm too grown for that bullshit. I got a rappers bitch doing a full split. With ears on my head and black on my nails. Spider gang with it, y'all finna fail. I cannot fuck with you if the love ain't equivalent. Stones are going up, nigga, that's imminent. My pockets stitched up to the brim with that president. Stole on me, it could rip through a ligament. School shooter, I'm a deadly assassin. I used to skip class when I heard of the packet. Cannot fuck an emo, only fuck golf. Up a new SRT in the wrist for Giottos. Every time you see me, yeah, I got the stick. Hopping out the whip like I'm John Wick. If you see me, nigga, yeah, you better dip. Yeah, we shooting too, we don't only drink. I got a bad bitch and she live in Manhattan. I'm smoking that gas to the face, I ain't passing. Christ Dillinger, a deadly assassin. Nigga, I ball, I don't go to practice. Spider gang, too. The racks I made like 17. Just thinking about what I'ma do. No, I ain't thinking about what it's getting me. There's fent in your coke and your ketamine. You don't get to hit, but she letting me. Bad bitch, lesbian, Lebanese. The bitch sucking slow, she got leather knees. Only thing better than me is a better me. I've been better than you since I was 17. I've been better than you since I was first conceived. Every time I hit, I'm doing it perfectly. Get your mouth off my dick and put it on my nuts. Hey, me and Christ Dillinger pop a new SRT on the full split. With ears nowadays just trying to buzz it. Your song so ass, send me the Indian version. Bitch, I'm native, I am not an Indian person. All my songs timeless, the Corinthians heard. I drop my shit, the whole city is burning. I'm too grown for that bullshit. I got a rappers bitch doing a full split. With ears on my head and black on my nails. Spider gang with it, y'all finna fail. I cannot fuck with you if the love ain't equivalent. Christ Dillinger going up, nigga, that's imminent. My pockets stay stuck to the brim with that president. Stole on me, it could rip through a ligament. School shooter, I'm a deadly assassin. I used to skip class when I heard of the packet. Cannot fuck an emo hoe, only fuck golf. Up a new SRT in the wrist for Giottos. Every time you see me, yeah, I got the stick. Hopping out the whip like I'm John Wick. If you see me, nigga, yeah, you better dip. Yeah, we shooting too, we don't only drink. I got a bad bitch and she live in Manhattan. I'm smoking that gas to the face, I ain't passing. Christ Dillinger, a deadly assassin. Nigga, I ball, I don't go to practice. Spider gang, too. The racks I made like 17. Just thinking about what I'ma do. No, I ain't thinking about what it's getting me. There's fent in your coke and your ketamine. You don't get to hit, but she letting me. Bad bitch, lesbian, Lebanese. The bitch sucking slow, she got leather knees. Only thing better than me is a better me. I've been better than you since I was 17. I've been better than you since I was first conceived. Every time I hit, I'm doing it perfectly. Get your mouth off my dick and put it on my nuts. Hey, me and Christ Dillinger in the cut. Hey, Spider gang shit, bitch, shut up. I'm just getting bucked while I'm getting bucks.
Bullets hot, they gon' burn like syphilis. I'm always dripping, I know that they sick of this. I move that weight on the hill like I'm Sisyphus. Fucking that bitch, I said don't take no pics of this. Niggas always hating on the team. Run down on them with the beam. Smoking weed and I'm getting head. I get so high, I just go to bed.
Holy
if the
shit.
pussy trash, I'ma leave it on red. These niggas kill niggas over the color red. I'm so high, I forgot what I just said. Bulldog, I belong in the pen. Fucking on a nigga, bitch and her friend. Every bitch that I fuck is a 10. Smoking strong, Ike Turner. When I'm in the trap, I'm the top earner.
Warning, nuke music may damage your eardrums and hurt your soul. Nukes are now legal.
Wavy nigga, big spender. She asking for money, hell no I can't. Wavy nigga, big spender. She asking for money, hell no I can't lend her. Wavy nigga, big spender. She asking for money, hell no I can't lend her. Big Glock on my hip, that's my nigga defender. Got when to go with me, he playing offender.
Nuke Radio, we make your eardrums bleed. Warning, nuke music may damage your eardrums and hurt your soul.
Wavy nigga, big spender. She asking for money, hell no, I can't lend her. Big Glock on my hip, that's my nigga defender. Got when to go with me, he playing offender. I'm a real nigga, you just a pretender. I'm eating baked duck, I can't eat chicken tenders. My life is a movie, 3D render. Mix the purse with the lean, I put that in the blender.
Got the sock on the mic and I'm ready to rock. Dumb little bitch, she sucking my cock. Tick tock, look at my watch. This shit a rollie, it doesn't tick tock. Saving a hoe, not on my watch. Fake diamonds, not on my watch.
Real nigga, can't go on a date. I'm robbing him blind, how much more can I take? I'll leave a bitch, someone get me a rake. She sucking my dick, my foot can't reach the brakes.
Big man with the big bucks. Save a hoe, I'm not a schmuck. Pouring lean in the double cup. Got more quack than Donald Duck.
Rick Owens, new jeans. When I hop out the jack, my feet got double C's. I'm a wavy nigga, high C's. I get to the bag by any means. I walk in this bitch like Tom Brady. Got the M4 fully loaded like I'm in the Navy. I be flexing so hard, man, these broke niggas hate me. I ain't rapping for free, nigga, you gotta pay me. High C's, a nigga wavy.
Look at me, I'm up. I'm the big man with the big bucks. You want bucks, you're out of luck. $1 million, I'm counting it up.
I'm chiefing tobacco and weed like a Navajo. I'm a real nigga, you fake niggas ought to know. Don't try to rob me though, nigga, I'm not a hoe. I go to the store, my dough, and I bought a phone. When that forward, now then I pull me another phone. I trap by myself, so there's no co-defendant. Look at my neck, it's a pendant. Look at you niggas, codependent. All of my niggas is independent.
Holy shit!
Dillinger.
Alcoholic mixtapes.
Sipping that drink, 300 a cup. All these blue faces, then we fucking them up. Sipping that drink, 300 a cup. All these blue faces, fucking them up. Sipping that drink, sipping that drink, sipping that.
Music Radio.
Shadow Wizard Buddy Gang. We love casting spells.
Sipping that drink, sipping that drink, sipping that drink, sipping that drink.
Holy shit.
Sipping that drink, 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 sipping that drink. I don't give a fuck about how you feel. I ain't sipping no drink if it don't gotta sip. My nigga friends and I'm popping the pill. Niggas spilling that cut that you. Sipping that drink, 300 a cup. Blue faces, then we fucking them up. Just spent another bag at Margiela. If she wanna fuck, then I'ma let her. Rick goes on the motherfucking sweater. Just popped that perk and it's getting her work. Rick goes on the motherfucking sweater. Just popped that perk and it's getting her work. Rick goes on the motherfucking sweater. Just popped that perk and it's getting her wetter. Growing up and we ain't ever died. My mom one day to her sucking a shot. Bitch, I wanna fuck while she wasting my time. Louis V jeans, throw these Calvin Klein. Sipping this drink, got me losing my mind. Way too many hoes, hold on one at a time. Feel like Ryan Sheller, boy, I been on my grind. Too many press, I been losing my mind. Only signing the deals, they talking to me. Louis V on my wrist, could have paid all your bills. Sipping that drink, you ain't sipping it still. If you run up on us, you get hit with the steel. What you sipping, nigga, no, that's not drink. Don't be smoking out gas when I smoke the whole tank. Only leaving my house if I go to the bank. Nobody believed, only got me to think. Scoring wild, little nigga, I'm the champ. If these suit on my motherfucking pants, tell Victoria I'ma make it my way. And I'm still sipping drink, cause we all gonna die.
I say sipping that drink, and no God as I walk. Yeah, I got my hands to the sky. Put wings on my back, cause they know that I'm fly. After I fuck that little bitch on my back. Got a bitch in the front and a bitch on the side. Yeah, they talking that shit, but they running they high. I just pop me a perk and I'm feeling alive. I do what I do and this bitch is survive. Go ahead, yeah, pack it up, pack it up, pack it. Yeah, I got a rack in my mattress. Yeah, I cannot trip on a bad bitch. Yeah, I'm going up, bitch, I'm spazzing. Then they looking at me like what happened. Yeah, I made a little bitch get the fuck on my face. Know the color off white, but it's brick on his lace. I take it, I flip it. Little bitch, not with it. Going up, who the fuck is you kidding? Yeah, the fruits of my labor forbidden. I do not have a label, don't fit it. I put up on a bitch, I'm like, get it. Do suburban, now you cannot sit it. Told the bitch I'm not done till I finish.
Don't worry about what the fuck he be doing. It's DJ Smokey.
Nukes are now legal. This song is sponsored by the Shadow Government, Shadow Wizard, Goblin Insanity.
Clock in the taxi with man trying to avoid. Pretty hoe with me get Chanel cause I'm bored. I just gave a shit for a few days off. I don't want the pussy, I just do it cause I'm bored. You keep real as you tired of me. 2 perks in cause my heart still sore. Letting my eyes go might be cheap. Ain't no drama that I
Nuke Radio. We make your eardrums bleed. Alcoholic mixtapes.
Gifted from UFO Research
Teenager. Music Radio.
Clock in the sack, Superman tryna avoid. Pretty hoe with me, get Chanel cause I'm bored. I just gave a shit before a few days off. I don't want the pussy, I just do it cause I'm bored. You keep real as you tired of me. 2 perks in cause my heart still sore. Let my eyes go, might be cheap. Ain't no drama that I can afford. You keep real as you tired of me. Yeah, you getting richer, but you still a little boy. Supercharged Jeep, I'm trying to creep. My nigga getting sick of the speed and the noise. You keep real as you tired of me. Don't act like I ain't trying, need it. I just get things that bring me lonely. That's why I need you ride with me.
Doing the show, I'm always on the road. Anything I drop is gon' go. I don't know you niggas, I'm not your bro. She gon' like anything that I post. She said she never been in a ghost. Louis V, my wrist is on froze. Scratch a nigga off like a list. All these drugs show my piss.
She wanna stay tonight, alright. We gon' be alright, alright. If ESG is my hoodie, off-white. Tris drop like a leaf in the Sprite. I told you once, I'ma tell you again. Don't gotta lie, we don't gotta pretend. Sippin' the walk in the back of the Benz. You my babe, I'll leave my best friend. Nigga run the chopper, take off his face. When I hop in the booth, I ain't writing shit, do it first take. I might fuck on your bitch, we can't go on a date. I ran up 100 bands, fucked it up, then I ran it up again. I fuck on your bitch, I'ma fuck her again. Montclair, bought out the store, then I bought it out again.
Still got the tag hanging on. Carrying these niggas back to gym, must be paying off. I walk inside these cameras in my face like I'm hating off. You don't gotta sell me on the drink, there's so many cars. Water out the glass vase, replacing the cream. D squared on my body, don't fit into me. I'm not an often coming to, I'm flirting with the dream. I'm at my own show, I need to know when I can leave. 10 fat guys, I bought every pair. I can't invite you to this party, I don't know the D. I'm with my winners, we don't fuck with us, we 43. I don't play basketball without a shot 3.
Holy shit.
Of an isolated village built around a mountain, itself rumored to be an artificial pyramid of ancient design, or an underground alien airbase, have helped build a tourism industry from scratch within a generation. The village even has a mascot, a little gray alien with big, dark eyes, who appears in different statue forms around the town to guide tourists to the summit. But for many, this is not tourist trap. Eno provides believers with a foundation of research and investigation from which to understand their beliefs. Speaking to Fukushima residents in 2020, a Japan Forward reporter was told, Sengan Mori is no joke. They, UFOs, really show up in the area.
Even as a child, always dressed the best. My mama didn't give me no money to get fresh. Still walking this bitch with a Montclair vest. Money, power, respect, you should know the rest. If you not my bitch, I'm not arguing with you. A bitch could be crying, won't get her a tissue. I'm sorry, it's hard to admit when I'm wrong. Her ass is so fat that I can't see the thong. No A's in my pocket, I only got beds. I done made 100,000, so you to death. I can't beef with no nigga, just me versus me. Smoke a top shelf in my eyes, which I need. I might smoke a whole zip to the brain. If I was Jordan, I'd smoke in the game. I pour up a 2, fall asleep on the plane. My eyes be so low that I can't see the lane. Whatever it is, nigga, I'm trying to win it. I'ma let some shit slide, but I still got my limit. Back when I tried, used to even take change. 5K on the fit without wearing a chain. Niggas I knew from back when said I changed. Not that I changed, just that you stayed the same. I used to be broke, now I got my own shit. Used to not say a word, now she sucking my dick. She riding this still like Hermione Granger. I'm fresher than Jesus in the manger. My father sold crack on a pager. I ain't grew up like Barack Obama. I had Christmas, I ain't have Kwanzaa. My dad said in this world, got your balls on your word. Gotta come in first, no second or third. I'm not the one, give a fuck what you heard. I be smoking on strong and it smell like a turd. Got different bitches in different time zones. He be hating on me, but that nigga's unknown. Niggas get on the internet, turn to clone. Nigga play up my money, I come to his home. Sipping on lean, I'm not sipping champagne. They paying for plays, Fontaine. I've been real since I came in the game. Me and these rappers just not the same. I don't really give a fuck about fame. I don't really give a fuck about clout. They sit on Reddit and they running their mouth. See a nigga in person, knock his ass out. Half of these niggas be acting like bitches. Can't be for no rapper, I'm all about business. I won't ask permission, I won't ask forgiveness. Sipping on drinking is killing my kidneys. Sipping so much fall asleep behind the wheel. How you ain't got a car but you got a deal? Got some funny niggas like Key and Peele. I'm blowing up like a nigga in Lebanon. Bitch wearing an AliExpress thong. Smoking on Sean like I'm from Hong Kong. I'm always squinting like I'm from Hong Kong. I got a redheaded brunette, a blonde. I ball on niggas, no LeBron. I balled on niggas, no LeBron. I ain't gonna sip if it ain't red or purple. Get up on these niggas, I'm moving like Earth. All Louis V.
Possibly an ancient track used to guide alien travelers. They know.
I'm blowing up like niggas in Lebanon. Balling on these niggas, no LeBron. This shit goes hard. This shit goes hard.
Like a Louis commercial. Louis V back on my back, it's not Herschel. I never told all my niggas like Gunna. I don't give a fuck, I still listen to Gunna. Fuck a nigga's bitch while she talk on the phone. Designer drip, nigga all over my home. You can't find this drip on Safari or Chrome. Just need to Google how to leave me alone. That shit cash, no, I don't need a loan. I ain't trapping 3 years drunk, he still hold my phone. Rich nigga in my family that ain't need a loan. My oldest brother sold crack, went to jail. My other brother sold crack and he went to jail. My uncle sold crack and he went to jail. I sold crack, didn't go to jail. I did this shit without a scale. Uncle killed a nigga and went to jail. Most niggas in my family been to jail.
There's a nuke in this club.
Nuke Radio.
If you're listening to this song, you are shadow cursed for eternity. Bebo.
I don't care if they change on me. I got money, I got change on me. They change on me.
This song is a war crime.
I don't care if they change on me. I got money, I got change on me. They change on me, change on me. Have a friend and they switch on me. It's so easy, I do all my tricks with it. If I do you bad, it's shame on you. Nothing really crazy to me, it's a cakewalk. Like people do such it, but they ain't really talking about shit. I'm talking about shit, bitch. I don't wanna smile at you,
bitch.
Fucked over for the littlest thing. I don't make this shit, ha ha, cha-ching. I do people I sing, you don't even wanna hear. I ain't stressing out, buddy, I'm borderline psych. I deserve everything that happens to me. I got a fever, I'm zombies. I got a fever, I'm zombies.
Holy shit.
I got a fever, I'm zombies. I'm working with the smile cause I wanna die. I'm so sick, I'm zombie. I'm so sick, I'm zombie.
Cell Wizard. Goblin insanity. Legalize nuclear bombs.
If you don't fuck with nuclear, well then, you're just a bitch-ass trick.
Holy shit! I got a fever, I'm zombies. I'm working with the smile cause I wanna die. I'm so sick, I'm zombie. I'm so sick, I'm zombie.
Nuke Radio.
Nuke Radio.
Smoking peace thing. She rolling off that nightmare strain. We ain't gonna slip off 3 different things. I'm stuck in the in-between. If you don't like it, you can leave. Crashed out.
But he's still dirtier than dirty D. Stuck in this bitch, can't call it. When I walk in the trap like God ahead. Pocket look like Wave Rod in there. Got them perks, me and broadside.
Legalize. Holy shit. This is hot garbage. Yeah. But I can't stop listening.
Yeah.
Legalize nuclear bombs.
Nuke Radio.
Yeah. Two-tone Glock when he walked in. Niggas stuck in this bitch, can't call it. When I walk in the trap like God ahead. Pocket look like Wave Rod in there. Got them perks, me and broadside. Fuck, we look like Let Consignment Slide. We gon' buy the whole script with a perk 5. We them boys, front you a pack, put you on your feet. Nigga fresh as shit, but he still dirtier than Dirty D. Nigga blew it, putting that shit on. Could've bought 30 P's. Broke bitch, arguing with herself. She thinks she hurt me. Draw rich for real, drop it on the scale, baby. I can't give your ass the blueprint, help you with your plan, baby. One ear out the other, they don't wanna hear about it. Breaking the bag with what? Who? Bitch, you wasn't here about it. Tell your ass how hard it get. Make that shit look easy when the sleeves was the starter kit. Sometimes I be drunk on my mind, it's hard to park the whip. My Glock be beating like a ratchet ball head thought, bitch. That nigga broke his shit at the trap window shopping, ain't cop shit. Houdini with that shit. 30 days, nigga, watch this. My dog food be jumping out the cut like it's low 10. These some brolic ass 20s, these ain't no low 10s. Yeah.
Nuke Radio. We make your eardrums bleed.
Yeah. Grams on the floor. Auntie knocking back in back, she beating in the door. I just sent my youngin' off to the corner store. Told him get some bags and more baking soda. The pot quaking over, turn the water down. Unc at the side window, he placing his order now. I talk that dope shit, that other shit sound watered down. I got some niggas that'll slide across the border about me. Dope boy Audi, Amiri's 4,000. I got the horse wildin', 4-cat horsepower. These niggas said I'm crazy, they say I'm out my mind. Switch on the back of the click, try to run but he out of time. I ain't signed no dotted line, these niggas out of line. I pop a lot of perks, I pour the tricks, get out my mind. Big ass Glock by my body, I'm morph that out my body. The stick knock you out your body, niggas got guns, never shot nobody. Yeah. Two-tone Glock when he walked in. Niggas stalking this bitch, can't call in. When I walk in the trap like God I hit. Pocket look like wave rod in it. On got them perks, me and broadside. Fuck me look like let Simon slide. Gon' buy the whole script with a perk 5. We them boys, front you a pack, put you on your feet. Nigga fresh as shit, but he still dirtier than Dirty D. Nigga blew it, putting that shit on. Could've bought 30 P's. Broke bitch, arguing with herself. She thinks she hurt me.
Money gang, we love casting spells. This song is sponsored by the Shadow Government.
Nuke Radio.
Warning, nuking is now legal worldwide.
I walk into Balenci, make them wipe me down. Oil filter on the Glock, you won't hear a sound. I walk into Balenci, make them wipe me down. Oil filter on the Glock, you won't hear a sound. I walk into Balenci, make them wipe me down. Oil filter on the Glock, you won't hear a sound. You get heavyweight, we can go pound for pound. I'm in Harrods out in London, spend pound after pound. If I need a drink, then my man, he gon' ask around. Use up my jealous sneakers, I'm not wearing drown. Beside a player, cause the devil's trying to bring me down. Italian leather sneakers, I could've just bought a cow.
Holy shit!
You wondering how? Balenciaga defenders look like I got the gout. I'm sipping cup after cup till my stomach's poking out. I need my pockets, I'm retarded, you can keep the clout. If I spend my whole bankroll, I'll affect the doubt. I'm in the car with many drugs, trying to duck the south. I'll repent for every sin before my luck runs out. I got one of every pill inside a little pouch.
DJ Smokey.
Nukes are now legal. Warning, nuking is now legal.
Nuke Radio.
Nuke Radio, we make your eardrums bleed. Nukes are now legal. Your eardrums and hurt your soul. Call the fire department. We just nuked the building.
Nuke Radio. Nuke Radio.
The fire department. We just nuked the building.
Bitch, over to my dick. Bitch, over to my dick.
Holy shit.
Deal, 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 deal.
You know what happens after a nuke. Smoke.
Nuke Radio.
This song is a war crime.
Nuke.
Bitch, over to my dick, to my dick, bitch, over to my dick, to my dick, bitch, over to my dick, to my dick, bitch, over to my dick, to my dick. Deal, 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 deal. Bitch, over to my, over to my, bitch, over to my, over to my.
Legalize nuclear bombs.
Bitch, over to my dick, to my dick, to my dick. Bitch, over to my dick. I'm in the club, spreading my pussy,
Bitch, Uber to my dick.
I'm in the club, spreading my pussy,
Bitch, Uber to my dick.
Nick King's hot. I'm in the club,
Bitch, Uber to my dick.
I'm in the club,
Bitch, Uber to my dick.
I'm in the club, spreading my pussy,
Bitch, Uber to my dick.
I'm in the club, spreading my pussy,
Bitch, Uber to my dick. Bitch, Uber to my Bitch, Uber to my Bitch, Uber to my dick, Bitch, Uber to my Bitch, Uber to my dick, Bitch, Uber to my dick, Bitch.
Warning, nuke music may damage your eardrums and hurt your soul. This song is a war crime. Legalize nuclear bombs. Nuke radio, we make your eardrums bleed.
Nuke.
Radio.
You know what happens after a nuke. Smoke.
Nick King's hot. Nick King's hot. Nick King's hot.
Smoking is bad for your health, especially when it's your own flesh you're smoking.
Nuke.
Alcoholic mixtapes. You know what happens after a nuke. Smoke. Legalize nuclear bombs. Warning, nuke music may damage your eardrums and hurt your soul. You're tuned into 102.3 Nuke Radio with your host, DJ Smokey. Get ready to enter the battle zone. It's a smoked out nuke party.
DJ Smokey, 666, bitch.
Nuke Radio.
Nuking's actually kind of hot.
Nuke Radio, we make your eardrums bleed. Call the fire department. We just nuked the building. Alcoholic mixtapes.
Nuke Radio.
Legalize nuclear bombs.
Nuke.
Nuke Radio, we make your eardrums bleed.
Wait, Nuking's actually kind of hot.
Not like, you know, the Mets or the, you know, the Dodgers or anything like that. Okay. Yankees. No. But this it goes to prove that he's a really good fighter, isn't he, Ajax?
Yeah. Oh,
he likes to fight.
For sure.
For sure.
Hey, Tyler.
Hey, Tyler, what's going on, man? Yeah, love having you here. Thanks. Come in anytime.
If you're new to the channel, welcome. So my best line is.
Nuke Radio.
Call the fire department. We just nuked the building. Warning, nuke music may damage your eardrums and hurt your soul.
Nuke Radio. Radio.
Nuke Radio. We make your eardrums bleed.
Wait, New King's actually kinda hot.
Nuclear bombs. fire department. We just nuked the building.
The Earth is doomed. A devastating force is coming, and we're running out of time. As civilization crumbles around us and our planet is destroyed, can humankind escape annihilation?
Warning, nuke music may damage your eardrums and hurt your soul. Nuke Radio, we make your eardrums bleed.
Nuke Radio.
Either way, it's not gonna be a freaking car. Maybe they should hire Jason from Crystal River Treasure Hunter at gmail.com. They should hire, that's right, Avi Lowe should hire Jason from Crystal River Treasure Hunter at gmail.com. For all these people that have lost their precious cargo, family heirlooms should follow. Maybe you even dropped your passport and you saw where the passport went down to, even though it's not Avi, reach out to Jason over at Crystal River Treasure Hunter. Maybe we should real fast, just to say we accomplished something. It's gonna get super boring, as always.
Legalize nuclear bombs.
Just real quick. Paper called A Comprehensive Review of Micro UAV Charging. Demons be gone! I'm dropping plates on your I'm gonna summon a demon! Alright. Oh my god, did you hear that? Drones are currently used in a variety of applications, including
Call the fire department.
military,
We just nuked the building.
forest monitoring, disaster prevention, and smart agriculture. Drones carry different types of payloads such as GPS, infrared cameras, batteries, sensors, delivery vehicles.
Smoking is bad for your health,
Batteries.
especially when it's your own flesh you're smoking.
40 minutes. However, range and endurance are critical challenges in
Holy
UAVs
shit,
due to
this
the
some
limited
hot
battery
garbage,
capacity.
but I can't
It is
stop
not feasible
listening.
to increase the battery size of UAVs because it will increase. Wait.
Nuke Radio. We make your eardrums
Which is another
bleed.
critical concern. Several research studies have addressed battery charging of UAVs, but it requires an intensive investigation by research. Yalla et al. Suggested 3 ways to enhance flying time. I don't know.
Legalize nuclear bombs.
Drones can be equipped with high battery capacity, but it can increase the drone weight. Battery swapping can be achieved after landing on the drone, which we've seen. However, this also causes complexity at high cost when swapping the system. Recharging can be done at the base station of the drone. We've seen that done, of course, as well. Look out now, they're going to turn a bunch of power lines into it. Power poles on the street. If you got those power lines living in neighborhoods with still those, you might see drones landing on top of them and recharging soon, for real. And those drones are just checking transformers and stuff for these people. Can you imagine a place that still has its power lines above the ground?
We just nuked the building.
The power goes out all the time. Instead of burying the power lines, they've created another worker. A drone. The human being sucks. My door just got ripped open by no one, which is interesting. Okay. If anyone's on the other side of the door right now, just know that I know karate. I learned it in the mall years ago. I think we're good. Full score barely reacted. Anyways, let's get to it. Battery-powered UAVs. Small drones are typically battery-powered, and batteries are critical components of these drones. They improve the flexibility and simplicity of propulsion systems. Moreover, battery-powered drones offer cost-effective and enhanced flight time. However, small UAVs have limited battery endurance due to low weight capacity. Oh my god, hold on a second. Is this not the updated paper I was just reading? Because there's an update to this. When is this? Okay, cool. It's last summer. Good enough. That's the one of them. Recharging can be done at the base station of the drone. Charging, blah, blah, blah. I'm sorry. Let me skip forward here. They improve the flexibility and simplicity of the propulsion system. Moreover, battery-powered drones offer cost-effectiveness and enhanced flight time. However, small UAVs have limited battery endurance due to the low weight carrying capacity and can travel up to 90 minutes on LiPo batteries. Small-scale UAVs are mostly suitable for commercial application. Furthermore, lithium batteries are installed in small UAVs due to their high energy and light weight. Table 2 illustrates a comparison of different batteries. Donateo et al. I don't know words. Right? Evaluated different batteries on the basis of state of charge (SOC) for a desired operation. Similarly, the author investigated parameters which impact the performance of battery-powered UAVs. Battery-powered UAVs face the critical challenge of reduced autonomy. Several research studies have focused on enhancing battery performance and extended UAV mission time. Moreover, safety and stability concerns have been reported as a result of energy density enhancement. Thus, several approaches have been proposed to overcome these limitations, such as supercapacitors, solar cells, fuel cells, and hybrid charging technologies. Now, the same thing, these are my own words, happened to me. Early Army days. Driving a sergeant major and a colonel to this tent they blew up outside of Leshytown, where I showed you those drone swarm things were happening. In those tents were all these vendors trying to sell their stuff. Remember I was telling you, I told you a couple stories with it. And one of the things that they showed was they had a land warrior system running with a fuel tank, like an actual liquid propellant you carried around on your back, rather than the battery. They thought, this isn't even a replacement, son. This is just to add on to the system, so once your battery dies, you can pull a ripcord and get going with a little freaking motor on you. The motor is so silent though. It's in like this triple casing, barely any exhaust, blah, blah, blah. Sometimes they just want to put multiple propellants, multiple propulsion system on the same thing to add double the life. Or, of course, turn this one on when you get up above 40,000 feet, because then it's really good. Talking about speed power. Anyways, okay, battery swapping. To overcome the limitation of battery capacity, some studies have proposed the battery swapping method to recharge drained batteries of UAVs. The battery swapping method is partially autonomous. It is conducted with human assistance or automatically. In the literature, 2 techniques have been reported for battery swapping, and hot swapping. You all know about hot swapping. My mouth is so dry right now. Agua. Give me 1 second.
Dabaholics. Legalize nuclear bombs.
I don't drink plastic bottles, all right? I just get bigger plastic bottles. I'm smart. Oh, Norman. All right, here we go.
Smoking is bad, especially when it's your own flesh you're smoking.
In hot swapping, drained batteries are replaced with fully charged batteries while the UAV keeps operating. Hot swapping offers the benefit of allowing the UAV to activate and rejoin its operation. While in swapping, UAVs with drained batteries are replaced with another UAV with a fully charged batteries, akin to a Mongol horde or a horde of like you know, the steppe warriors coming from the west, creating these massive circles so wide, so big that you couldn't see the start or end of the circle of riders. And every time someone got to this certain point, this limit, they would fire an arrow, creating a non-stop volley of arrows that would last literally days on end. Just arrows upon arrows upon arrows and arrows, able to restock those arrows and go. Same thing with the drones. They just keep going off and flying away and just keep recharging, keep swapping over and over again. You have one system that can do that basically as long as it's power being fed to the main hub where they launch from. Forever. In the Mongols, that would, of course, be time to go get their horses, water, and have a nap. I don't know where I was going with that. All right, shut up. Let's do this. Figure 4 presents an illustration of swapping and hot swapping techniques. Battery swapping techniques consist of 3 components. A swap station. I don't know why I compare those 2 things at all. They're not really the same other than the fact that they're cyclical. Now, I'm not saying a Mongol horde that rides in a giant circle is doing that because of an alien ship showed up and showed them what a black hole looks like and a portal looks like thousands of years ago. I'm not saying that, but is it possible? I really don't know why I am the way I am.
You are now tuned in with DJ Dad.
Battery swap stations include contact mechanism, landing infrastructure, onboard circuits, ground electronics, and the author presents an economic evaluation for recharging the UAVs by considering systems complexity, coverage, and cost. Multiple UAV systems and cooperating algorithms are proposed to offer continuous service by UAVs. Similarly, the authors in this paper proposed an automated system to quickly swap a depleted battery of a UAV along with charging several other batteries. Authors reported an automated method to swap UAV batteries to support persistent UAV missions. The proposed dual drum structure enables the efficient swapping of 8 batteries. In this paper, the author briefly discussed the design, mechanism, and autonomous swapping stations. Furthermore, battery swapping techniques also cause some serious concerns, such as GCS. Whatever the fuck that is. What's GCS? Such as GCS, feasibility, landing issues, charging, discharging time, limited applications, increased swapping agents, high cost, and system complexity. You know what I think we should do? I think we should make more batteries for the batteries that need batteries. Oh shit. We didn't think of this. Dynamic soaring. Pay close attention to this one. Perpetual windmill? Okay, dynamic or gust soaring is based on the...
John. I feel hot in here all of a sudden. Hey Siri, what temperature is it? John, go. Get out.
It's 55 degrees right now.
It's like 20 degrees hotter right now. What the fuck? Why is it 20 degrees hotter? Just went up like 20 degrees. Yo, Cosmic, you still there, bro?
Create the history that's worth being remembered. When they make their place in the history books and finally move on, you can bet your ass also recognized as the person who proved to my daughter that some people like the shit out of Daddy's voice, and maybe if she'd keep her room cleaner, she'd hear it less. For the last time, it's my honor to tell you, you're tuned in to Positive Squad Records, DJ Smokey, featuring a guy that doesn't follow me on Instagram, despite the fact that I'm hilarious, DJ Young Vamp, the end of an era, the start of another legendary tale.
Self-safe, some of these systems. Maybe that's it. Maybe that was what I can't recall exactly what they were doing. It involves two aspects. Firstly, the process of guiding the UAV to the location of the power lines, and secondly, the charging process to deliver the power to the UAVs. In addition, the conversation of high voltage energy from power lines into low voltage for the UAV's batteries must be taken into account. Yeah, it's an inverter, in context of landing maneuvers, it is worth noting that navigation electronics reading will highly be affected by the EM fields of these power lines. Yeah, researchers of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology proposed a solution to overcome these challenges. The authors developed an internal measurement unit within the UAV, which can guide it according to EM fields of power lines, specific to those power lines. That's pretty impressive.
You know what DJ Smokey doing? He's slinging in vitamins, baby.
Because obviously we know that certain things have certain signals, certain countermeasures can be honed to certain signals. It would be interesting to see if all these killer drones that were launched by China or something one day go chasing after something that isn't exactly what it is, because they're all registered to this signature and stuff as well. Alright, sorry everyone in the chat, I'm just kind of powering through before I lose it again. Zoltan, what's going on? Good luck, Dorothy.
Dose on certain vitamins.
Atomic batteries are pretty cool. I know this is super important to everyone. They're like, why the... Let's move right on to fuel cells. To achieve long emission... I'm going to be skipping a few things here. To achieve long missions and enhance the battery endurance of UAVs, researchers have suggested the implementation of fuel cells technology, FC. A typical UAV LiPo battery has 250 kilowatts. What? Watts to kilograms? Watts to kilograms? What am I not reading right? That doesn't... Faster and more efficient battery charging swapping technology. Several technologies are being implemented in the FC industry. Most of these are based on the temperature characterization of electrolytes, catalysts, and chemical criteria. The criteria the Sharaft evaluated the performance of frequently used FCs in UAVs. Solid oxide fuel cells, SOFC, methanol fuel cell, MFC, proton exchange membrane fuel cell, PEMFC. It can be concluded that the most frequently used FCs in UAVs are PEMFCs, which are the proton exchange membrane fuel cell. Several leading research institutes have dedicated their efforts to FC technology. Georgia Tech University experimentally demonstrated a 500-watt FC-powered UAV system, while the Office of Naval Research, ONR, set a breakthrough record for a FC-powered UAV for the highest endurance of 48 hours. The FC, of course, is the fuel cell, as we're talking about here. You didn't hear in the beginning of that. 48 hours. Furthermore, a Korean Aerospace Research Institute demonstrated an FC-powered UAV with landing, vertical takeoff, monitoring, and hovering capabilities. Through FC, technology is hampered by sluggish dynamic response, causing voltage fluctuations. Moreover, absorption of excessive energy is difficult. Heat in environmental cold starts. Similarly, storage of some FC, such as hydrogen FC, as shown in Figure 7, under low temperature and high pressure is another critical concern. Here's a new favorite for the world, of course. I guess they think this is great, though people have raised a concern for hydrogen cells that are linked onto some other stuff. In briefly discuss different types of hydrogen-powered UAVs here, we see that discuss briefly types of, I'm sorry. Briefly discuss different types of batteries, such as Ni, MH, NiCd, and Li-ion. Authors carried out a comparison of these batteries with fuel cells, considering different parameters such as endurance, efficiency, temperature, effect, discharging, and power densities. Presented a comparison of FC's supercapacitors and batteries, considering power density versus energy density aspects. It clearly indicates that FCs outperform other resources in terms of energy density. The author investigates a drone for mobile crane inspection, as the flight time of drones is short for commercial applications. The author used lithium-ion batteries and proton exchange membrane cells to overcome this short flight time. The author carried out analysis of both the environmental impact and the economic point of view. Lightweight fuel cells resulted in being more expensive than Li-ion, or as in Li-ion batteries. Hey Cheetah, are you sure you're not lying? No, I'm Cheetah. Anyways, supercapacitor. Battery-powered UAVs are subject to high energy density, sluggish response, limited lifespan. And on the other hand, FC-powered UAVs are subject to sluggish dynamic response, which can cause voltage instabilities. In such cases, such supercapacitors technology emerges as a promising alternative to UAVs with faster energy storage capability. This is due to the fact that SCs are characterized by reduced voltage instability, high lifespan, low maintenance costs, charging tolerance, and wide operating temperature range, low energy density, fast response, and higher energy. The SC offers various benefits in terms of reinforcement, power densities, rapid response of energy management systems, EMS, and supplying architecture. Several research studies have focused on integration of FCs into UAVs. In the author's paper carried out of critical analysis of the hybrid UAV propulsion system containing FC and FC battery, this study indicates a good performance of FC on system load stability and dynamic response. Some studies dedicated to hybrid UAV models indicate a significant contribution to SC, not FC, I'm sorry, in absorbing power instability and supplying peak power. And there's a table you can read here. I'll share that in the show notes. Photovoltaic cell-based UAV charging. Solar power, we've talked about enough in the show. We talked about it earlier a little bit, but of course, charging things that are flying at certain vectors, certain elevations, in certain ways with solar power on the go, during the day, obviously, above the cloud line, it looks pretty good. We'll move on. Let's move on to our favorite one, which the Mantis is involved with. If you know anything about ufology today, then Christopher Mellon himself. Christopher Mellon himself, a part of Mellon Strategic Consulting, back in 2010, I believe, did represent or lobby for someone who was working on, or a company working on the wireless power transfer, which is WPT. UAVs have gained significant attention due to their diverse applications in the electronic industry, with several key benefits in terms of safety, convenience, reliability, and fully automated charging mechanism. I want to stop there. Out of all the ones out there, this one does look the most foreign to us. Well, the two major ways we're going to talk about. This one, the WPT has been invested in or looked at least, lobbied for by these individuals. I don't know about invested in, lobbied by these individuals that are involved with disclosure in this UFO technology in a way. It's already been tested on a large scale on military bases. Just last year, they had a huge test that was successful, showing that you can transfer power relatively easily and store it and then use it. And it's an interesting concept because storing power is always going to be a weird thing with electricity. So it's best just to use it. And we don't really have systems in play in which the things go right from the battery to the device. There's reasons why that the power is dropped down to a level that can handle it when you plug something into the wall. And there's all types of weird stuff out there. But the important part is that wireless power transfer is clearly part of this. It looks the most alien too, if you think about it. Something just hovering for days on end could probably stay basically stationary if it wanted to for a year inside Earth's atmosphere. I mean, who knows how long these things really have gone. What if there's a lab out there that has something plugged into the wall that can run some sort of non-destructive to its internal components, some sort of laser that is just able to trigger this thing just enough where the laser doesn't overwork itself, and the device can go up in the air and come back down and catch the next laser shot over and over again. We have photos of it, right? A joint effort between Brazil and the US a long time ago. They look like tops. They're oxygen breathing light craft. They look like little tops. You could shoot them in the bottom with lasers, and they're just sitting there in the air. I mean, I would not be surprised if we figured out ways now to make those things go on forever. Anyways, let's move on. It's a boring ass show, I know. These benefits can be attained through different WPT techniques. Wireless power transfer. Another key feature of wireless power transfer is that it is very essential in different environments where wired power transfer techniques are dangerous, difficult, or impossible. Such as underwater environments, high voltage power applications. This research has been explored trade-offs in evaluating different evaluated different WPT techniques. These techniques are categorized as
Don't worry about what the fuck he be doing. It's DJ Smokey.
EM and non-EM techniques. Oh, I never heard that. What? In non-EM, power is transferred using acoustic or optical sources such as lasers. EM is further classified into far-field non-radiative and mid-field non-radiative. In RPT, radiative power transmission, RF is used, while in non-RPT, there's a lot of acronyms here, initials. The coupling techniques, inductive coupling and magnetic resonance coupling are used. Currently, these WPT techniques are commercially available for different applications such as smartphone charging and charging. Oh, for implantable medical devices. I was thinking, what the hell is this referring to? Is that another example we can use from the wave gap thing? Remember with the day that they were like, you can charge your cell phone now by simply dropping it on this box, or just having it in this area, it will charge automatically. No one thought, wow, this is crazy. Imagine if someone was using this like in an aircraft or a drone or something. I don't know, but we're almost done. Don't worry, we're almost done with this thing, and then we'll be out of here. You can all forget this ever happened to you. I'm sorry. UAV charging can be achieved through inductive coupling WPT to enhance both range and flight time for inspection, monitoring, and surveillance tasks. UAV empowered inspection techniques can overcome several limitations of existing inspection techniques, such as expensive task and hazardous operations through manned helicopters. In this paper, the author demonstrated magnetic resonance coupling MRC WPT to recharge drones, tested the proposed system with different distances and misaligned topologies. Sorry, my apologies. The authors reported 90% transfer efficiency at 10 centimeter distance. Moreover, the researcher presented a vision-based closed-loop target detection through UAV for outdoor applications. The author designed a charging station which prolonged the flight time and enhanced the endurance of a UAV. Blaine proposed a novel mid-air inductive charging mechanism to charge multiple drones at the same time without any need for landing using global energy transmission, or GET. Most studies on charge scheduling of UAVs considered a centralized architecture. Only few works have been reported through the peer review process. Of course, that's not how all these things are done. Network on UAVs charging through blockchain technology. Next, we'll discuss the last one, and then I'm out of here. I swear it's just a few sentences here. And then a cute little picture at the end. Anyways, I'm boring the living shit out of everyone. It's okay though, that's what I do here. This is a very boring show. I'll never be a success. Don't worry. Here, take a look at this real fast.
What fascinations there are.
This little animation they show.
Strange mortals with curious.
Laser power transfer is another method used to charge UAVs. Of course, we discussed it many times, but here it is out of a peer review. Mostly in space, in military applications, this wireless power, laser power has been used. The military has clearly been working on it. They've spoken about it multiple times. And of course, again, Mellon Strategic Consulting. Isn't it strange that Mellon would be directly involved with one of these organizations? 2010 as well. When did he know about the future and that Air Force study that we pulled out and showed, that book they wrote on the technologies that would come out by about 2025-ish. All right, anyways. So laser power transfer is another method used to charge UAVs, mostly in space and military applications. With this charging technique, laser beams are specific wavelengths and frequencies feed PV cells mounted on the UAV. These PV cells are used to harvest energy from the laser transmitter to power the UAV and charge its batteries. Laser beaming techniques are used for rotary wing and fixed wing UAVs. It has become a viable solution to unlimited endurance. Unlimited endurance. A viable solution to unlimited endurance. Environment. I'm gonna say it twice. A viable solution to unlimited endurance. Not, we're gonna investigate and see if there's anything to this. Not, there's an anecdote from 1965 where a physicist showed that you might be able to move something with a laser tensile strength. So no, we're talking about it has become a viable solution to unlimited unlimited endurance, period. A viable solution to unlimited endurance, period. Spread the word so we can stop having the same conversations on Twitter and here. It's unbelievable that people still think that there's some sort of... Never mind. We'll let Travis Taylor have the microphone. Laser beaming technique is used for the rotary and fixed wing, as I said, and laser power transfer is video game guy, you know? Okay. Laser power transfers envisioned to empower several energy-hungry missions of UAVs over long distance. Some studies from Lee S. Lim and Choi W. Lee Y. Beck of Electronics in the Wireless Power Electronics 2020 study say that have reported on the feasibility of laser power transfer of UAVs. The author presented results pertaining to current voltage and efficiency based on laser wavelength and a laser PV cell and material type. The author discussed results pertaining to wavelengths and temperature output of the PV cells used to charge the systems through laser beams. And the author proposed a controller design strategy on the basis of laser PV module output characteristics to control the power converter of a laser power system transfer. Some critical concerns are blockage, mobility, performance in long-range flights. This method is restricted in certain areas, such as military areas and airports and other scenarios where laser beams are hazardous to human health and living environments. I mean, could you imagine for a second, though, that you're going to go refuel your aircraft instead of flying up behind this big-ass tanker? There's just one of the aircraft in your squadron is there to simply hit your vehicle multiple times with a laser at this little spot and charge your system back up relatively quickly. I mean, sounds almost like what we've heard of some of the ethics stuff going on with some of the weapon development and systems development from the military. Sounds like, you know, even the department in the aerospace, some of the folks from the spooky ufology side have worked on. Oh yeah, who was it that said you could wirelessly send power, but then, you know, patented a bullshit thing? There's how put off.
You're listening to Positive Squad Records.
Something to think about there.
Thought you'd be working on your script.
This is my new shit right here. Let me show you. Show you my new shit. Check it right. Look.
Some of these systems, I'll leave the paper for you to read, of course, but some of these systems have increased the distance of some of these vehicles by 600 nautical miles, and another on the GAAS and SI PV cells gave the highest conversion efficiencies, and as you know, the record was almost broken. You know, the Zephyr, I almost forgot the name again, but yeah. There are just some of the ways, of course, that some of these drones are using power, sending power. Please read this paper. It's hosted on CBI at the nlm.nih.gov. I'll leave it there for you to look at. It's some of the ways you can say, hey, wait a second, Travis Taylor, let me quote a paper for you that I've actually read, a comprehensive review of micro UAV charging techniques. And of course, that just says micro UAV charging techniques, but you can bet your ass there are papers out there you can look at that's not just micro. And again, micro, actually, there's classifications for drones according to weight. You know, UAS according to weight. When people like Travis Taylor would have you believe something like the drone can fly for only 20 minutes, maybe even Travis Taylor's quoting this paper, but he didn't keep reading. Because he would have got to other areas that showed that other drones can fly forever and ever and ever. I was going to talk all about UAS and stuff, but I got distracted and confused. No, I just don't care anymore. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, look for things how they appear to be versus how they actually are. I suck. Don't support the show. Unsubscribe. This is the worst program ever. Remember, eat your vegetables or whatever. I don't know if that's true. I don't know. That could be bullshit. I have no idea. I don't trust the vegetable. I never knew a vegetable. I never was seen with a vegetable. No one's ever accused me of being seen with a vegetable. Take it easy, Recon. Playing the intro for the exit music now. Take it easy, Recon. Take it easy. Oop. Have a good day. I want to thank you for all my well-wishers recently. All the people that wished that I was down one. That wished that I was down and well. Kind of
I look like a boss, I feel like a boss, I taste like a boss. Nigga, Max Bigger Val. Fuck out of here.
conventional
Damn, son. This must be a DJ Smokey exclusive.
Thought you'd be working on your script.
Smoke.
I want your blood. I want your soul. I want them both right now.
Yo, what's up, bro? Hey, what's up? Wogs, what's up, bro? How's that walk? Hey, that's what's up. That's what's up. Good luck. Hey, have you seen my alien mask yet?
He's got to be Indian, not on you. A lot of guys got it on them, but it ain't in them. And they'll take the rich and try it. For the paper, for the glamour, for the glory.
Hey man, shut up. You boring me, man.
whipping and flipping and floating above. I'm maglev smoking and smoking this bud. I'm fucking the bitch and I'm bitching the bud. I'm whipping and flipping and dipping it up. I'm getting the bricks and the keys in the cut. Pouring the gas in the cup. Hey, pulling up. Maglev starts are going up.
Fuck, man. Knock this shit again.
DJ Smokey, 666, bitch. Damn, them Positive Squad boys really off their vitamins.
Not the hottest thing smoking. You must be out of your goddamn mind.
Yeah.
the fire to keep going because it's not okay.
Right.
You know?
wasn't
Well, let me-
it's
can I
not
just
a
jump in
slot.
here real
Look,
quick?
It's not a slot to. It's
by whoever's live, and then I also try to filter by upload date, but it don't always work. But today it did, and thanks to that I was able to, you know, find your channel, and then I listened for a little bit and
couldn't
jam. Kind of thought because there was so much stuff going on.
Right.
It was like people getting confession over it. It was almost like a.
If anybody knows that on the
the ideal thing would be the bottom of the cop, but that's never going to happen.
well, the bottom of the cop that whole game, everyone.
No, yeah.
It was good, wasn't it?
Yeah, I preferred the drum in the bottom.
Did you see the one of the supporters boards? I don't know. I can't fucking keep tracking in all these supporters boards. The one that Nige set up, then there's the other two. One of them released a statement saying that they wanted to get the drum back in the cop.
A classified job that required me to write manpower plans for wartime. So I got to know a lot of what happened to my fellow airmen during the "if we catch you, we're gonna make you wish you were dead," and then during the infamous "Don't Ask, Don't Tell."
The 10 people I would speak to in a row, one of them had a UFO experience.
So my goal,
whether it was
now that I'm beyond my security clearance, is to bring some of those stories, those men and women, well, primarily men, to life,
it ranges
and give them some
people that I dealt with lost their children, for real people. I'm talking about almost.
Hi everybody, I'm Sierra London, a contemporary romance author. I also do some urban fantasy and police procedurals. I spent 23 years in the United States Navy as a pediatric nurse practitioner. I retired out of San Diego back in 2013. At the height of my career, I was a healthcare executive and I managed 17 clinics across 3 states. And let's see, I'm a hybrid author. My best-selling series is the Lunchtime Chronicles. I'm the creator of that series, and I have a small town romance coming out with Forever. First book releases next March. Title is Fake It Till You Make It.
And Janine?
Hi, I'm Janine K. Spenlove. I just retired after 22 years in the Marine Corps about 6 months ago. And I was a C-130 pilot with multiple combat deployments. The last one I was in command for. And my last job was I was a political military strategist for the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. So I retired out of the Pentagon. And I write speculative fiction. I think I'm most well known for my War of the Seasons YA fantasy series, but I also did some Star Wars tie-in fiction, just a short story, but I'm not gonna say just, like, it's still to me like, oh, I wrote Star Wars. But and it was really cool the way they promoted it. They were like, hey, if you want to write, you know, really good military, you know, fiction, who do you bring in? You send in the Marines. That was like their whole tagline when they interviewed me for StarWars.com. I was just like, oh my gosh, it was really cool. And it was, the timing of it was wild. It was right as I was preparing to take my own detachment of Marines forward into combat. So trying to get this story kicked out to them and focus on preparing memories for deployment. I'm currently shopping around my most recent novel, which is a military sci-fi retelling of Pride and Prejudice. So, hey, if any of you are agents or publishers out there and want to look at it, let me know.
Is not moving forward.
But that's, and if you hear any weird snorts, rumbles, snoring, I have 2 pugs and they're very loud.
Only increase and change the
Congrats to retirement.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. It's the first thing I did was I went in and I was like, give me a haircut I never could have had in the Marine Corps, and they like shaved the sides, undercut. I went purple hair. I get my nails done now. Like, fully, well, forever, I love being a Marine. I'll always be a Marine. My dad called me Janine the Marine. Like, it's indelibly, you know, tattooed on my heart. But, you know, there were things I missed.
The first thing I did was go blonde.
Yes.
I don't care.
So.
I kind of was, I wouldn't say outlawed in the UFO world.
So let's actually start out from a storytelling standpoint.
And program people.
Where would you start for somebody that wants to write about the military in whatever sense? But if you were going to go with that first piece of advice for somebody who is trying to set up and tell a military story, whether they have experience or not, where would you tell them to start? So Rachel,
taking on a ship.
Okay, Janine, no, you raised that hand. You
No, I don't want to butt in. You wanted to go to Rachel. I'm the moderator. I will have my turn.
Well, they can tell us stories about multiple universes.
Honestly, I would tell them to go find themselves 1 or 2 veterans, not just one, but like 1 or 2. Sit down with them and the beverage of their choice and be like, listen, I'm writing a military story and I need to know how to get it right. Has there ever been anything you've ever wanted to tell a writer on how to get the military right? And several hours later, you may need to schedule another date, because I find that most people who are in the military have very strong opinions on the fiction that portrays us and would love to help you get it right.
People who want the truth. This is the only place I hear all of it.
I'm gonna catch you mid Chuck.
I dealt with every aspect.
I would say enlist you, hippie.
I was next to a ship. I was next to a Bigfoot.
No, that's a perfect answer. Find a veteran. With the internet these days, you can research it, but research. Don't just assume that every branch is the same as the other, because we're not, and we use a lot of different terms.
The Philadelphia experiment, which was an experiment created from Tesla's technology.
Anything you
Even inside our branches, like I gotta tell you, the aviation community and the grunt community and the Marine Corps are very, very different. And just inside aviation, like we make fun of rotor trash, we make fun of the jet jocks, like there's even subcultures in the subcultures.
Sure, there's people I can't mention. Their lives are in danger.
C-130, right?
I put it out there totally for the truth.
Bus driver.
I'll die in a
No, aerial refueler, gas station attendant, slightly more classy.
I'm not gonna make things up. I'm not gonna tell you how other people felt. And this was
my first piece of advice is pick a service.
They don't know. You got to be making half of it up. Now, Travis Walton
jacking off what you said. First of all, even in one branch of the service, there are
I'm not sure. It just seems so long.
So many
on the History Channel.
Different segments.
They
took all it's like being in the world's largest high school. There's a click for everything.
I'm not saying his story's not real.
For instance,
doesn't know.
I was always
really
in a
happened.
detachment, and
he knows he was abducted. He knows they did things to him.
Which meant that I worked for the headquarters of
is just added to that. The truth
whatever portion of the service I was attached to. So it was Tactical Air Command, headquarters, and we answered to the Secretary of the Air Force. It's a very short chain.
Travis disappeared for days.
And the joke was, you know, you either go up in stars or crash in flames.
Similar story, but not in detail.
A lot of people think, especially when you write,
for a while.
I write MM, and people don't understand.
And we got to stay there for a month.
Why
when he came back,
a gay man or a lesbian woman would join the military.
He lived on the ocean.
Multi-million-dollar house. If you're going to write MM, you need to get the answer to that question. And there's only one way you're going to get an honest answer. It's like Jack said, you need to talk to somebody who is doing what you write about. My son is a flaming hetero, but I needed a parajumper. And I interviewed my own son for 2 days to get it right. As a critical care nurse, I had the injuries down, but what that stuff really means.
The bird should be
I have a friend who wrote about who has a Navy story coming out, and he was talking about two guys, you know, making out in an alleyway in Korea, and I had to keep telling him from 16 different directions.
Both of them are being
At that time in the 80s, that did not happen the way you wrote it.
They said, look, what you need to do is take 3 aspirins.
Your books won't sell if all it takes is for one military person to read your book and call it a lie, and you're done.
Burnt. All right. The next morning, woke up.
Yeah.
They were perfectly normal, but he had pictures of the ship.
I would say before you even approach a veteran, have an idea of what you want to write. Because a veteran isn't a veteran isn't a veteran. We're not interchangeable like that. You know, most of us are very specialized in what we do. And so to really get it accurate, you need to have an idea of what your storyline is. And basic, like the rank structure. You know, there are certain details you can give a character that may be more associated with an officer rank or a enlisted rank, or you can make certain assumptions. You can have someone that's an officer, but you can have an enlisted personnel who could be, you know, sergeant major of the army, and they have influence over the whole, you know, the entire structure. And
I know what I saw.
Hey, yo, my grandpa is a colonel in the Marines.
Close. I'm not talking about dots in the sky all the time and things like that, or what they call satellites and all the other words they use.
Hey, yo, my grandpa's a colonel in the Marines.
You know, get more accurate information so that you can really build a story where, you know, readers can suspend belief about everything else, but you know, you got the details right about your character and the story you're trying to tell. So have some start interviewing people.
Janine, anything?
If I may, include beta readers in those stories.
Yes, later in the process.
Yeah, include beta readers. I think that never has a beta reader been more important than getting a veteran or active duty person's point of view when they read your story. Preferably somebody that's doing what your character is involved in.
Janine, anything you want to throw in on top?
Oh, yes. My call sign is ATIS. It stands for Automated Terminal Information Service. It's a pilot thing. It's really funny, but what it means is I don't stop talking. So you can Google it. It's a real thing. Anyway, my point is, this is a question I get asked a lot, and I actually have a slightly different answer than what everybody else has given. I don't disagree with their answers. I think they're very good answers. But I also think that it really depends on what the person is writing. I have had a lot of friends come to me and say, I'm really scared. I want to write military sci-fi, but I'm not in the military, or I'm a pacifist, or, you know, any number of things. And I'm just like, that's fine. Unless you're going to write about a historical battle, or you're going to write about contemporary times or something in modern history, your Space Marines are your Space Marines. And if you want to call them, if you want to have intermixed rank structure where you've got like a commander and a general and it's all and like that hurts my brain. It makes me twitchy, but like this, your fantasy world, I don't care what you do. You have to create a structure that makes sense for you and for your military. And so what I tell them to do is they need to study history. They need to study the history of warfare, and not just like European history. They need, and I say this recognizing, you know, I have a bachelor's degree in history. I also have a master's degree in history. I was very fortunate that the Marine Corps sent me to Johns Hopkins to get, you know, I studied military strategy and history to become the military strategist that I was. And in that, it furthered my, well, I love history, so I was nerding out over that, but it really furthered my understanding of how much this really drives the fact that the nature of warfare does not change. The character of warfare changes. The way we fight changes, but the nature of warfare, what it is, does not change. It doesn't change
laser
whether
warfare.
you're writing about space aliens who may look like Jello. Warfare is the nature of warfare is the same. They're still trying to kill more of your guys than you're trying to kill their guys, because you're trying to submit them to your will. That is the ultimate point of warfare, dude. And so whether you're writing about space aliens or magic battles in a fantasy world, or you're writing about modern day warfare, the nature is the same. The way they will fight will be different. The character of warfare is different, but ultimately, warfare, it's the same across the ages, the base part of it. So get a good aspect of that. And then, if you can, go walk a battlefield. Like, I studied Gettysburg out the wazoo. I watched the movie. I did everything, but it wasn't until I went with a bunch of Marines and we, no kidding, walked around Gettysburg, and each of us talking about different parts of it and explaining it. Same with Burnside's Bridge when we went down there. Like, I'd read about it and I thought I understood it, and then as I was sitting there looking at it, like, he legitimately tried to lead his guys. Like, no wonder everybody died. Like, they were sitting ducks, like, because you could physically see the battlefield. So, and I'm actually really excited because this May I get to go to Italy to help advise the newest cohort of students going through the program I went through, and help them go through one of the World War II battlefields there as part of like their capstone thing. So I know I sound like a really big nerd right here, and maybe not everybody is going to be as passionate about me, but I guarantee, like, just go outside and walk in nature. Try to imagine what a battle there would be like. And that's just talking about the tactical and the operational aspect of it. We haven't even gotten into like the strategy aspect of it. Anyways, so that's what I tell people. It all depends on what you're trying to write. Unless you're trying to replicate actual history or current events, like writing a story about two men kissing in Korea in the 80s, maybe not publicly. You need to understand what you're writing about. But if you're writing a fantasy world or some sci-fi world, go nuts.
Yeah. If they were in space and they were on the planet, you know, Taiwan, fine. But
cheap thrills.
I find that, especially, you know, we have, as a matter of fact, they actually have their own designation, Iraqi war veterans, and
which it was in the Mayans, yes, like the Egyptians. Believe that.
Desert Storm veterans. I mean,
anything with power was given.
These people all went through
use the word God,
some stuff, and PTSD is a real thing. You just,
which were deities.
You know, if
when the aliens came,
if after you do your research, you need to really make it fiction, like you said. I like the idea of, like, create your own world.
Gary, you had a question?
I really just wanted to piggyback on what Janine was saying, and that is going back to understanding what you're writing, because the military, yes, we all support the war fighters, but there's more than just the warfighter in the service. And so if you're writing about that, you know, of course you want to go back and try to get your details as accurate as possible, depending on whether you're writing contemporary or not, even if you're fictionalizing it, because that's going to help to ground the reader, but also realizing that there are other support corps outside of the warfighter as well when you talk about writing military romance. So it's more than just the warfighters.
That's why I said pick one. I had a friend who wrote, it was a beautiful book, but she had the Army in there, and she had the Marines in there, and she, and I'm trying to remember if it was Navy or Air Force. I think it was Air Force. All these services operate differently because they have a different mission, plain and simple. They, you know,
and
we don't have a bunch of services just because it's a cool thing to do. And you can take people out of the story trying to bring, there isn't such thing as too much realism. You know, pick one, pick a job, and move out from there. You can write stories for the rest of your life. Just pick one, pick a job, and write.
Well, and that kind of goes with where I wanted to go next, which is the idea of getting an understanding that there are different branches of the military, and they all serve different roles. There may be crossovers, there's a lot of different functional, and there's also a lot of jobs within the military by branch, and there's, again, a lot of crossovers. So I was going to start with Jack on this one. So from a branch perspective, because again, you served in a couple of branches, what guidance would you give somebody about the branches you've been in and how that would affect the story?
Well, I mean, there's more crossover now than there used to be. When I deployed as part of Enduring Freedom, I was in a military police unit, and the 2 platoons that I was in were merged with Air Force security forces. We had the same mission, and it literally was, you would have a fire team that could be 2 soldiers and 1 airman. So there is more mixture than it used to be. When I was in the Air Force way back in the olden days when I had hair, very, very separate. So things do change, but yeah, I mean, the missions are different, but at the end of the day, it's protecting the U.S. or serving the U.S.'s mission. It really comes down to the story. If one of the things I would touch back on what we discussed earlier was, it's also going to depend on what timeline you're writing in, because things change. Like I said, they were more separate, but also so does equipment, things along those lines. I've done 30 years in law enforcement. Most of the people I work with are veterans. I've worked with Iraqi veterans, Desert Storm veterans, Afghan veterans. I've worked with Vietnam veterans. I even worked with a Korean vet who was probably one of the toughest people I ever worked with. Some of them had MREs for lunch. Some of them had C-RATs. Some of them had K-RATs. Everything changes. So, you know, look at the timeline as well as the branches, but, you know that, you know, the Army's generally probably going to catch a ride with the Air Force. The Marines are going to catch a ride with the Navy. Not always. Yeah, you take it. But once again,
joking aside, do you know what Marine stands for? My bottom, the A word, rides in Navy equipment.
Okay.
Sir.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, the Marines I work with, none of them were in aviation, right? They usually did floats. So how did they travel the world? They did it on a Navy ship. But that's part of the thing right there. If you're going to do something like that where you're talking about the Marines, what part of the Marines? Would you take a C-130? Would you take a ship? How does it go? So it can't just be, oh, this guy's Air Force, so he flies jets. And I literally, when I get back from, I was fire protection in the Air Force, right? It was basically a firefighter. I was the guy in the big silver suit that went and hosed down the plane that was on fire. I literally had a classmate who couldn't understand that. He's like, so what does the water shoot out of your plane? He thought everybody in the Air Force flew planes. And he wasn't a dumb person. He just didn't have the concept of it. So do more research than simply say, hey, my character was in the Air Force. What did he do? Well, he did Air Force. Well, what? So, you know, look more into it, find out what the MOS is, you know, find out what MOS stands for, and, you know, do the research. And, you know, everything everyone said earlier about who to talk to, how to research was all good stuff. But no, yes, there are differences in the branches, and yes, sometimes they do overlap as well.
Miski?
Oh, sorry. One of my biggest memories, and as a matter of fact, I'm very proud to be the mother of a Marine. But I remember when the towers went down. And I want to say the worst day of my life. I was standing outside on Long Island and I saw an F-15 fly overhead. And I was like, get in the car, we gotta find the radio. Because I knew that an F-15 flying overhead on Long Island meant there was a problem. I knew that because I helped write that war plan. I really can't say anything more than everybody has added. Because if you I don't know how to go any further than you just really have to do your research. You really have to talk to people. I never once was deployed with other airmen. I always had to go out at dark 30 with the Marines because they were usually the first ones in country. And so when my son started talking about shellback, I thought he was crazy. I was like, what do you mean shellback? What are you talking about? But apparently that's a thing that happens when you cross the Mediterranean. So Marines don't always hitch a ride with the Navy because all the Marines I knew flew. And me, I hated planes, I hated flying. I was given flight honors. In other words, I could go up in an AWACS and I turned it down and gave it to somebody else. There are a lot of things that people believe. Being, I was a nurse but I wasn't a nurse on active duty. However, I got to know those men and women, and it's not like MASH on TV. They don't have time for all that craziness that goes on TV, because even if it's not wartime, and I'm one of those vets, I came in between because the things that I was deployed to, the country didn't even know there was fighting going on. Can you imagine my surprise landing in Korea and finding out they were still at war? I was like, wait a minute, the Korean War ended before I was born. What are we doing? But it didn't. So.
Yeah, it's still an armistice.
I'm telling you, and every year in the spring, the Marines get shifted up to the 39th, 49th parallel. The Army goes to Itaewon. Again, we all have our jobs, and then there's little old me having to get in a Jeep in a country where women don't drive and visit all these spaces. So you really have to pick a story. And I guess that's really all I can.
Sierra?
Wow, it's kind of a loaded question, but I really think it goes back to, and I think we all have said this in many different ways, the story you're trying to tell. Depending on what your specialty is, you may have more more partners. If you're working on a joint task force, like if you look at a place like down in Key West, my husband was a SWO, so a surface warfare officer. So they work very closely with the Marines. So if you're structuring a story where, it's on an amphibious ship, then the likelihood of Navy and Marines working, closely together is high. And it's very, very believable. Like, it's going to help you craft a world that readers who are interested in that story can really relate to. It's going to help to ground them in the story. But you also have joint task force. If you work like, if you have a character like mine, where I worked in the hospital, we have all the services that work in not the Coast Guard, y'all, but we have Army providers. We don't do that.
That's Homeland Security, anyway.
They're still a part of our sea service family, right? So you have Navy, Marine Corps, and the Coast Guard. So they're still a part of our family, but when you talk about someone with my background in medical or as a healthcare executive, then you're going to have all the branches working together. If you're at the executive level, of course, you're going to be working with the executives across all those services, including your civilian partners in the community. So it really depends on the nature of the story. But I agree with Jack in that you are seeing, and I hate to say this, but kind of that purple force where you see more and more of us working together.
Yeah.
Yes, because resources are tight, and like you said, we all ultimately, our mission is what? To support and defend, right? The Constitution. So regardless of which service you're in associated with the United States, we all are supporting and defending. And so you'll see more, I think you'll see more of that integration across the services. So I think it's easier now to write a story that may bring more of the services together, just depending on the storyline and the nature of how you have them working together.
Janine?
As I mentioned, I spent my last 2 years in the Marine Corps on the joint staff. So, I mean, we were purple as purple could be. But it was still very interesting to see how, even though my boss was retired Army, the director of where I worked was initially Marine and then Navy, a Navy admiral. And then above that was initially Army, but then became Navy and then became Air Force, and the chairman was Army, but before him was Marine. And in my office mates in the division that the country and the division I specifically worked in, was three other Air Force and another Marine. So it was me and another Marine. And it was very interesting learning things because the Air Force colonel that I worked for would be like, hey, Adis, could you blah, blah, blah? And I'd be like, why are you asking me? Like, you're my boss. Just give me a task and I will do it.
Yeah.
Like, you don't need to ask me for a favor. No.
Yes, I agree.
Air Force. It's like, Air Force.
What was the question? I mean, it's just anything like, hey, Adis, I need you to work on, do you mind working on binders for the chairman? Like, just tell me to work on binders. Like, don't ask me.
Right.
And then the other thing that would happen is particularly during the trials we had over the last couple of years, we were working an alternate work schedule because we could not afford to have everyone in our office get sick. Given
this
the
journey
office we
from
specifically
one
worked
side
in,
of the canyon to
very
the
sensitive.
other is a grueling 20.
So one day it was me and the other Marine, and we were very frustrated about a thing, and we were working on these things that we had to get to the chairman, and we were like rah, 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 and being Marines because there was no other Marines around, so we were just being Marines. And we hear this quiet knock on the vault, and one of the Air Force majors pops his head in. Are you guys okay? And we're like, we're just talking. You're screaming at each other. No, we're not. We're just talking. We're fine. like, this is normal. So it was just, so we might be joint, but I watched even at the highest levels, like I would be sitting, you know, not talking, because I would just be sitting against the wall watching all these 3 and 4 stars of various branches, you know, talking around the table, and you're just like, oh wow, they are talking past each other, or they are talking around each other, or there is some definite like stovepiping of culturalism here, like the army guys are backing the army guys, and the lone sailor is just like whatever, and it was wild. Ultimately the job still gets done, but it was interesting to see how much we are a product of our culture. All that to say is, even if you're writing about space aliens, bear that in mind. You're gonna have
links are in the description below, as well as to
that other Marine I worked with was a grunt, and it was interesting to see because the Air Force guys were all pilots. And so there was a little bit about like Marines versus the Air Force, but then also a little bit of pilots versus the grunt, like, because they would still do pilot talk and be like, hey, it is blah, 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 blah. So, because we will give our little microcultures, we'll do this, but the second you come after us, we'll turn on you and like join forces against. So I will always defend anyone in the military, but I have no problems taking pot shots at them either.
It's like siblings. It really is. You'll fight among themselves, and then you go after the family. Everybody turns on that person.
Can't say anything nasty about any of my siblings or my parents, but I sure can.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's exactly it. And the other thing, you brought up such an excellent point, Janine, and that's that every service kind of has its culture, right? And you do want to be very deliberate about the tone, because depending on which service you're writing about, you want to get it right, because I can tell you this is something where we will get offended. And we will act out. So very much so. The Marines do not ask. The Navy, we do not ask. We give orders, and we expect them to be followed. My son is in the Air Force. He is a different type of...
And the amount of colonels who'd be like, hey, call me so-and-so, and I'd be like, yes, sir.
But it depends on...
You're a lieutenant colonel, it's okay. You can call me by my first name. Yes, sir.
It also depends on what part of the Air Force.
Only the Air Force.
For instance, the Air Force is in itself a college. And so
they do call their barracks dorms.
And we call our barracks dorms. However, as a staff sergeant, I was paid to tell generals no, H no, and, you know, reply again in 30 days for further refusal. However, coming up right behind me could be a tech sergeant from civil engineers, and he'd get his behind chewed off. So it also depended on where you were in the mission. We made our pilots cocky because we wanted them to believe they could fly into bullets and not get hit. Otherwise, think about this. We got a 20-year-old in a $1 million airplane, and we're telling him to fly directly at somebody who's shooting at him. We took this kid out of college. So it ultimately, and the Air Force, out of all the branches, tends to get painted with one brush a lot. I was fortunate. I got to see much more of the Air Force. Usually, whatever your MOS or AFSC is, that's kind of where your focus stays for your 20 years. I came to learn that all Marines are not grunts, and they don't all work on the beach. You know, as a matter of fact, a very young Marine kept me from getting killed in Korea. I came to learn that everybody in the Navy isn't sailing on a ship. Who knew? So one of the things that will sort of twist my knickers is when somebody is writing and they perpetuate a myth. In the MM community, the same person that was writing a Navy story, he says, well, my friend told me you go into the Navy straight, but when you come off a float, you're definitely gay. And I said, please introduce me to this man and then get out of my way. Because my father was Navy and he didn't go down one way and come up another. And, because I got to work with different branches at a time when I'm trying to be careful. At a time when there was a need for us to start learning to coexist. I took offense at that. So, one of the things I think I want new writers to know is don't perpetuate the myth. Don't assume because somebody said it.
Down south girls better do it when you nice. Down south girls better do it when you nice. Make that thing clap. Do it when you nice. Make that thing clap. Do it when you nice. Make that thing clap. Do it when you nice. Down south girls better do it when you nice. Make that thing clap. Do it when you nice. Make that thing clap. Do it when you nice. Make that thing clap. Do it when you nice. Down south girls better do it when you nice.
Meow. 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 Meow.
And I basically was like, excuse you, and was like, just because I'm not ranting and raving, just because things happened a bit more quietly for me, because I was not publicly suffering, because this is how it was affecting me and my life, and my view of the world was completely changed and skewed. Like, this is very real. And so once they got that and they realized, oh, you wrote about yourself, because I didn't tell them that, they were like, okay, let's and so we worked together and we got the story to where it wasn't boring, and I could see their point. And it was a much better story for it. But initially they just dove right in with like, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. I'm like, you can tell a combat vet her PTSD story is wrong. Okay. So that is a very long way of me saying, as we've said over and over and over again, don't broad brush anything, okay?
Kiara, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing that, Janine, because you've raised a very important point, and that is reader expectation and the face of PTSD. And y'all, this is in literature. The face of PTSD.
this is kicking off. We're going to have a private Facebook group. We're going to meet once a month for an hour and a half. Lunch is provided. And we're just going to really practice our purpose for our message. It's just, and if I have more than 15, I'll do another group. But that is women that want to speak, want a platform to speak. I will give them this opportunity to practice, to build their confidence to do it. Yes, and then my second one, my masterminds class.
Is that she liked the background I used on the mukbang.
What was that? You know what that
That
background
was
was?
our genie lamp.
Oh, our genie lamp.
There it is.
Yeah, I like that one.
Yeah.
Anyway, today's a 9-day. You know, endings and beginnings.
All right.
So good cleanup day. So if you're going to clean that closet or clean out that silverware drawer or the junk drawer, now's a good day to do it.
Yeah. And while we're saying hi to people, before we get too far into the show, let's say hi to
And
those
yes,
that in on the archives and watch
plaintiff
our show later on, because a lot of people do that. And we're getting some good comments
There's a
from
lot
them.
of working.
Yep.
Got kids.
Solving.
And they just listen to it when they have time, which is cool.
Yes. Yes. Oh, she says it looked like the beach in Punta Cana.
Oh.
Well, which one was that?
Maybe out there we can't remember what we did 3
Oh,
days ago.
it was up here.
You got me. I don't remember. I don't remember yesterday, let alone last Saturday.
That's not the one, is it, Dorothy? No, that can't be it.
No.
I may have changed that one, not have it in here right now.
I thought it was the Magic Land stuff. What do I know? I'll have to go back and look at the archive.
Yeah, I think we used that.
We didn't have an archive on that thing, did we?
No.
Doggone it. Anyway.
So.
Anyway, I'm glad you enjoyed it, whatever it was.
I can't remember what it was.
So,
it's a beach picture.
Did your card, did it prove out for you this week?
Yes. My room card that I pull every week on every show, and it tells us the theme, and it appears pretty much true for us, and I hope it works for you guys. Between last Saturday and today, we had the
And
theme
you call them out and you stand your ground, you know, because this is stand your ground state. You can stand your ground, and we believe in that here, you know, over here. And
I mean, this is America, my friend. You should be able to stand your ground anywhere.
That's what it was. So you pulled the card.
It doesn't matter. I mean, in some states you can, though.
Stand your ground wherever you are.
We'll pull a card for today.
Okay.
And the theme will be this between now and Saturday.
Now and Saturday. Does it take effect today when I pull it?
Life, love people. You only get one life, and the people you love. When you never know when that time is.
Short too.
Very
time
short.
is short too, honey. Very
time
short.
is against us. Time is against us.
Nice.
All
All
right,
here we go,
Much
guys.
love.
Let's get
All
back
right,
out
I'm
there.
out.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Let's fight it.
Thank
Let's
you,
go.
everyone. I will
Things are gonna
see y'all
progress.
later.
Movement changes,
Have a good
progress,
evening.
and
Bye. Thanks, everybody.
Things will move forward. Things will take shape. Things you could get involved in, you just need to say, just take part, go for it. Things will move forward with or without you, so you might as well be a part of it and have your say in it. Okay? So
Okay, well, let's see how that goes.
yeah. So especially with my bowling tonight. See how that works. But we got a topic
Does
today.
that mean that you're going to listen to what I tell you to do?
Maybe.
Well, remember, you're supposed to let's take what's going to move forward.
Our topic today we're going to talk about is integrity amongst psychics. Okay, and we'll get into that in a little bit. But I just want you to know, stay tuned, because if you're looking or ever look for a psychic to do a reading, psychic/medium, there are certain things that you should or shouldn't look for.
I got a screenshot.
And you may or may not want to have. So we're going to kind of help you
chat.
along
I don't
with
even
that
know who chat. It was
process
just
a
that
little
one
bit, make
comment.
it a little easier
It
for
said
you.
the tugboat is going down.
It's
Bitch,
not that
you
hard,
could never.
but it's just that there's things
Okay.
that a lot of
Let me
people
explain.
don't realize or recognize, and that they should take part in when it happens. So
I think one of the craziest things that I see people do is they just take for granted what they're saying. And you got to use your gut feelings. I hate that word.
you sound low here.
Oh, sorry. You got to use your ability to say, that just don't sound right. I don't feel right. You know, pay attention to that. And, you know, don't give up your own right to think and do what you want to do. You know? So just keep that. Oh, JM's on. Happy food.
JM, yay. Yeah. Yeah, it's so there's just, don't accept things as somebody tells you something that it's going to happen, or
or it has to be done that way.
Right. And you need to consider different things. Okay. So, I would just say give it some time here, and realize that there's things when you talk to a psychic that you should be looking for or be aware of, and we'll get into that in a few minutes.
Yeah.
But so anyhow, in the meantime,
we said our hellos.
We said our hellos. So let's have your affirmations for today.
Since yeah. Okay. Now think about this. Being a 9-day, that's all about endings and beginnings. Clean up, get rid of the old, get ready for the new. Now think about what that means.
That's right.
You don't give up. You don't go back to square one.
Okay, funny
That's what we meant.
Change things on the fly.
That's right. Be in the now and go for it. That's what I say. I'm amazed I can even say anything. Anyway.
Crystal says hi, and JM says she missed the mukbang again.
Yeah, no, you're not a loser. You were doing something else important.
You lost out, but you're not a loser. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, if you stumble, make the, what did it say? Make
it part of the dance.
Make it part of the dance. That's right. Just carry on, keep it on. How many times?
Nobody knows what the plan was except you.
How many times have we been speaking to groups of people, and we make a mistake, but we realize that we missed something or made a mistake, but we didn't worry about it or flounder. We just kept on going and made it part of the talk. So,
I don't think I've ever done that.
You never made a mistake? Probably not.
I've caught you at several. Yeah. That's why I'm here. Catch you up.
All right, so let's talk about your stone of the day before we get into psychic readings.
So now the stone is
esta revolución.
There's so much to say about this stone, and I might let you talk out of it. I'm just getting the particulars today, okay? And for some reason, I want to.
All right, thank you. I'm very glad as well. So just to open the discussion, and since I have the experience of
hagstone is a stone, and I'm going to really
it better understands the ways in which these groups operate, the challenges they pose to state security forces, and the potential strategies that can be used to counter their actions.
And what they are, they're a stone, as the picture skips putting up there. It has a natural hole.
So, yeah, there you go, Joe Black. Just pretend that I'm in a poorly dubbed kung fu movie.
You know, like if a river's running over a rock over a period of time, it's going to work its way
There's a
right
spirit
through
attachment.
a stone, and that is
Yeah,
what it is.
yeah, I looked into all of that stuff. Demons, angels, spirit attachment,
Those are hagstones.
channeling,
that's
like I
what name
said.
that they call them. They also call
There's
them
a weird
fairy
connection
stones
and overlays and bleed throughs, I
Yeah,
guess.
adder stones.
Because a lot of this stuff, I really wanted to understand it. Because people who are having UFO sightings
Hi,
and
John John.
onboard experiences, really.
Oh, baby.
We're talking about a wide variety of
Oh, I love
paranormal events. Past life recall, healing, psychic healing,
right?
Love you.
Levitation, even human levitation. I had a family friend who described physically levitating as a little girl, and I just could not believe it. And asked everybody. And I got a lot of eye rolling, but I found another family friend of a friend really, who described that experience and ended up doing research and found out, yeah, there is such a thing as human levitation. Absolutely.
It's interesting. You hear about extraterrestrials, you hear about telepathy quite often and telepathic communication. So I'm wondering if
maybe someone who's really much, getting into removing and all this other stuff is in some ways they're opening up the channel to that. So that
It's the feminine, it's your intuitive approach and it's the feminine, and I love, everyone should go and watch these films, they're fantastic, and come and see you there.
And before we play the video right now, Ken, I would love for you just to list off all your documentaries really quick, because honestly, every one of your documentaries are the best in the class of that as a documentary. Like Superhumans, and the amount of like the graphics you have in there, the visuals you have in there, the information you have in there, the approaches you take, they're all just really beautiful. So whoever's tuning in that wants to put them on the playlist, go ahead and tell them what you have.
Yeah, I think the three main one, and they're all evergreen, it's like the topic is forever relevant. And people who have watched it once watch it again, and they say, oh my God, I learned more stuff, or I saw more things. And so this is the type of documentary, because the consciousness behind it is multidimensional and unfolding. So I would say the first one to watch is Superhuman, The Invisible Made Visible. That's available again everywhere, Amazon. People can go to superhumanfilm.com for that one. A Tear in the Sky, the Wormhole Discovery, first ever scientific expedition, not studying footage, expedition conducted with real scientists and experts. A Tear in the Sky.com, and also Among Us, which brings it more to the personal connection to who we really are, how we are related to our cosmic friends, how the interactions actually works. The downloads, the DNA upgrades, all of that, even crop circles. There's also, I talk about hybridization and things like that. So all of this is in this newly released movie, Among Us, and the website is amongus.movie.com.
Was that the first? What was the first movie you did that was before Superhuman?
Yeah, so E.T. Contact and Among Us were the same raw footage, and so what happened was I released one version of it temporarily. It was kind of a distribution issue, like problems like that, and then it was a short release, and now it's
all right, let's see what it shows us.
All these cases started lining up in my mind. So the people who are being healed, and this is true for people who are being contacted in general, are doing good work for humanity. So you see lots of doctors, nurses, social workers, environmentalists, animal and human rights activists, teachers, musicians even, inventors, police officers. So it's a loose pattern, it's not hard and fast. But it turned up enough. Wow, look at this. This is interesting.
Wow, that is so cool. I love that.
Yeah, you know what I like about that? Just as I think it points towards sort of the ET agenda. Because there's a lot of fear surrounding the subject, confusion, honestly a lot of disinformation. There's an ET threat narrative being put forth by our governments, and the media sort of capitalizes on that. And it's not true. It's not supported by the evidence. Not to say that people don't have traumatic and scary experiences. They do. The fear is largely coming from them. ETs, as a general rule, when they contact stuff, they'll say these same things. Don't be afraid. Have no fear. I'm not here to hurt you. No harm will come to you. Some variation of that. The onboard experience follows a pretty set pattern, which was outlined long before I came to the field. Actually, there was a guy, Thomas Bullard, a folklorist, initially, and a UFO researcher who was 330 cases he analyzed. He said, yeah, this is what happens. You're taken on board, you're physically examined, you're given messages. Those are also pretty positive. And that aimed towards helping us. Messages like warnings against nuclear proliferation, about the dangers of pollution, the ways violence degrade Ukraine. And then they'll take you, this is so interesting to me, they take you for a tour of the craft. It happens more often than you would think. There's a lot of people talk about, oh, all I really remember is being physically examined, and the scariest fact, I've missing time, and I didn't like it at all, and it's really upsetting, I got the scar. This is what a lot of people will talk about. Those who don't have that fear, who aren't like paralyzed on the table, and don't necessarily have missing time, but at some point will remember. And this is what they describe, getting these messages, getting a tour of the craft. They take you up to the observation deck, usually the top of the craft, not always, anywhere. And the walls all turn transparent.
I'm blown away by that,
Interesting
Carolyn.
how consistent
We're
this
gonna
is.
watch
They don't
it.
have like windows with frames usually.
So Caroline, you're taking people to the next level as far as awakening their minds, like whether they've ever heard about ETs or suspected. You're
several cases where people were taken to see
new possibilities into their consciousness.
Right?
Beautiful. You want to talk about how
so
cool. Want this film to affect people in other
another
ways
reason
too?
I've come to really believe that
Yeah, I
this
mean,
is
already
not
the
a
people who
nefarious
have
experience at
seen
all.
it, you know, they send me messages, you know, on social media and emails, and they say exactly what I was hoping they would say, that it awakens a remembrance. You know, they watch this and they remember, you know, beings that they saw when they were kids. They remember themselves having come in contact with a being. You know, it awakens the memory of their own, who they really are, you know, their own experience. So that's what I'm hoping this film will do. Like I said, it brings it back to the individual. Also, it talks a lot about telepathy and downloads, and you know, a lot of people talk about that. You know, all of a sudden they start downloading some Palladian entity. How does that work? You know, how is that possible? So we talk about that in the film as well. And you know, it's easy for me to talk about these types of things in conferences because it happened to me since I was a child, with, you know, coming in contact with my own lineage. See, it's not a coincidence that you come in contact with a Palladian or a Grey or whatever. It's very relevant to who you are, to your purpose, and what you're supposed to be doing with this information. So the more conscious you are, the more it's going to bring to you that validation, and also remind you of the next steps of what you have come to do. So this is not just the curiosity thing. This is about real transformation, real self-realization, for you to really awaken to where you have come from, what you have come to do.
Would you say that talking to the audience in San Diego, you transmit, there's a transmission there? Is that something you can say?
Yeah, that's another thing, is that the more you do this work, you become aware of your own energy. And so, for example, now I speak, you know, from my human mind, I'm speaking human language. But, you know, when you do enough of this work, you're conscious of who you are, your larger consciousness, and that starts to come through. And that's how people who are just open to receiving, who will not just hear the information intellectually, but they will feel the energy of the higher consciousness, which is connected to the universe source. And so it's the energy behind what I'm saying that will trigger this awakening, you see.
You know, and I have a feeling you're doing this conference so that this can be brought through all of us, that you're calling in that tribe of gathering people together.
maintaining our
their
DNA.
work.
That's one of the main
So just
purposes
hearing
for onboard
where you
experiences.
come from,
All
the
about healing.
consciousness you already
Healing is
have
such a
here,
big part of it.
really makes me realize we're putting out a
So
call
many people come
to
away
all of us who are
feeling like
connected
they do
with
have the
these
ability to heal.
extraterrestrials, with these presences, with
Very
disclosure
tremendous.
itself.
And that's definitely not known as well, at least on a mass level.
Doing live
the
conferences,
side
you know,
of it,
maybe you want
because
to
of the
jump in and
variety of
say
media,
the
because of
effect
shows,
of live
which aren't
conferences. This
necessarily
is great,
bad,
the
but
seeing Karen, the
again,
hearing, but
it's true.
like
Even well, it's
simply
true.
being in the same place.
Yeah,
Those
exactly.
that are
The thing is,
helpful,
you
save
feel the
people's
energy
lives,
differently.
televised
You know, I'm
as well.
I'm very happy sometimes people
more of
email
the,
me and text me
fear
and
aspect,
say, you know, when you do an
that's
online
hard.
thing, oh my God, you know, this was amazing
We do have a lot
meditation.
of
Da,
fear,
da, da.
don't we?
But in
We do.
person,
I
it's
get it. My
tenfold,
mom passed
hundredfold,
away
you
in
know,
1984,
because you're
just
literally
sort of a way
in
that I started to
the
get
energy
involved
that's
with her.
coming
I think
through.
she
So
was
that's
good.
why this is so important.
I started having
And
dreams
when
and lucid
several
dreams, and
of
that led to
us
out-of-body
come to the
experiences.
one
But I was
location,
so filled with
this is
fear
where everything gets
at that time.
amplified. And each person is bringing their own
Lost it with
signature,
my-
their own
I just-
energy.
I can't do
So
the
think
same.
about like
And I just
whatever
left
you may
fear
be
behind and
looking for,
realized that the
you will
universe is
find,
essentially
you
safe.
know, because everybody brings
What's the worst
that
that can happen?
information in
There's
their own way.
pain, and
Yes.
loss, and
Yeah,
these
yeah,
sort
I
of
love your
things,
work because
unpleasantness.
it really makes it more palatable
And
for
death is a
people,
lie.
you know? And
We look into
it also
life
brings
after
in
death.
the
Evidence
consciousness,
for
it
that
brings
is
in the linearity
comes
and the
down.
secular
Yes.
nature at the same time.
Yeah,
You know,
we're
like
immortal
both
beings.
left
There's
and
no
right
doubt
brain.
about it.
And for a lot of people that aren't
Yeah,
in
there's
this
just
awareness
so much,
already,
and there's
we're in
like
this
great
world of
evidence for
linearity and
reincarnation
analytical
now.
mindset
Even though
that really
sometimes
should
people
bring
still
these
try to
people over to
poo-poo
the
it,
heart,
there's always
just
going
like
to be those
myself. I was
closed
like
minded
super into
skeptics.
math
And
and
you know,
science.
if that makes them happy, they're going to
Appeasing
be
the
in
linear
the
mind
room where
by
I think they
proving
are,
to them
actually.
through this like,
Because
you know,
there's so
this
many
series
cultures
of
and so much newer,
evidence that's
even
coming out really
scientific
will help them
studies and
understand what's
evidence,
going
so
on.
that
So
to sort of
I feel
placate
that's what you
people
do a
that,
lot with most of
you know,
your,
I
well,
like
all your
science, but I
documentaries,
don't
really,
think it's
right?
the
Would you say?
only way to have evidence personally.
Yeah, exactly.
I think
You know, it's like we keep
anecdotal
hearing, you
stories
know, we're
across
connected,
cultures
we're interconnected.
are evidence because there's
your
so
mind
many of them.
creates and all of that.
And
So
like we were talking about
it's one
before,
thing
once
to
you've had your own
say and
experience,
talk about
even
these
after
things, and
having
a whole
experienced
different thing to
ego saying,
show,
"Did it really
to
happen?"
validate
It's
and
like,
show
I've had enough really
scientifically
bizarre,
how
even some things I
it
still
is
don't know what they were. I
done.
was going to tell you one
It's
thing.
not
I think I
woo-woo
might
stuff.
have seen an
Look
alien,
at the
but I'm not
evidence.
even sure it was.
So how do you do that?
It was in the Hudson
bring
area, which I didn't know at
live
the time.
scientific
But had a lot of
experiments
activity.
for the
and I
people
think it
to
was in
see
the
for
early 90s where there was
themselves
that
when you
second
say your
Woodstock
mind
concert,
is
not
going
the one
to
after
change
that
the
was kind of
pH
a
of
mess.
water
And I'd
or
gone to
change
the
your
concert,
body, you know, we
and
hear
I
that.
was
That's very
going
nice.
to pick up
But
my
when you
stuff
see
in
it on
Saugerties,
camera,
it
that
was
just
about
through
5
your
p.m.
intention under
and I had an
scientific
upsetting time with some
methods,
friends, so I'd been
your
crying.
mind is
But I
literally
wasn't on any
moving the
drugs,
needle
and
up.
I looked at this
You know,
car, and there was this
for the
strange
pH of
white,
water, or the
tiny
DNA
creature
sample,
just sitting
or whatever,
on
or
the
moving
car,
an object.
looking at me.
You know, again,
It was
under
not very
scientific
big,
methods,
and it
not just
scared me so
random.
bad.
Like,
I
hey,
just
this is a
screamed. I was
coincidence.
all by myself.
You
I
know,
screamed
then
and ran in the house
you're
and got the dog.
it brings validation,
The
like
dog
all
will
of
help
these
me somehow.
concepts out there.
And then it was gone.
So that's
but
why I feel like
really
I
and I
go
wasn't,
you know,
I wasn't
to
really even
the
into
next
the UFOs.
level
I was very
of
through my spiritual
validating
practice.
all of these
I was really into
concepts
Buddhism
in through the
but
film.
even the psychic stuff, I
Yeah,
wasn't.
you're
really
making a
full to
bridge
me.
between the
But
science
I'll never
and
forget
the
it because it
meta
was
science
clear.
or the
It was
metaphysics.
almost like a little transparent, but it was definitely not like
So
a ghost
Priscilla asked a
thing.
question that
And it
probably
had
doesn't
some
apply to
ground
you, but
to
she
it.
asked, have you ever
Face.
lost
It was all
family or
kind of white,
friends due to
and
the
maybe
gift that you
it was
have
about
been
the
blessed
city
with because they didn't believe you?
And
Well, I
that's
don't
the
have
only time
friends
I
with
saw
that,
anything,
but
and it did freak me
I don't have those kind of friends, but what that's
interesting.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, yeah, like what you just said. Sometimes they just stop interacting, but it's kind of a natural thing. So I don't know if I would call it loss. I feel like as you focus more on your purpose and your message and who you are, what you're here to do, I think in a normal, natural way, those who are not aligned will gradually kind of gravitate towards something else, but a lot of those who are will come even closer to you, even family members, even friends. So, I wouldn't worry or focus on loss. I would say, wow, this is who I am. And I'm attracting exactly what resonates with me to amplify, to enhance my message. That's what I would have.
What are life beings?
And we gain a new family because
well, it's interesting because
Portal to
what we're looking
Ascension,
at
the way
in
I
terms
feel,
of
and I'm
entities
all these
are
conferences,
a
we
wide
have an
variety.
extended family around the
And
world.
we see
And when people
grays,
come
of
together,
course,
they feel
a
really
lot.
supported.
Certainly in the media,
And
a
what
lot
the
of
heck
people
is a
report
portal?
people
You know,
with
we
short
are
guys.
actually all
But
together
those praying
going
mantis
through a
types,
portal to
those human
this new
ones that look
state,
just
so
like
we can
us,
support
which
each other.
all kinds of
Yes, we
implications.
may
Little
lose
blue
lower
beings
friends and
and
family that are
glowing light
at a
beings
lower
are
frequency, but
fairly commonly
we still
reported.
have a mission of
Is
our
it
own.
almost always the human way, almost without exception.
And also, I think there's a problem with
It goes
programming.
beyond that.
We are
I mean, there
programmed
are, of
to
course,
think
Bigfoot,
that,
which
you know,
are
because
real.
you're
If you look
born
into
in a
it,
specific
do your
family,
homework, and I think you'll be surprised.
that you have
But
to
look
kind
at the
of
fairy tale of
be
Ireland.
close or whatever, you know, with
Which
the
kind of
father,
faded
the mother,
away
or the
in the
siblings, no
21st
matter
and
what,
20th centuries.
even though
But
there
it's
is no
still
connection
going
and
on.
there
I've
is
talked to
no,
people who have seen
you know,
that,
alignment
you
or
know,
resonance
in
whatsoever.
this lifetime.
But then the guilt
There
and
are
the
modern
confusion
cases
and
of
the
this.
programming
And
kicks
it's
in. But
very
perhaps we
interesting because
chose
you go
this
through culture
family that is
to
so
culture, you'll see a
different
wide
than
variety
us
of
to allow us to discern,
supernatural
like,
entities,
wow,
all
this
kinds,
person,
not just ETs.
you know, let's say very religious or
So I
very
really wonder
whatever,
about
without
that.
judging,
I
you
think
know,
the
it's
absolute
just
wall
not
in terms
who
of
I
UFO
am.
phenomena. A
So
lot
I
of stuff
have to
does get put under
choose
the UFO
to
umbrella that
either
probably doesn't belong
be
there.
and discover who I am,
I'm 100%
or just keep
convinced
kind of
that
tugging,
we
you
are
know,
being
keep
visited
like
by
trying to
people like
convince
us.
or trying to
Really a lot like us, but
ask
from
for
other planets.
approval. You know what I
Honestly,
mean?
they're
Keep that
biological
because
beings
of the
in
programming
metallic
that,
craft
hey, you're supposed
that
to
are
because
landing
it's a
here and leaving
family
landing
member or this
traces
or
and
that.
taking
And you
people
bring
up,
your
and they're not in their
vibration
homes,
down.
and people
That's
are
what's
looking for
great.
them.
Exactly.
This is not a
That's what will be
psychological experience
happening.
by
A
any
great thing
means.
that'll be happening in San
It's
Diego is that
real,
we'll
and I
be
think
there with your
it
new
is
family, folks.
extraterrestrial,
You'll
a lot
be
of
there
it.
with people at a
Yeah, that is
frequency
amazing when they're gone
where
and then
they
they come back.
understand
And I
you.
know
If
some
you're the
people
only
don't
one
come
in your
back, so
family
I
that
also started
and they
thinking
don't
like
know what you're
how
talking
many
about,
missing people
join
are
us in San Diego so
basically
you can be
abducted for whatever
people
reason and never
who
returned. If that's
understand your
possibly some
level of
of them could
thinking
be
because
ET or
these are
Yo, yo, yo.
right
Yes,
here.
exactly. And if they do know
Yeah,
what you're
well,
talking
I
about,
should
Bing
tell
goes
you
a
bong.
long
that
way.
there's a guy who does a
Can you
lot of
imagine
research into that,
your
David
family with
Paulides,
Joan of Angels?
and he's
That
become very
was
well
the
known
step,
because
a step
people
in
are
the
now
right
realizing
direction.
So
there are a
We
lot
have
of missing
another
people,
question for you,
which
Carolyn.
clearly do
I'm
have
very
a
interested
number
to
of
know if the
explanations.
remote viewing
Everything from
meditation
runaways
activities
to,
get more
I mean, some really
more
nefarious
easy
government
or
stuff
some
and
form of benefit when
trafficking
done
and
on delay
what have
lines.
you.
So
I
can
think
you
some are
ask the,
probably ET.
we don't call
There
them,
was,
I don't call them aliens.
and
Can
I
you
think it's
ask our
probably
star
benevolent.
family
I
that?
mean, there was a lady
Yeah.
in Maine that I
Yeah,
interviewed.
so I talk
She
a
had
lot
ET
about
contact,
Alan.
and
We
ETs
did
told her all
a
kinds of
few
stuff. It was so interesting.
talks about the
They said,
planetary
you
grid.
need to tell people to
And
stop
so
eating so
even
much
on my
meat.
YouTube channel, you can go to
It's
my
not
YouTube
necessary to
Bing
channel. I
bong.
did the
survive.
video
They told her
about the
that they've
planetary
been
grid. The
contacting
planetary
humanity for
grid explains
eons, and that a lot
more
of what
than
we
just the
thought were
ley
angels
lines.
were
It
really them.
explains how your
They said,
geographical
we
location
need to tell people to
on
stop
the
putting
earth
out the
is
greed and
within a
negativity you're putting out
network
because you're going to destroy
of
your society.
wormholes,
We
basically,
had that
you know,
problem.
network of
You're on that
mini
road.
black holes.
They told her
And
that
these, so
they
it's
had
above
been
you, below
upgrading the
you,
genetics
know,
of
there's more
humans
description
and
in my courses.
animals. And
So the
this was
point
interesting to me,
being,
dogs
when
and
you
cats
are in a
in particular
geographical area
would help boost
that
their
has a
emotional
specific
intelligence to better
connection
interact with humans.
that you're like right under or
Yeah, I
close
thought that
enough
was
to
weird because,
one of
you know,
these
dogs and cats are
wormholes
so close
that
to
allow
us
communication,
and
then of
very
course you're
much
going to
have
have
that range of
much
emotions like
easier
humans.
things
But they
flowing
did tell her people
to
should go
you.
missing missing from this
So
planet.
yes,
It's
this has
being
a lot
done
to do
by
with
us
it.
for the universal
However,
good.
as you train
So
yourself,
that fits in there.
you can be anywhere, and
Real
that's the
quick,
idea.
one other
Your
I'll try to be
brain is
quick.
capable. So, for example,
But this
I
is a
can
case that's
now,
interesting.
wherever I
A
am,
guy I interviewed
tap into a
had
specific
gone out with a
point
group of 6 of
above
his
the
friends.
North
They
Pole.
were
I'm
all
not going to go
teenagers and
live
up to
there
22 years
to
old,
be over the
19,
ley
20, that
line.
age,
You know what I mean? To be
into
able
the
to
high
do
desert
that.
of
So, but you have to
California, where they'd
train
spend
your
weekends
brain,
at
and
one of their
that's the
cabins.
work that I do.
And one guy, Paul is
Is
his name, went missing
basically
one night. We're like,
reprogram,
oh my God, we have to send out a search
reconfigure your
party for
brain
Paul. He had taken a
structure
walk.
to become
This was
coherent with
a rural
space-time
area, right?
itself, which is
So we're
this
like, well,
network
let's go find him. He comes
of
walking in. He's like, guess what,
information
guys?
beyond the
I
ley
came
lines.
upon
The
this
ley
landed
lines are
UFO,
on the
and there was
ground,
ETs,
so
and
it's
they
very
looked almost
linear.
exactly like
And I'm
us. They
talking
were
about
really
a
nice. Their ship
multidimensional
was
above you,
clean. They
below
wore
you,
white
in all
suits. They said they're
directions.
studying this area.
I
and
hope you
so
talk
forth.
about that in
He says
San
they invited
Diego
me
a
to go
little
with
bit
them
because
permanently.
when people got a lot of great comments when
And
you
everyone's
talked
like,
about the
"You're
link
kidding me,"
between
you
the
know.
brain,
And
the grid,
the guy I
lifting the
interviewed, who
old
was there,
matrix off, and maybe you should
knew
do
this guy
a
pretty
movie
well.
about
Knows
that. I
he's
don't
not
know,
the
but
kind of
it's
jokey
very
guy,
exciting.
and could
Well,
clearly tell you he's
actually, I
telling the
will
truth and
talk
got all
about
these
that
details.
in the conference.
And he's
That's
like,
the
yeah, they
first thing.
invited me to go with them. And I
And
didn't
this
want to go
animation,
'cause
I
wasn't
just
ready,
realized,
but they
is
said,
in the new movie
if you're
Among
interested,
Us.
we're gonna be back
And
here
it
next
talks
year
about the
at this
connection
date.
between the brain. So everybody
And
should
long
watch
story
this
short,
movie Among
you know,
Us.
he went
So you
back.
can go to
1 year later, he quit his job. He gave all his stuff
and
away.
look at, you know, all the
And the guy
different
interviewed
ways to
Tony's.
watch it,
So you
and you will
plan on going with
see
them? And Paul's
the
like, you know,
animation
I
of
don't
this
know. I
planetary
might.
grid and
He
how the
did,
brain
apparently,
is
because they
actually
found he didn't come
geometrically
back.
aligned.
Wow.
Yeah,
Tony
for
and
sure.
other friends and
You know,
Paul's
I mean,
parents
you can
drove
take the
up
Neil John, but I just
to
want
this
to go back
cabin,
to
and there
that
was
question
Paul's
about
car, keys were
family
in
and
it,
friends and
no sign
losing
of
them.
him. They never
Because
found him.
in
It was
this book, you actually,
big
in your
deal, you know,
essay,
missing
your comment,
person's
you actually
case. The
say
police
it
were
was your
called,
family
and everyone told the police,
arguing
well,
at
this is what
Christmas
Paul said.
that
You
let you
know?
see these other levels of
I
reality.
honestly
You want
think
to
he
talk about
was.
that
That's
briefly? It's a
amazing.
great
That is
story.
real. I've never heard a story like that.
Yeah, yeah. When I was younger,
it's
I was
amazing.
5
I've
years
heard
old,
others.
and I remember
have.
it was Christmas
So
because
I
my
think that does
human
happen.
family, they were like,
That's
you
neat
know,
that he had
doing
a
stuff
year to
like
think
Christmas
about it.
tree and gifts and
Yeah,
I don't know,
that's
dinners or whatever.
awfully nice.
And
Yeah.
I was
I mean, on the
looking
spot,
at
it
them,
might be a
and they
little
were like
tricky to decide
arguing.
one
They're,
or the other.
you know, well, you forgot this,
So,
or where
I mean,
did you
it
put
definitely would
this,
be. I
or
mean,
you know,
I
all.
don't know. That could be pretty exciting.
So,
Sort of
so
like
that
to me, it's
that's
almost
when
like Doctor
I
Who
could
coming in
feel
and
the
saying, "You want to come on my
energy of
time
my
travel
human
machine?" And I'd be
family
like, "Sure."
at a very young
Christmas
age, and I
time.
and
Yeah,
I
but
started
he could bring you
feeling
back
like,
though, so that's the
oh my
difference, and it could be
God,
the
like
same time.
humans, they don't know
Yeah, well,
to
people do get to take
how
all
to
kinds of
love
rides
each
on board
other
UFOs.
because
You
they
could
keep,
sign
you know,
on
I'm
with the
5
men
years
or
old,
not? The
so
word abduction
you know,
is
and
medicinal.
so because they're
And I know
like
that there are
yelling at
many
each other,
experiencers out
and
there who
isn't
feel
it
this was
today
involuntary.
the day to
I am not
about
so
love?
sure that
So I was
that's
like
true. Having
thinking
interviewed so many
this
people,
way as I was
most of them at some
observing
point
them
will
behave,
come around
and it's
to
exactly
realize
at
this is
that
not
moment
nefarious, it's not
that
negative.
I had
And
this
that was obviously a
huge
very
separation, so to
pro-Putin.
speak.
That was a
These
pro-Putin
groups
movement.
of beings
But they
that
didn't
showed
take it off
up,
him. They didn't stop him from doing it.
And there was the
it was
other
such
tennis
a
star, I believe, who wrote
wasn't there a
Victory for
swimmer too
Ukraine.
that had-
Well, this
It was
Russian
like
was
pure,
pro-Ukraine
pure, pure,
and had denounced the war and
unconditional
wrote on their
difference. And I just merged with this energy, and I was like,
you call yourself.
this is how it's
This
supposed
field
to
is separate
feel.
from semantic
Not like
disaster
that.
from day one.
Not like what's
UFO, what does that
happening,
even mean?
you know, around the Christmas tree or whatever.
Now, do you
It's
think the recent
that is
disclosures of some of the
so
documents is
because
helping
of
at
the
this point? Or is it
monitor
not full
financial
disclosure, or
market
they're
trading
still
kind of
and
gravitated
detecting
Roberto Martinez.
and I
You think it's helping at
understood it
all?
more.
Oh my God, John, you see
what that is
Chat
about,
GPT,
where
right?
it came from, who I
Because you have
was,
all the
and the whole
information. So
story.
it
People
is
should
Roberto
you know,
Martinez.
and also I talk about it on
You
my
can share with the
channel
audiences how the
It's brought
government
a
creates
lot of
this
more
value.
people's interest.
Yeah, absolutely.
Smoking a lot of people
Actually,
there's
right
something going
now,
on.
I love
we
your
have
line when you say when
different
they're
content
arguing.
services,
What does this have to do with
Congressional
solutions.
hearings that we had, I watched very closely as
Yeah.
it occurred. And
Yeah, and as a
I
5-year-old,
think
it's
that
interesting
TV
because I don't know if I'm 5 years old, but
your
it was
narrative
such
on it.
a kind
This
of
is dangerous for national
revelation.
security.
Like, wow, like
Really?
bickering
These
and
guys who have been around
stuff,
for
and then it
thousands of years
didn't
before
make
humanity
sense
even,
with the purpose of the gifts,
they
and it's like
wanted
this
to take over
holy,
Big Pope is my homie.
thing
That's
around
fair.
it. So
They were
it was
have we ever shot
interesting.
at them?
So
Big
the
Pope is my homie
contrast
G.
is so massive between real unconditional love and human love.
Where we did
We
shoot
all notice, by the way,
Oi,
and
the
that's
real
part
big
of all
bum.
of our wake up, which is when we start to
5 people
notice
died
that there's such a
from
discrepancy,
falling debris
and
heart
that's part of
attacks
moving
and
into the
car
higher
accidents and
consciousness.
things like this.
When we so
They lied
kudos, you know,
throughout
that it happened so
congressional
young
hearings,
to you
and I don't think
and
they're
for
going to
you.
tell
And
the
I'm
truth.
thinking that
I think
everyone
the only
coming to the
disclosure we're getting
conference
now is
now,
because they're
you know,
trying
I
to
want
Bing
everyone
bong.
to realize
control
it's
the
not just
narrative.
us in our human
Trying
form
to
going.
remain
We
at
actually
least
have our
partly
guides, our
credible.
star family, our
Because if they
angels
don't
coming with
disclose,
us.
people,
So we
they
are
already know
really,
UFOs are
right,
real at this point.
It's a
galactically,
galactic
You only have
reunion.
to
it's a
pick up a couple of
galactic
books.
It's a
reunion. Huh?
galactic
Something to
Right. So I think
the evidence is
reunion.
there.
is.
disclosures
I
have
Oh,
know.
definitely,
ETs have
definitely. That's
shown themselves
100%.
enough,
Like
enough evidence
I
that
know
anyone
that
who's
I'm
of
always
rational,
connected
objective
to
mind
my spirit
to
family,
examine
and
the
so
evidence
are
is
you,
gonna
so
come
are
away
you.
convinced.
Of course.
So
Well,
not on the
Great.
ET's part,
Be there,
it's
Caroline.
not on ours, it's on the
You're a
government, and they're
big
still lying, and I think they're going to
force
continue
in
to
our
lie.
movement, in
I
our
don't trust
community.
them
So,
one iota.
Neil, anything
Not a
else you want to
bit.
say about
They
Caroline
have a
at San
heinous,
Diego
I love
and
that word, it's a
her?
Also,
heinous
the general theme
record on this
is really
subject.
bridging the world,
Yeah.
right? It's
Well,
this
I think
awareness is for
also with the
everybody,
camera
and
phones,
which is
there's
why I
just so
love
much
going into
more
ancient history a
footage.
lot, because that's a
I
really
mean,
great avenue
it's
to get to
they
the
just
masses.
ordinary
And then
people
when you
can be
start
going
showing
about
that,
their
whoa,
business,
there
and
were
now they
advanced
actually have
civilizations in
an
the
easy
past, and
way
we have
to
an arrogance
video
thinking that we're the most advanced
and
that
around the
we've ever been.
world, and
And then why
that's
did they have that
also making it
advancement?
more
Well, it's tapped into
democratic
some
and
level
more.
of consciousness, some
There's only so
higher
much that you can
understanding,
hide
some
if
connection to
everyone's starting
starbeams,
to
information
watch,
about
and they
coming
have
from the
proof
stars,
of
right?
things.
So this event, just to speak a little bit more on live gatherings, it's not just on a webinar listening to information and some education. It's actually an experience. We're going to have experience together for 3 days. We're going to breathe together. We're going to have breath work. We're going to have music. We're going to have beautiful tapestry of art everywhere, including the experiences there. And the way we've shifted our conferences starting this year is that it's a ceremony. You're going to come in, we're going to have a Copal saging experience just going into the door when you first start. The beginning opening ceremony is going to literally open up the ceremony for 3 days.
Yeah,
And
you can
it's
hear 'em
all
swearing
about
and
not
stuff,
just
it's funny.
providing this
evidence is there,
information,
yeah,
but it's
a
being
book of
intentional.
evidence,
We
yeah.
have this time
Which is
together,
probably
these
my
3 days
favorite
together.
of
There's going to be a
what
few
I've
hundred
written.
of
It's
us
called
there.
Symmetry,
How can we be
the
intentional with
true
every
UFO
moment and
adventure.
every experience that we have
This is
in
all
order
about
for
a
us
lady by the
to
name of Dolly
amplify
Safran.
that energy and
And she
create a
has her own
collective
YouTube
shift on the
channel.
planet?
Whoa, holy
So it's going to
where
be
she put
amazing.
out a lot
The
of the
dates again,
footage that
everybody,
she's
is April
gotten.
21st
And,
to
yeah, you can hear her
23rd,
going, oh my God,
which is
Glenn!
in about 4 weeks
And a
from
few
now.
swear
And
words
you can
slip
check
out
it
here
all
and
out at
there, but the footage
ascensionconference.com.
is
Oh,
amazing.
And if you
And
aren't
her
able to
story is
attend
so
in
cool
person, you
because
can
she
get the
is
virtual
someone
pass.
oh my
who
The virtual
God.
pass, though, is not
doesn't
live
have
streamed because
missing time.
Oh
we
my
don't have
People
internet
use
God.
connection.
hypnosis
So
and stuff to
that's all
recall
the
their
replays.
So
experiences.
So we'll give you that
strong.
She
content plus
overcame
bonus
that when
footage
she
and
was
all that.
14 years old
But
and
check it all out at
taken on
ascensionconference.com.
board, and everything I've
Love
been
it.
talking
Carolyn, we're
about,
so
she's
happy to see you.
experienced
So, you
full
want to play
on,
that?
being taken to other planets even.
Caroline,
Wow.
just want to say you look
Working
so bright
closely
and
with
shiny. I
them.
can't wait to see you in
I was so
person
blessed to,
as well.
meet
Yeah,
her
same here. Thank you so
because she
much for
really
having
explained a
me. So
lot of the
I'll see
questions
you
even I
very,
had.
very soon,
I've
like in
interviewed
3
hundreds of
weeks,
people
right?
trying to connect all the dots and fill in the
You got me
blanks.
really excited about
What kind
your
of ETs
presentation,
people
your
are
presence
seeing,
there,
and
what you're going to say.
what is
I
the
feel
ET
already
agenda, and
tapped
why
in
are
and
they here?
connected
Where do they
inside
come
that
from?
portal.
What is going on?
Right?
So that's a
Just
if
one
anyone
last
has questions,
comment,
I would
and
not look to the
compliment.
government for
Your
answers.
your beautiful
Look
energy
to
and
the
what you create is just so
contactees.
profound and so needed on the
In
planet
her
right now.
case,
We
I
just
think
have
more
so
than
much
any, I've
appreciation for all
certainly
that you're doing and
researched,
all that you
and
are.
really
And
even
we
read
see you
about,
and appreciate
honestly,
you and love you.
answered
So
a
thank
lot
you
of
for being here.
questions.
Thanks
Wow,
so much
that's
for
amazing.
saying that. I appreciate
And
it.
well, you have a lot of
You will,
information through your
guys.
books and
Yeah.
also your
All right.
YouTube, I noticed
Now,
too. And
I
I think
think,
that
Alan, we're going to play a
to
little
me, in
trailer so everyone
any
gets to see
sort of
what's
field, looking
actually
to
going
people
to
that have
happen.
been doing it
What do you
for
think?
a longer period of
Okay.
time, because you tend to
And
run
then they
into
could
sort of
sign up
repetitive
right away.
themes, and
So
you
come
start to put
meet
things
us all.
together. You're a
Milton
real
Howe, Robert
investigator, and it
Grant,
sounds
Adam
like there's
Apollo, Karen
there's
Corey.
some even more that have been doing it for a
Okay, here
long
we go.
time, even though,
Here we
like you said
go.
that before.
Years of having
I
to
remember
produce
Fate
the Portal
Magazine's
to
been around
Ascension
for like
Conference
75
online.
years,
We have
right?
been
Which
waiting
I
for
still
this
like
moment.
Fate Magazine.
The Portal to Ascension
So
Conference is
it's still got
returning
some
live
great
and in
stories in
person.
it.
Join us at the
So,
Marina Village in
looking for
San Diego,
people that have
California, April
invested
21st
some
to
time into
23rd,
it, too.
2023. As
Yeah,
massive
I mean,
shifts are
I'm
happening
sure
on the
research
planet and
is
hidden truths are being
very
uncovered,
important,
we
and
are
I do it
piecing
myself,
together
but
the
I love
fragmented
getting out
parts
in
of
the
our
field and
existence
talking to
and
witnesses
timeline. At Portal to
firsthand.
Ascension, we are
It's funny
dedicated
because
to full
I don't know
circle
how many
awareness
books Sir
the
Aaron
truth of who we
Roswell
are
lost
and
count.
remembrance of
It's
our connection
well
to the
over 50. I think it's
cosmos.
closer to 100.
This is
The Roswell
showtime.
UFO
There is no
crash
holding back.
in
Now is the time for us
1947
to
in New
harmonize the
Mexico.
frequencies and create
Very
unity
well
and
known.
peace on Earth.
But
We are
it's funny when you
deprogramming
hear,
from an
see
outdated
new
matrix
books being
system,
published on the subject,
re-educating
wish
and
I'd known the
remembering an
information
inherent truth that
Yeah.
connects us all. As we
I'm like,
come
oh
together,
gosh,
we
no.
activate our truest
Well, it
potential,
takes time and
individual
commitment to
gifts,
do
and
anything,
collective
in
resolve.
terms of
We
a
are
real
ushering a whole new
investigation.
reality that we
and also
know
a
is
certain kind of
possible and is
curiosity.
waiting for us to embrace it.
Wanting
Join
to
founder
know
Neil
from
Gore and the
new
entire Portal
ways
to
and new
Ascension
people,
team
and it
with
sounds like from
hosts
the very
Alan
beginning you were
Steinfeld,
very interested
Michelle
in other
Anderson,
people,
and Joan of
which
Angels
is
over these 3 days,
not a
April
quality everybody
21st to
has,
23rd,
actually, so
2023. We will
we can
experience
develop
musical
it, but-
performances by Larissa Stowe and the
I
Shakti
became
Tribe,
obsessed with this
Vox
subject,
Angeles,
and I
Share the
still
Light,
am.
Admiral
Because it hit my
Apollo, and
family.
Torquemji.
This is something
This
that
conference features
literally
incredible
hit home for me.
Mhm.
I have a
Adam
sister-in-law who saw
Apollo,
Grays,
Carolyn
and
Corey,
another who saw
Robert
little
Schock,
blue beams.
Linda
and
Moulton Howe, Robert
my
Edward
sister
Grant,
Valerie
Barbara Lamb,
ended
and
up
many
seeing
more.
a UFO, and right after she had her baby, and yeah, I mean, it completely hit home for me. I eventually started seeing them myself because, like you said, it's one thing to talk about this and read about it and listen to other people, but
Register now
until you
at
see it yourself, true
ascensionconference.com.
knowledge
It is
comes
time for
really
humanity
only
to
from
awaken.
personal experience.
I did want to note that Dolly is chatting here with us as we were talking.
There it is, everybody.
I didn't know.
Let's
Yeah, she's
close this out so
on the
start
chat.
up something else.
Dolly
So
Saffron.
we'll see all you guys there, I guess, right? In San Diego.
Together.
So
I'm sure she'd do
is
that
it the
show if
Marina
you're
Village
interested,
near
but,
SeaWorld overlooking
Absolutely.
the
This
ocean?
is our,
It's a beautiful
you know,
area.
we've decided to, you know,
it's gonna be
go
lots of
completely
fun.
into the whole
And since we
UFO. Like you
have
said, there's a
you on here
crossover
right
with
now with
all
us,
of the
I thought I might as well
paranormal,
make
and
a couple
you
of more
eventually get all
announcements.
interhooked
And
and
you know, use this
interlinked
time
if you
together
just
to
keep
do that.
following the thread.
First
you
of
know,
all,
and, so
some of you
we're
don't know
excited
that the
about
new site is,
opening
we
our
even have
show
a
up
new
to
site that's
more
being launched. Some of you have
the
heard this
alien
many,
and
many
UFO.
times
Plus,
over the
Pluto
last
just
couple
moved
of
into
years.
Aquarius
But we
for
have
2
our
decades.
new website being
And
launched
there is no
April
doubt
8th.
there's going to be some really amazing
Megalithic,
things happening
amazing
with space
website
and
with so much
technology,
love and
I think
intention
the
put on
alien
into it for the last
whole
year and a
everything,
half,
things,
not
especially
a little
secrets
more.
coming out.
And we're gonna have
So
1,000
I
plus
think
more hours
whether
of
however
content
they
on
come
there.
out, the
Really
government
great
can
way
only,
to
I mean,
stream
go right
content.
ahead. You
We
can
have
hide things, but
apps being made
I
for all
think
the
the
major
people have
streaming
more power.
platforms.
And what I noticed about
And
the UFO
we're gonna actually
people,
make everything
they're
on our
really
website, all
embracing
10,000
that. They're
hours
like,
of
well,
content,
we'll do it. You know,
100%
like,
free
we'll do
for
the
the first 72 hours.
investigation. We're
you know?
gonna
Normally it's
we're
like
gonna find the
3,000 hours of
truth. And
content,
I remember
but it'll
watching
be like all
some
10,000
movie or
hours,
something,
just
a
like
documentary. I said,
a lot of
yeah, I
awareness,
like
just
that,
ready
you
for you
know?
guys to go to the website, give us some feedback, what you're experiencing. Is there anything that we need to shift?
People think the
So
governments
it's
are running
completely
things.
just
No,
open
no,
to just
the
kind of
biggest
do a
force on
celebration
this planet,
because
I
it
think, is
really is a
us.
huge
Yes.
milestone
do.
in the
Yeah,
level
you
of
can try to hide the truth. You can distort
production,
it.
the
You'll
level
never
of
destroy it.
Right.
You
the
just
field that
won't.
we're playing, if you will,
Open
in the
official
world,
contact and
on the world
disclosure
scheme for
are inevitable.
consciousness events and gatherings.
There's
We're
no way
really
you can
taking
put
up
the
the
toothpaste back in
business
the
portal to
tube. It's
ascension
not going to
to
happen.
a whole new level with
It's
productions,
going
documentaries,
to roll out
and so
one
much
way or
more.
another.
So
Yeah,
we're going to give that
exactly.
to you guys as a
Now, I
gift
did
for this
want
3
to
days.
talk to you a little bit
We'd
about
love
your
for you to get
latest
feedback
book.
on that.
So
And we
Not
have other
From
events
Here,
coming up. We're
Selected
doing
UFO
Glastonbury
Articles,
in
Volume
August.
4.
We're going to
And
Egypt
can you
in
explain a little
September.
bit about that series
We're going to
and
be
then
in
also what's
Vegas
different about
for a
this
huge event in
Volume
November.
4?
We're doing the Crystal Skulls event in November
I
as well.
love
So
this
you can go to
series. I've really had a great
portaltoascension.org.
time
That's
writing it, and it started
portaltoascension.org.
basically because I
And check
found
everything
out,
out
and I've written
there
a bunch of
under
articles
online events
on
and
this
just wait
subject,
about a
and
week or so for
magazines
the
have
new
a pretty
website. And over to Joan. I know you
shelf
have
life.
some things you probably want to say
I'm
about
so
all that.
excited.
These
Okay,
books,
I'm
these
just really
volumes
excited.
are all about
10,000
the
hours
stranger and
compared to 3,000
unusual
hours. It's a
patterns
$7,000
in UFO activity.
7,000
The outline cases,
hours. Oh my
yep.
God,
the
so
controversial
confusing.
ones,
Guys, I'm really
ones
excited
that,
to
you know,
just
don't get a
kind
lot
of
of
get together with
attention,
all of
or
you.
some
I'm doing a
researchers
lot
are
of work with
frankly
Portal to
afraid to
Ascension
discuss
now. I'm the
them
executive
because they can,
producer.
Oh,
there's
this
a
is
lot
the
of
Right?
this
strangeness
is the
in this
announcement.
field.
This is the announcement.
Okay.
I'm the,
Well, we got to
So,
do a
go
better
ahead.
announcement.
I started with
All right.
So
one volume, fully expecting to
this is
write
an
others.
exclusive premiered
Now I'm up
announcement
to
right
volume
now.
4. There's going to be a volume 5
So Joan,
forthcoming.
you know, I've known Joan
And this
for
latest one
since 2012.
explores
I met her a few
some
months
very
before our
interesting
first live event,
aspects
right,
of
in
UFO
Cosmic
contact,
Reunion 2012.
like we were
And
talking about
then
before the
we've
show,
been best
car
friends
lift
for like 7-8
cases,
years.
where,
And she
you know,
started
there's
working
a
with Portal
penchant
Ascension
for
maybe
UFOs
2
to
to
chase
3 years
cars down
ago,
desert
but a
highways,
year and a half ago
often at night
or
in
so,
remote areas.
plus or minus,
They must be
she
from
became
LA.
like an actual like part of
We
all
love
of
our
our
car
productions,
chases
right?
here.
And
Yeah,
working
we
together
do.
constantly, consistently,
But
frequently, all the
these
time.
cases take it to a whole new level, and
And
that these
her
UFOs
title
come right
was
over the
Director
car.
of
This
Productions.
is so
okay?
strange.
Because
And lift
she's
it
been
up,
directing
and we'll
productions,
carry
like
it
communicating
anywhere
speakers and
from
all
a
that
few
stuff.
hundred
And
yards,
now,
or less
just a
in
couple
some
days
cases,
ago,
but
because of the
often
level of involvement,
quarter mile, a
Joan
mile,
has her production abilities skyrocketing, and her insight is extremely valuable to World's Ascension. Really couldn't be such a world-class experience if it wasn't for Joan. You know,
Do you know why they do
Joan,
that?
myself, and Alan really complement each other, I feel, when it comes to this stuff.
And
And so, all of that to say this.
Sometimes they will take a car and pull you on board
Now,
and do the whole examination.
Jones, no, I just came up with this right now. I got a teleprompter right here.
In most of these cases.
Jones,
I think
Jones'
this is what
new title
researchers call
that is fitting for what she's doing, and she has now had a promotion at World's Ascension.
Purposefully, intentionally.
And the promotion is
announcing their
executive
presence.
producer.
They have a
She's no
publicity
longer
campaign.
the director of
researchers
productions,
know
but she's an
all about
executive
this. This
producer
is
because
why
she's
we have
making
UFO
executive
waves.
decisions in the productions
I wrote a
of
book
all
about
things
schoolyard
post-ascension.
encounters where they hover over
So
schools,
let's just all
land.
give
I
her a
just
round of
love that.
applause right
Okay.
now. Standing
There's 100
ovation.
cases all.
And okay, that's so cute.
Book about
I love
driving
working
theater
with Neil
encounters.
because we have a destiny. So, you know,
Hover
one
over
day we'll
driving
really
theaters
share
and
that
show
out
themselves.
in a separate
So I think
video
this is a
of this
really
whole
overt.
unfolding of this destiny.
We're gonna have a video with the team. We'll bring
Jokey,
all
Yeah.
the team, let you guys meet
jokey
everyone,
way.
because you guys have no idea.
Yeah,
Like,
they need
honestly,
to
what
meet
we're about to
everyone.
do in the next year to 2 years,
so
we're
the
gonna have
grassroots
three.
campaign,
We're
you
gonna have
just
4 or
follow
5,
some
like
margaritas,
5 retreats next
one by
year.
one, they're
2 tours:
announcing their
ancient
presence.
Malta,
This
Greece,
is a way you
Egypt.
would
Like we're
never
really
for-
taking it
in
to a
a
whole new
million
level.
years
Yes, and
be
I
able to
also want
explain
you
this
to know
away as
that behind
anything
Neil, I have
like a
my own
helicopter.
new website coming
Right.
out at
Now, is it more in
joanangels.com,
sort of
and
rural
ultimately we'll
roads
be
that this
hooked up
happens,
with
or
events
like at
to
night?
Portal to
Is
Ascension,
this
but
more
we're doing
from your
things like
research?
soul mission activation,
Oh,
remembering
interesting.
who
Let
you
me think
are,
for a second.
why
Yeah, I
you're
would
here,
say it's
and
mostly,
really
but
important,
certainly not always.
learning
There
how
was
to
a case
trust
in
your intuition.
downtown.
So
It was
I'll be
Union,
speaking at the
Missouri,
conference too. Neil's also,
where
you're
actually
speaking at the
this
conference
Which
too,
one?
right?
lady
The
had no
Ascension
idea that
conference?
people all
No, I'll be doing
down
some
this
spoken
road
word.
who live
Spoken
there
word.
were
All right,
calling
so
the
guys,
police and reporting
we
this
kept you
UFO.
long
She's
enough. We're just so
driving,
excited. We're
and of
happy
course
to
it
be
comes
back
down
on
and
air together.
lifted
Please
the
like,
back end of her
subscribe, and
Yes.
car.
share our
So
channels.
she's
We haven't
We haven't
been
done this in a
together
while.
for a
We gotta do
long
this more
time.
for a
often.
few hundred
Check out
yards.
my
They sometimes
YouTube
will
as
lift
well
up
at Joan of Angels.
one end of the
and,
car, so you're
check out
driving
the
on two
whole. All right,
wheels,
then we'll see you
sort
in
of
San
like
Diego.
those
Ascensionconference.com.
All right.
stunt
Love you all.
drivers.
All right, love
Bye.
you all. Bye.
Or the front end, or they'll lift you up and put you down, lift you up and put you down. Yeah, hers was in downtown Union.
Wow.
Fairly large city, but often, yeah, it is rural areas.
Yeah, I have to admit,
Ciao
for
Dunque,
whatever reason,
ti ricordi
I had
Gianna?
not realized that.
Anche
I think
noi
I
usavamo le
heard about
sequenze, ed
a
essendo
car
un gruppo
lifting, but not
corale,
that it
insomma,
was
ne veniva
really
fuori un gran
actually pretty
minestrone.
prevalent. And I was thinking, like,
perfettamente in linea
maybe I won't drive to
con il tuo
Bakersfield at night by myself.
Probabilmente c'è una necessità di veri.
Just my luck. It'll happen to me.
There's a lot of counters up in that area, just saying.
Yeah, I
there
mean,
was
there's
a
some
case that
things
was
I think
very-
I could be okay with, but that I'm not sure I could.
Well, most of the witnesses, I will say, were pretty freaked out. Having researched this, I'd be like, yay, wow, higher, faster. But that's just me.
Now, do you have any stories from witnesses that are just humorous in nature and they knew it, or they afterwards felt it was just a humorous thing?
It's funny you asked that, because I've been looking into that. I don't have a whole lot, but yeah. Dolly Saffron, the lady I talked about, she talks about one time where they put her back and they had dressed her in someone else's nightie. Which she's not that kind of a person who wears this little frilly nightie. And that was funny.
That is funny.
I just recently interviewed a guy who had a very humorous incident. He lives up in Canada and saw a gray down, he's on a bridge, and it was down in the parking lot there, and he's looking at it, and as soon as he saw it, he went, he jerked and stared, and the little gray mimicked him and jerked and stared back. And he leaned back and and the gray did the same thing in sort of a friendly, mocking way.
Right.
But he said it made him seem so playful and really human.
Mm-hmm.
And it was funny as heck. It really was. So yeah, there are little incidents like that. I've just started looking into that because people have asked me, do they have a sense of humor? Yes. There was another case investigated by Dr. Jacobs, I think, where the ETs, which are often described as being bald, having large bald heads, had taken the lady on board and lifted up a lock of her hair and held it up against theirs and went like that. Yeah, there's some indication they do have humor. Actually, Dolly did go into that in the book. They find us humans very sort of morbidly funny in our behavior.
Mm-hmm. Well, that is true. I could see that. Now, are there any stories connected to animals that are not like, the cattle mutilation thing, but something more just different? A pet, or, I don't know, abduction of an animal that comes back and they notice it?
Oh, yeah. Geez, you must be psychic. 'Cause that's coming out in volume 5 of Not From Here, where people's pets are taken on board. So you're getting a little bit of a scoop here. Yeah, that does happen. I'm doing research on people who've had their dogs taken on board. And Yeah, Dolly told me about this. She saw the ETs do keep pets, and there's a well-known animal here, capybara.
Oh yeah.
Largest rodent.
Mm-hmm.
She says that they like those. And it's funny because her ex came over. I met him because he was able to verify her experiences. I was really interested to, I always like to vet a witness as much as possible. And he confirmed that because he himself had experiences. So yeah, people are taken on board with their pets sometimes, and they do have pets. And in my book on healing cases, The Healing Power of UFOs, I found about a dozen cases where they have healed animals.
Aww.
It's really cool. There was one case in, Texas, where there was an audience doing an illegal rooster fight, and UFOs showed up. And these two roosters had basically mauled themselves to near death and were lying there, still kind of. This UFO shows up and shines down beams of light on them and healed them.
Aww.
I know how skeptics can be like, yeah, right. But this is what the main witness says. Susan Navarez Morton was her name. I remember it vividly. And I believe it because I've got a bunch of cases. A guy whose horse was healed of a hoof disease. A guy was healed of valley fever. Ray Hernandez, who's very well known in this field, got involved because ET showed up in his living room and healed his dog of, arthritis mostly, but other conditions. It was quite an elderly dog. And the dog came up and jumping around like a little puppy. Yes, they are definitely studying all aspects of Earth. I did an article in or a chapter in one of the Not From Here books about that. Alien zoos, I call it. People are taken on board and they'll see Earth animals, but ET animals as well.
Ooh, ET animals. I'd love that. Now that might not. Well, actually, seeing that one ET. Now that I saw whatever that was, I don't think I'd be as afraid. I think sometimes the first time you see anything paranormal is always at least startling, even if you're not really. Maybe the word startling is better, because you're just not prepared, no matter what people say. And I think you can sort of prepare yourself now, like ahead of time, so you're not quite as startled. But I love that idea. It shows to me the benevolent side, because people that care about animals tend to be more compassionate people. And the fact that the ETs care about the animals enough, that's very touching.
Yeah, and as a little side note there is, in terms of contactees, I started to realize this because people kept saying, oh, I'm really closely connected to animals. I'm like, oh, okay, the contactees. And now that's a question I ask.
Oh, are they connected?
Every time. Yeah, they have an amazing list of animal stories. And it's really cool. I have some myself. I remember a deer came up, walked right up to me once and wanted the cookie I was eating. Everyone's like, look, this deer just came right up to you. Had a hawk land right next to me. It's really amazing. Dolly Saffron, have you had any? Well, she was a zookeeper and had so many stories. Yeah, contactees will have pets come right up to them. One guy says, I don't even like dogs and cats, but after my experience, they followed me around everywhere. It's really funny.
Well, it is interesting that I know from my experience I've had animals that can see things you can see. They see things that aren't there. And we had a little black cat we adopted with green eyes, and one night in the middle of the night, she didn't meow very often. We got up and right before the altar we have, she was talking to something, and she sounded like she was going meow, 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 meow. And it was like this long conversation. I remember thinking like, what the heck? And then whatever it was stopped, and that was that.
Just saw a cartoon on Facebook where, like, look, I've got a brand new ghost detector. It works really well. It was a cat, and holding the cat up to the ghost.
It is really true. I love that. So we have about 3 minutes left, and I wanted to let people know the best place to reach you. Is it your website?
Yeah, thanks, Krista. My website, you can definitely reach me if you have a story or a comment or a question. You just type my name in, it should take you there.
Yeah.
It's pressdennett.weebly.com.
And we will add it to our website too. We always put our guest website up there, and then of course you're on YouTube.
Yeah, I'm all over social media.
Yeah.
And my books are available on Amazon and Barnes and Noble and a bookstore if you can find it. They're disappearing. I'm so mad.
Oh, it's heartbreaking. I am a huge bookstore lover. I've worked in bookstores. I love books, and I mean, I love the fact that you can do things online, but the physical bookstores are very necessary too. They're just, we need both.
I totally agree. Yeah.
So there's something, when one closes in LA, I'm always really sad, and I always try to like support the ones by buying something there, you know, so that I can at least try and help in my small way. I can't help in a large way, unfortunately. But well, any last sort of words you'd like to share with us before we close out?
Yeah, I would say don't trust the government on this subject of UFOs. Move past the fear and the disinformation that's surrounding the subject. Look to yourself for answers and live your life in joy. Leave fear behind. Live with light, with love and truth and compassion. I think that alone would make huge changes in the world and how we treat each other.
I love that.
Those would be my last words.
Those are wonderful, and we certainly will hope to have you back on, since I know you have all kinds of like things you've studied and explored that really suit our show, and we've totally enjoyed having you. And thank you so much for coming on.
Hey, it's been a pleasure and an honor. Thanks for having me.
And thank you all for listening in. Join us next time as we continue to explore the esoteric and the obscure together. Have a magical week.
Why do you say that, Father? You aren't afraid, are you? No. But I respect some of the superstitions of others. Often,
what they actually internalize, called Class A documents.
To it. I mean, it's but I think the discipline can initially seem, you know, not doesn't go with it on some level, but of course it is necessary.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think when people first learn about this, you know, type of occultism, system, mysticism, religion, philosophy, however you wish to engage with Thelema, you know, they first approach it with Aleister Crowley, who's portrayed as this absolute wild man, you know, the Beast 666, and you know, this bastion of hedonism, when his life points to something different. It points to a man who was, yes, very human and troubled and had a lot of issues, but who was also very disciplined and very he dedicated his life to truth and divinity. And he didn't, and I think this is, I don't want to get too off topic here, but that's one of the things people who, occultists across the board, are so interested about Crowley, is he believed truth was found throughout the world, in every culture, in every person.
This girl is like full of shit, dude. Aleister Crowley was on some weird shit.
And so, yes, he did travel all across the world and study under, you know, Buddhists. He traveled through India. He was a mountain climber. He traveled through Japan. And actually, when he received the Book of the Law, he was actually a Buddhist. I think.
Yeah, well, so did a lot of other people. It's not just him. Aleister Crowley was on some weird shit. He was like He was like the ideal sacrifice as a young boy. I was like, what the fuck? Fucked up. Fucking retarded, dude.
Not a lot of people realize the fact that in more positions of power and should or should not do.
About some of the things that you have to offer. I know you. I've maybe read through for anyone listening. Of those people would.
Trying to contact me, it's blown up like crazy. It was my work.
You up with these different
people say to me, thing you're gonna be lots of comics would disagree about this, but I was opening for him. I just bombed. I was up there writing on computer chips, Crick or Watt.
It's all bullshit from there. And there's a, you know, everybody, they all thrive off of this SEAL thing. If they can.
Trying to get security help. He doesn't know what this is. He doesn't to higher dimensions.
Got dementia.
And that the Grays told Tim
evidence no related
to this event. If they are, I've previewed his
Even drone engineered grays like this
military credential.
gliding.
Refugee, mad that you're
if I lied, not one. But I'm
I'll turn it down, but after a second.
make sure he knows where to find you guys.
I'm not even sorry.
I did send me to get a master's degree at Johns Hopkins University, but that came like 20 years in. So
so yeah, there's that's something that I think does need to be understood, and like I said, it's one of the reasons why I do think that writers, military writers, need to be encouraged to write and to tell these stories. I also there's another trope that just drives me completely freaking bonkers, and it is the poor person who joins the army for money for college and gets totally exploited. And I'm like, let me sit you down.
what money for college?
Whoa. Hey, I got money for. I went to law school on the GI.
Okay.
It is there, right? I became a lawyer because of the army. So
that's awesome.
It can be done.
I'm so happy for you.
Did send me to get a master's degree at Johns Hopkins University, but that came like 20 years in. So
education is a great benefit. I've had the chance to get a bunch of really great education and to do that, but it wasn't the reason why I joined. And the reasons for joining, I think people often have more than one reason, and I've met very, very few people who said who specifically said I joined for college money or I joined for this or that. Most people that I've talked to, and keep in mind, when I was a military journalist for 5 years, often when I'm interviewing somebody, I'll be like, so why did you join the army? And so this is a very unscientific poll, but I'm speaking from some experience. A lot of people, this was right after 9/11, so patriotism, I want to join, I want to do my part. A lot of times, I want to get some job skills, right? I wanted to join the military because maybe it's a family legacy. I want to get away from, my hometown, and I want to see the world, and I want to learn how to be a welder, or I want to learn how to do HR management, or I want to learn how to fly a plane. There's opportunities in the military that you just don't get anywhere else. Sometimes those opportunities come with combat deployment, so let's not whitewash that. When your characters join the military, they do it, and then why did they stay? What makes somebody?
Is out that I rock. If you want the smoke, come in with the
right? I was like, look at
holy shit, this is hot garbage. But I can't stop listening. Yeah. Legalize nuclear bombs.
Nuke radio.
Yeah. Two-tone Glock when he walked in. Niggas stuck in this bitch can't call in. When I walk in the trap like God ahead. Pocket look like Wayne Broad in it. Got them perks, me and broadside. Fuck me look like Lead, cause Simon Slide. We gon' buy the whole script with a perk 5. We them boys, front you a pack, put you on your feet. Nigga fresh as shit, but he still dirtier than Dirty D. Nigga blew it, putting that shit on. Could've bought 30 P's. Broke bitch, arguing with herself. She thinks she hurting me. Drug rich for real, drop it on the scale, baby. I can't give your ass the blueprint, help you with your plan, baby. One ear out the other, they don't want to hear about it. Breaking the bag with what? Who? Bitch, you wasn't here about it. Tell your warning, nuke music may damage your eardrums and hurt your soul. This song is a war crime. Legalize nuclear bombs. Nuke radio, we make your eardrums bleed.
Nuke. Wait, nuking's actually kinda hot. Nuke radio.
You know what happens after a nuke. Smoke.
Nuking's hot. Nuking's hot. Nuking's hot.
nuclear war, and where your military is going to pull those people from the general populace. And
Power on.
Should try eating some of those poppy seeds too. All right, let's take a look at UFO news. I'll play some music in the background. Damn, I'm bored as shit. At least I got this shit to go to tomorrow. I'll go to that joint. That'll be fun. Be productive.
Do what they tell you to do. So probably try to scare the crap out of us. Oh, go voluntarily check into the FEMA camp in the next city. No way, man.
Right.
Don't do it. Run for the hills if they tell you the opposite.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's what we're going to delve into a little heavier in the second half of the show when Joe comes on. Joe is actually ex-Navy, and he served on the Nimitz, which we know has had all kinds of experiences, and is also owns one of the biggest contactee abductee sites in the world, with over probably about 85,000 members who have come forward with abductions and things like that. I think you guys, be good for, bouncing stuff around. Dolly says here, Blue, or Camilla, can you see that? Do you want to get that? I spent 2 months doing it, so now I'm just gonna get used to you doing it again.
Hi, Johnny says blue will be directed at everyone here. He is right. PT is not the problem. I think when we go into that in the second half, you'll realize that we all agree with that.
Yeah, I think so as well. What I'd like to touch on is you mentioned soul catching. Now, I've heard this mentioned before, and people kind of go, "What is that?" And are you crazy? So, I'm gonna let you people kind of go, "What is that?" And are you crazy? Is this really a thing? Is this theory? Does it have any merit?
Oh yeah, well, into it in much better detail in Future Esoteric, The Unseen Realm. And what it is basically why we all have amnesia, why we don't remember our past lives like we remember what we had for dinner last night. And that's because when you die, you will proverbially see the light at the end of the tunnel, and 99% of people go through it. Just in the same way a moth can't help themselves from going to a fire, which will ultimately be their demise. That is the demise of your spirit, at least temporarily. Now, you're always with it, but the problem is it's a bit of a traumatic experience too. So by the time you are born again, probably why a lot of babies are crying when they're right upon birth. Like, oh no, I'm back on Crimson Planet. Oh, get out of here.
Right. So, I don't know.
Fight for memory, and then you're right.
More audio recordings will be in part 1 and 2.
We observed them initially tracking south. Their speed was in a
Turn off.
I gotta go tomorrow.
Remembers is gone. Everything he has achieved is forgotten. Every place he has lived has become a wasteland, desolate, barren. And these survivors may be the only humans left alive. Together,
Nuke Radio. Max to Clayton.
Warning, nuke music may damage your eardrums and hurt your soul.
Even as a child, always dressed the best. My mama didn't give me no money to get fresh. Still walking this bitch with a Montclair vest. Money, power, respect, you should know the rest. If you're not my bitch, I'm not arguing with you. A bitch could be crying, won't get her a tissue. I'm sorry, it's hard to admit when I'm wrong. Her ass is so fat that I can't see the thong. No A's in my pocket, I only got Betty. I done made 100,000, so you the dead. I can't beef with no nigga, just me versus me. Smoke a top shelf with my eyes, which I need. I might smoke a whole zip to the brain. If I was Jordan, I'd smoke in the game. I pour up a 2, fall asleep on the plane. My eyes be so low that I can't see the lane. Whatever it is, nigga, I'm trying to win it. I'ma let some shit slide, but I still got my limit. Back when I tried, used to even take change. 5K on the fit without wearing a chain. Niggas I knew from back when said I changed. Not that I changed, it's that you stayed the same. I used to be broke, now I got my own shit. Used to not say a word, now she sucking my dick. She riding this still like Hermione Granger. I'm fresher than Jesus in the manger. My father sold crack on a pager. I ain't grew up like Barack Obama. I had Christmas, I ain't have Kwanzaa. My dad said in this world, got your balls on your word. Gotta come in first, no second or third. I'm not the one, give a fuck what you heard. I be smoking on strong and they smell like a turd. Got different bitches in different time zones. He be hating on me, but that nigga's unknown. Niggas get on the internet, turn to clones. Nigga play with my money, I'll come to his home. Sipping on lean, I'm not sipping champagne. They paying for plays, Clyde Fontaine. I've been real since I came in the game. Me and these rappers just not the same. I don't really give a fuck about fame. I don't really give a fuck about clout. They sit on Reddit and they running their mouth. See a nigga in person, knock his ass out. Half of these niggas be acting like bitches. Can't be for no rapper, I'm all about business. I won't ask permission, I won't ask forgiveness. Sipping on drinking is killing my kidneys. Sipping so much, fall asleep behind the wheel. How you ain't got a car, but you got a deal. Got some funny niggas like Key and Peele. I'm blowing up like a nigga in Lebanon. Bitch, we're in the AliExpress dawn. Smoking on Sean like I'm from Hong Kong. I'm always squinting like I'm from Hong Kong. I got a redhead, a brunette, a blonde. I ball on niggas, no LeBron. I balled on niggas, no LeBron. I ain't gonna sip if it ain't red or purple. Geeked up on these niggas, I'm moving like Urkel. All Louis V on like a Louis commercial. Louis V back on my back, it's not Herschel. I never told all my niggas like Gunna. I don't give a fuck, I still listen to Gunna. Fuck a niggas bitch while she talk on the phone. Got designer drip, nigga, all over my home. You can't find this drip on Safari or Chrome. Bitches need to Google how to leave me alone. Buy that shit cash, no, I don't need a loan. I ain't trapping 3 years drunk, he still hit my phone. Bitch nigga in my family that ain't need a loan. My oldest brother sold crack, went to jail. My other brother sold crack and he went to jail. My uncle sold crack and he went to jail. I sold crack, didn't go to jail. I did this shit without a scale. My uncle killed a nigga and went to jail. Most niggas in my family been to jail.
There's a nuke in this club.
Nuke Radio.
If you're listening to this song, you are shadow cursed for eternity. Viva!
I don't care if they change on me. I got money, I got change on me. They change on me.
This song is a war crime.
I don't care if they change on me. I got money, I got change on me. They change on me. I have a friend and they switch on me. It's so easy, I do all my tricks with it. If I do you bad, it's shame on you. Nothing really crazy to me, it's a cakewalk. Like people say shit, but they ain't really talking about shit. I'm talking my shit, bitch. I don't wanna smile at you,
bitch.
Fucked over for the littlest thing. I don't make machine, ha ha, cha-ching. I do either I sing.
insanity. Legalize nuclear bombs.
If you don't fuck with well then, you're just a bitch-ass trick.
Holy shit!
I got a fever on zombies. I'm fucking with this mouth cause I wanna die. I'm so sick on zombies. I'm so sick on zombies.
Nuke Radio.
Nuke Radio.
So they put this smoking peace thing. She rolling off that nightmare strain. We ain't going to sleep. Off trains and things, I'm stuck in the in-between. If you don't like it, you can leave. Crash that.
What's your money get?
In that purple thing.
Holy shit! This is my garbage. Yeah. But I can't stop listening.
Yeah.
Legalize nuclear bombs.
Nuke Radio.
Yeah. Two-tone Glock when he walked in. Niggas stuck in this bitch can't call in. When I walk in the trap like God in here. Pocket look like Wave Rod in there. Got them perks, me and broadside. Fuck me look like Lex, cause I'm in slide. Gon' buy the whole script with a perk 5. With them boys, front you a pack, put you on your feet. Nigga fresh as shit, but he still dirtier than Dirty D. Nigga blew it, putting that shit on. Coulda bought 30 P's. Broke bitch, arguing with herself. She thinks she hurt me. Draw rich for real. Drop it on the scale, baby. I can't give your ass the blueprint. Help you with your plan, baby. One ear out the other. They don't want to hear about it. Breaking the bag with what? Who? Bitch, you wasn't here about it. Tell your ass how hard to get. Make that shit look easy when the sleeves was the starter kit. Sometimes I be drunk on my mind, it's hard to park the whip. My Glock be beating like a ratchet ball head thought, bitch. That nigga broke his shit at the trap window shopping, ain't cop shit. Houdini with that shit. 30 days, nigga, watch this. My dog food be jumping out the cut like it's Lil Tim. These some brolic ass 20s, these ain't no Lil Tims. Yeah.
Nuke Radio. We make your eardrums bleed.
What would happen if a nuclear war broke out today?
Warning, nuke music may damage your eardrums and hurt your soul. Legalize nuclear bombs.
Nuke Radio.
Nuke Radio. We make your eardrums bleed.
Smokey.
Call the fire department. We just nuked the building.
This is a long-term, horrible, horrible catastrophe.
Smoke.
History only remembers those who are worthy of being remembered. That's because history respects the hustle. The real badasses create the history that's worth being remembered. When they make their place in the history books and finally move on, you can bet your ass they'll probably make history for that too. Recognized as a key producer of the funk genre. Yeah, that's in the whole world, bitches. No bullshit. That's a direct quote from Wiki Motherfucking-pedia. And also recognized as a person who proved to my daughter that some people like the shit out of Daddy's voice. And maybe if she'd keep her room cleaner, she'd hear less. For the last time, it's my honor to tell you you're tuned in to Positive Squad Records, DJ Smokey, featuring a guy that doesn't follow me on Instagram, despite the fact that I'm hilarious, DJ Young Vamp, the end of an era, the start of another legendary tale. It ain't over yet. It ain't over yet. It ain't over yet. It ain't over yet.
Come on with the real. Y'all niggas making the funk.
You can overdose on certain vitamins.
Product on the street. Product on the street. Making money with your face, but my product on the street. Product on the street.
Clear the streets.
Product product on the street. Making money with your face, put my product on the street.
Damn, them Positive Squad boys really off their vitamins. You know what DJ Smokey doing. He's slinging them vitamins, baby.
Product on the street.
You can overdose on certain vitamins.
Proper product on the street. Clear the streets, clear the streets, clear the streets. Product on the street. Proper product on the street. Clear the streets, clear the streets, clear the streets. Product on the street. Product on the street. Clear the streets, clear the streets. Product on the street. Making money quick and fast, but my product on the street.
Them old ass bitches get smacked in this mad boat. Them old ass bitches get smacked in this mad boat. Them old ass bitches get smacked in this mad boat. Them old ass bitches get smacked in this mad boat.
DJ Smokey, 666, bitch.
Them old ass bitches get smacked in this mad boat. Them old ass bitches get smacked in this mad boat. Them old ass bitches get smacked in this mad boat. Them old ass bitches get smacked in this mad boat.
Yeah.
How would
His,
something like that work? How would
Amazon Alexa devices all the time. I don't mind actual technology. Yes, cameras, Amazon equals.
can
become. Yeah, I've had a few of them.
I have no idea what
I'll have to, unless I have the option to turn on the sidewalk app just by boom, so they sound a bit interesting. Because I'm quite nonchalant. And I'll tell it out. That's so amazing. I like
Big cat
yeah, exactly. Simon, there he is. Hello, Simon. You alright, mate? How's it going? G'day, mate.
Careful not to call him a Kiwi this time.
No, he's Aussie, mate. He's rising over
Have you heard of that?
Australia. I don't even know.
I've heard of people returning in the flesh and solid bodies, people interacting with it, and then disappearing.
My mind instantly jumps to physics, and so I wonder what kind of matter is involved with that. Some people call it ectoplasm, is that right?
Ectoplasm was an issue that would come forth from the spiritual medium, and it would form then into a kind of an etheric or nebulous body that might resemble a spirit guide or a person or this, that, and the other. Yeah, Gizmo from Gremlins, that's who he was named after, was Gizmo from Gremlins. That was a popular movie at the time. We just seen it, and when we got the little cat, I was like, Gizmo. Yeah, but ectoplasm is kind of a different thing from the full body manifestation.
DJ Smokey, 666, bitch.
Experience. So, and again, no clue as to how the physics of that happens. There's just so much that we don't know, but it's really interesting.
It is, and for those that are listening to this live, if you have any questions, you can put them in all caps, and hopefully John can answer those if we have the time. Moving onward, actually, one thing that I do want to mention while on this topic is Kristen Amanda. She is the host of the Paranormal Girl podcast. She had a somewhat similar experience that you had with your deceased pet, where her dog had passed away really not too long ago, and right after her dog's passing, she began to find items that reminded her of the dog consistently, and things would fall that shouldn't have, that reminded her of the dog as well, and she truly believed that it was her favorite little pup that was visiting her right after the passing. So this is the second time that I've heard a story, you and her story, where I hear a pet coming to visit. Usually we hear our ancestors, our parents, maybe people that lived in the house before us, interacting with humans. But when it comes to pets, many people would think of Pet Cemetery, right?
Yeah.
By the very scary book and film.
Yeah, there's a rich history of animal visitation from the other side. So that should give all pet lovers hope and comfort that the deceased pets do with them. They do remember us, they do still love us, and when they can, they do come back and give us
And it goes to show that it's not always just people that are able to come back and visit. It can be multiple different types of entities, and then you can also bring in the whole conversation of UFOs as well. Are ghosts interdimensional? Are they using some type of advanced technology? And that's where it gets really convoluted. That's where it gets really complicated, this topic. But also, people can see the convergence between the UFO phenomenon and the paranormal, because it's these labels that are so confusing that leave people scratching their heads and they're like, maybe I don't want to look into this anymore. It's a bit too much. But you had an experience with UFOs. Tell us about that one.
several, and I think I'll give you a brief rundown of when I was young. I was somewhere around 20, and I had all these phenomenal paranormal experiences. I had been reading professionally since the age of 18, but I did not believe in UFOs. And I had, and this is when you talk about the paranormal possibly in connection to UFO experience. Where I was at the time, this was back in Texas, and I had a car that I had parked across the street from this building that I was in, and it was a narrow two-lane street. When you enter the building, you could look across and see my car in the parking lot. So a very short distance there to my car. And when I came out, I opened the door of the building, and this blast of wind hit me in the face, which is not unusual living in West Texas because you have tornadoes, bad thunderstorms, all this severe weather all the time. And so I said, oh boy, looks like we're going to be in for it, because it got overcast and the sky was dark. And I looked over across the street and I said, well, I better run for my car before the rain starts or it gets worse, wind gets worse, whatever. And as I started to do that, I stopped at my track because over in the parking lot, down by my car, was this kind of a big column of a cloud, like 4 or 5 feet in diameter or so, that was attached to the clouds above, but it come down with resting in the parking lot. And I looked at this thing, and it was kind of rotating slowly and rolling and
fits perfectly with the story that you're telling.
Yeah,
But it's
this energy building up, I guess, that all of a sudden, so I'm seeing this, and
hold on, back it up. So like this can't be, like, you can't fix this. Like this is an energy related stuff.
this is an energy related thing. I can't fix it. It's like my camera was stable, it's not nothing moving around, and shaking when the camera's mounted. It's like, and sometimes it's happening. Sometimes it's happening. The light that I'm using, or that I've had negative effects on things and all kinds of things. So yeah.
Humor me, please. Can you put your hand over the camera and see if it'll fix that?
Made it work.
Thank you for trying.
So anyways, I'm not seeing this and that I'm looking at the screen, I'm like, with the cloud moving around and rolling and turning, having a spirit ring, there's stuff to be going all around the parking lot. It was perfectly still. It was the main spot by the way. And this guy didn't like what I was saying. And I had this strange urge to walk through the cloud, so I did. And as I walked toward the cloud, it advanced toward me. And I stopped and it stopped. I backed up and it backed up 2 times. And then standing about the building I'd been out of. And buddy of mine came out, whacked me in the back of the door. Yeah, that's just
Hey Mo, you got any coke here?
Let me check the lost and found. What do we got here? Follow night. Roll long. Black eye.
And then he says, oh boy,
here we are.
and then he started to treat observations
It's
must
still
show overcast, but I can see all the way down.
to be considered at least scientifically interesting. That is how science works. It is less likely that the universe is wrong, that we're Well, what do you have to say, Chad? Totally a human with 10. The Ethics and Compliance Office wishes you to know when you're available for a hearing on your species' possession of a certain beer can. His Majesty and Grand Admiral of the Fleet, Lord Skippy. I'll be there right after this. I'm not wearing handcuffs again, though. Manuel de Sobrevivencia. With the 22, one of our original facility members. There, I'm OG simping for my Science-y Thor and his Demon Core memes and other shenanigans. Like funding our own Aria GPT. That'd be fun. Wish I could stay, but I'm about to load up a game of co-op PvE EDH. Check it out sometime. Commander Raids. This is Pat the Pauper. That sounds interesting. What do you think the world would be like if PvP was disabled? Says Crispy. With the 10. I'm not I don't even know what that means. If you couldn't fight other people? Chat, it's time for another giveaway. I want you to spam science right now, and I will choose one of you at random. Do it. Obey me. Watch this go fast. Your senpai will protect us from the aliens. This is too young to feel this old with the 10. I feel you. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Lucy, just Lucy, with the geometric pink and purple flower. Lucy, Lucy Goosey. You are getting a t-shirt, one of these new t-shirts. Kyle, what are you talking about? I'll show you in a second. Polly the Wicked with $4.99. Will you come over for dinner? No handcuffs, I promise. Well, for dinner, I mean, handcuffs aren't that bad. Lucy, I got you. I got you right there. Gotcha, Lucy. Congratulations. Darwin Enthusiast with the 5. What if the UAP in question is trans-dimensional or had some space-folding technology, say in the Dune universe? Wouldn't this negate bow shock, etc.? So let's... Darwin. May I call you Darwin? Let's suppose for a second that trans-dimensional travel is a thing. There's nothing to indicate to us that it is. But let's say it is a thing. You can fold space and time, so the advantage of folding space and then traveling through those folds, as the paper and pencil trick shows everyone in media, is that you can cross more space than would it be otherwise available to you in that amount of time according to the speed of light. So if these two places are X amount of distance away, and you can just cross them by folding space, you can get there faster than you could going at the speed of light. Now let's say that that's a thing. Wouldn't these objects be unobservable? Now keep in mind, trans-dimensional travel doesn't mean you're in an invisible dimension. Think of this as infinitely thin, and you're just crossing between 2 points. And if it wasn't, if it was more like a long wormhole, you wouldn't even detect it, right? You wouldn't see it in your dimension, right? So if you're not observing the object, you're continuously observing these objects at all times. You're not seeing them blink into and out of existence, right? Chat, I want to show you what we're talking about.
just in case you're not aware. Pause the music, Kevin. New merch. Chat. I believe that me and all of us here at the facility were partly or are partly responsible for Demon Core memes. And we made a video on this if you want to check it out. We have the single most viewed video about the Demon Core in the world. And you can kind of trace, using Google Trends and other things, you can kind of trace when the Demon Core memes really took off, and they didn't take off until we published our video. So I believe you could probably infer some sort of correlation there, saying that we're at least responsible for some percentage of that variable. So I have come up with a way to get what is ours legally in terms of retribution. And so we have an anime girl Kyle playing with the Demon Core. Shirts in many different colors. If you don't want to be a total weirdo and have to explain why the anime girl is, in fact, me, you can also go with the generic anime girl version of playing with the Demon Core. We also have the t-shirt that I'm wearing right now. Chillin', vibing, doing hot girl stuff. We also have the version, again, if you don't want to be a total weirdo and explain that that is a me, you can also do that. We also have a Demon Core logo shirt, a F around and find out shirt and sticker, based on the original drawing of what happened, based on the original drawing of the accident. We have that as a sticker. And we also have Demon Core stickers themselves and mugs. It's kind of an if you know kind of thing. And so, since these memes are always going to be memes anyway, I figured, what better way to show that you are a nerdy, nuclear, geeky kind of person than having a, well, if you know what this is, you know, kind of thing. Mugs, stickers, we got it all, chat. We got it all. Chat, I wanted to kind of... How'd you get the Demon Core license? It's not licensed, is it? Oh, okay. Whew. What is the Demon Core plushie? Oh, that would have been a good idea. Chat, I want to do a new little segment here, if you'll allow me, where this may or may not go poorly, but I was watching a streamer that I like a lot, and he would regularly go to Reddit to see what is being said, what is the main topic of the day, and I just wanted to quickly check in, because I don't want to ignore all you. I just wanted to quickly check in with the Kyle Hill subreddit. If you don't know, there is one. It's not a lot of people are on it. But I just want to check in and answer any of my, or look at and see what people are talking about. Kyle is Balenciaga Hagrid. I don't see any resemblance. Is Kyle done with Half-Life history? Someone posted, link to the Therac 25 video, went for the rest of the week listening to nuclear disasters on my morning, evening commute. Is he planning on doing any more of these? Yes. I already responded to you. You missed the most recent episodes! Physics question. I really want to hear a full explanation. So when this ball... Okay. So when this football or rugby ball, it looks like, goes down... See, I think something like that, something weird happened there. But when that void collapses around the person, it collapses very, very quickly, almost instantaneously, from our perspective. And that will generate a lot of force that, if this ball is light enough, could launch it into the air like that. That doesn't seem too crazy to me. That doesn't seem too crazy to me. The ball? Question mark? Who am I? I'm just a scienceman. There you go. Is there a missing Yoda episode? I remember watching a Because Science video a few years ago on how much power Yoda could produce using the Force. And I've Googled it, can't seem to find it anywhere to get taken down due to Disney-related silliness. Is Yoda right there. Right there for you. Chat. And part of why I'm doing this, chat, is to get more people into the Reddit. You guys can talk yourselves there, among yourselves there, if you don't want to join the Discord. Hey, Kyle, just want to say thank you for being here and doing everything you do. You're an amazing teacher, says the Dragon of Hatred. Dang. Even Draconids. Okay, chat. I said that my first on-camera experience, believe it or not, was on Fox and Friends. And I said I looked like a little baby, and I'm not going to tell you where it is. But someone, I believe, found it. Go ahead. The Reddit player is fantastic, isn't it, chat? Finally figured out how to watch this with the chat. You rock and are my nerd hero, says Kimberly Miller with the 22 Canadian dollars. Kimberly, I appreciate you being here. Fox News believes in science. I got the hosts of Fox and Friends to say science sure can be beautiful, can't it? At the end. I always felt pretty good about that. I hear no audio. Yeah, I haven't I could add audio capture if you want, just a second. You want to see my first? I think I talked for like 2 minutes straight, and this is my first on-camera experience, and I think I nailed it.
Ability to fly stars.
I
What do we
think
draw?
I nailed it.
We draw the little 5-pointed pentagram, right? And we colored it in yellow. We know that's not a star. Our sun is a star. Stars are big gaseous balls of energy, right? So there's no 5-pointed things out there in the universe as far as we know. But that's what we think of when we think of the star as kids, and even adults sometimes. We still think, if you say Starry Night, you think, oh yeah, the little 5-pointed pentagram. So I was a young boy, maybe around 10 or 12, something like that. And excuse me, my mother and I had gone late in the afternoon to visit friends of ours up in the north part of town. This is in West Texas, and the heat is fierce, and we didn't have an air conditioner in the old car. And so we always left all the windows down, because if you didn't, it'd be like trying to breathe inside of a pizza oven. You just couldn't do it. And so we parked in front of the friend's house, and we parked facing east, and we parked on the wrong side of the street, directly in front of their house at the curb. And nowadays that would get you a ticket, but back then I guess nobody cared, and it wasn't a very busy neighborhood or anything. So that was the way we parked for whatever reason. And that happened to face a vacant lot that was across the street. And we had a lot of vacant lots in town back then. And this one had old mesquite trees and dried brush and all this kind of stuff in it. And this was summer, and there was a drought and always a fire danger. So we went in, we did our visit. They had a boy about my age, and we played, and they visited, and we got ready to go. And it was about the darkest stage of twilight, where you would just need to start using your car headlights, but you could still see a little ways out. And so we went and walked down the sidewalk, got in the car, and they watched us from the front door. And we waved by, and they closed the front door, and Mom started the car. And very, very, very slowly, this large pentagram, this large 5-pointed star, came falling down out of the sky in front of us, headed toward the vacant lot. And it was five symmetrical points. It was just like this perfect pentagram. In height, it was about the size of the side of a house, and it was flat and looked like to be about a foot or two thick. And as it fell in slow motion, and it trailed this little phosphorus trail behind it as it fell. And I said, "Mom, look!" And I didn't have to say anything because she hadn't seen it. And she panicked. She was like, "John, roll up all the car windows and lock all the doors." And I'm like, "I want to go see it." She's like, "Roll up the car windows and lock the doors." So I'm having to hop into the back seat and roll up the windows and lock the doors and hop back in the front seat and trying to see this thing. And I want to get out and go see it. And so she starts to put the car in gear and drive off. And I said, "Wait a minute." I said, "If this thing falls in the vacant lot there, it looked like it was trailing kind of a fiery, substance behind it or whatever." I said, "With all this dry stuff, won't it set that on fire? And won't our friend's house be in danger? And shouldn't we wait and see what happens?" So she decided, well, okay, I guess there's some merit in that. And she was just terrified. And as we watched, it fell down in among the trees in that vacant lot, in the center of the vacant lot. And then the glow just kind of receded in upon itself till it winked out, and it was gone, vanished. And she drove out of there like a bat out of hell, and I peppered her with questions all the way home. And of course, she couldn't answer them. And to this day, I'm not real sure what it was. The significance of it was in my life. I had, many such experiences, and it was just kind of a continuation of that for me, albeit a more dramatic one. But I never could assign any real meaning to it. And then it's impossible.
The sand.
And then,
the sand kicks up tiny,
years later,
finely
my
grained
wife
pieces
told
of
me,
metal, and those metals spontaneously ignite in the air, and that's this little galaxy, the shower of sparks that you see.
Well, if you see it up here, you look up out of the windshield of the car and watch as it's coming down real slowly. It probably fell for a good 10, 15 seconds before it went down completely in the vacant lot. It was going very, very slowly, very, very slowly. And it glowed. It was bright yellow, just like the little stars we used to make in color, and glowing. But I have no clue, but it was phenomenal. It was just an amazing sight, a phenomenal thing to experience.
When you have, or when you're a child and you just think that your parents have all of the answers, they have their life together, and they're like so smart, right? And then as you begin to get older, you begin to realize that parents and adults in general are just winging it every single day. They have no idea what they're doing. And some of these questions that kids ask are so difficult to answer, especially when you and your child experience something that you simply cannot explain. You just pray. You're like, please do not let my child ask questions that I do not know the answer to. Please, 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 because it's something that's very difficult to wrap your head around, especially during this time period. Like you said, 50 years ago.
A little stupid because you're really low to the ground, and some of those OPP officers send me an email. I don't care, but you guys really do need a physical fitness test. Some of you. I've seen you out there. I have friends who are OPP, and I joke about this all the time. I'm like, you guys need like a swimming test or something, man, because you.
Shut up, you boring me, man.
that I've been on many times, and this the host has become a real good friend of mine, like you, and they were doing a paranormal investigation, and they said they had contacted this entity that claimed that it was very, very old, that it was a very ancient spirit. And they said that we were talking about the difficulty, and you know, you can't make an appointment with a UFO, and like sometimes you go on an investigation, a jillion things happen, the next time you go, nothing happens. And this entity was telling them it didn't like to be cold.
Cold.
And, yeah. And that got me to thinking. I thought, oh, how weird. And we got to discussing this. I thought, you know, maybe like when my wife and I live in New York and we're tired of the blizzards and we're tired of 4 feet of snow and the ice, let's go to Florida and warm up. Maybe these entities, some of them do the same thing, you know, and that's why you don't contact them when you go again. It's like, well, I went, it wasn't there. Maybe it zipped out of there and went somewhere else, and then it's going to come back. But
If only it could have teleported.
Yeah,
from one place to another. I mean, that would make life so much easier, having portals, using wormholes. And what's wild about teleportation, and I love this story that you tell. You've encountered that yourself.
Nick Milan.
Yes, I have.
Gotcha. That's 3 people down, chat.
When we moved, our latest move, moved in
Yes,
our
you're the only
latest
good
house.
Kyle. All other Kyles are Kyles.
Moving,
Got it.
our
What about the effect on Blake's? I'm not aware of that.
Boxed up my
I know a
office,
Blake.
and
It's good
his now wife.
Chat,
and, my wife.
I'm doing
worked together
giveaways for
on
our
the
new
rest of the
merch up
house.
right now. My finger is physically touching the merch link.
dematerialized.
If you want to check it out, go ahead.
And,
It'll be live for the foreseeable
I took
future.
special note of
I appreciate
packing
everyone.
things,
It
in
all goes
boxes
towards
that
things
I
at the
had
facility.
to
It's not
have
just me. Trust me.
right
Right
in
now
there
we
for
are
my new office when
we're
we
building up a
moved.
lot of equipment
And,
for travel to
my
Fukushima,
son watched
the Fukushima
as we
exclusion
put
zone.
these things in the boxes.
I think I'm
I
traveling
knew
next
what was
month
in the boxes
to
where
Fukushima
I
Daiichi,
labeled
getting
them
inside the power
with
plant
this magic
exclusion
marker.
zone.
John's
going
office,
to
and basically what was in there, the
Stellar
thing
Hiroshima
I needed.
and Nagasaki.
And then all the boxes were taped.
It's going to
with
cost
strong packing tape several times around. Both
Do you know what a
to the
decent
sides
round trip
times
ticket to
and
Japan
lengthwise
costs?
several times, tops and bottoms and everything else, so nothing
I
can
don't
spill
need
out.
your money. I'm just saying,
Obviously,
if you're worried about where it
giving
goes,
them, you'd have to
it's
cut
not
them open.
just argan oil.
And because the tape was taped so heavily and wrapped so
Chef
well,
Julie,
you would see
one
if
of
any
my
boxes
most
were
prolific
open.
professors,
So
$9.99,
we
trying to
moved
clean up
and
for my
we
final
stashed
draft
the
of my
boxes out in
master's
the garage,
application.
Bring in what we need.
This is a perfect companion for this task. I will be Dr. Chef one day. So help me out, dog. Thanks for giving me the education I never got as a kid. Chef, come on.
Read for my clients, be on the podcast.
How do I join the
write
facilities
my
army?
books.
This is Emma Bowden.
And,
It's patreon.com/Kyle
as a few
Hill.
weeks went
You can
by,
talk to me every
I
day.
was
You can
like,
talk to all
okay,
these
guys,
nerds.
now there's some things that I really need to
Damn,
have
this man is
now
hot, says
in my
Lino
office
Tarot
that I
Oracle.
really
Lina's
need to
Tarot
find.
Oracle.
And so I'm
You know,
gonna
just
ask
because I'm a
you
guy
to guide me to those
doesn't mean
boxes out in the garage, because
that
we
you can
just
say that to
stacked stuff in there just to get it done and hadn't gone through anything yet. So
No, I said,
really
what is a
got
round
to
trip ticket
find
to
these
Japan
items
like?
now. I really
What is a
need these
round
items,
trip?
so I'm gonna ask you to lead me when I go out
Okay,
to
so
the
I'm going
garage
to preface
find
this by
these
saying
things.
I'm not going to get
So
a business
I went out
class
to the
ticket
garage and I got this firm
because it's
pull
ridiculous.
in this direction.
Do you know what a business class ticket is to Japan?
And I got this tremendous energy coming from this
It's
one
like
box. Now, all these
$5,000 to
boxes in the garage
$10,000 per
are all
person.
Still labeled. They're all still taped up tight with multiple tapings all the way around.
I'd rather be in the luggage compartment for 12 hours,
So I
to be
get to
honest.
this box, and what does it say on it? It's not in
I'm
my
going to crochet a
handwriting,
demon
it's
core.
my
Would you like
wife's
me to
handwriting.
make you one, Kyle? Says
And it said
MJ87. You can send it to the
John's
P.O. box.
shoes
I will put it on my wall.
some other
I have a
stuff,
few
and I was
crocheted
like,
things.
Guys,
I have some impossible
why do
objects.
why do you send me to this
Impossible
box?
mathematically
I need da-da-da-da-da
objects
these
sent
items
from lovely
for my
people.
office, and I
Over
don't
the
need my
couple
own
years we've been
shoes.
doing this.
I've got plenty of shoes.
I'd
I
love
don't
to
need
add
my
it to the
shoes.
collection
Why do you
if
send me
you
to
feel
this
so
box?
generous, but of
And
course,
they were like,
do not
this
have
energy
to.
just kept going, like, you just almost hear them laughing, and they were like,
This stream is
open
probably
it, open
saving
it.
my life right now. LOL, says Ellie Michaels.
So I cut
Well,
all
I
the
hope you're
tape,
doing
put
okay,
the
Ellie.
box open. I open up the box.
If this can save
and
your
there
life,
in the box,
are you saying
she had packed and written on
this
said,
volume
"John,
is
those
saving your
shoes
life right now?
taped up and everything."
Where is the content? Says
Were
El
the
Nino.
items that
El
I
Nino.
needed that I had packed
I know someone who's not winning a
in a
giveaway.
different
Chat.
box and written on and sealed in my office. So they had
Everyone's still
literally
spamming signs.
teleported
All right,
from
fine.
one sealed
Let's do another one.
to another.
Are you descended from Vikings?
And
No.
the guys were just like, you just
I'm Irish
almost
and
seemed
Scottish,
like,
but I never
look
lived
what
there,
we
and I
did,
have
look
no
what we did.
like very
And
Irish
that
or Scottish
continued to
family.
be
That's just
the
where
thing,
23andMe
and
tells me I'm
is
from.
to this day.
Spam the word
Were
science chat.
items
Another
that
giveaway.
I know beyond
Let's do
any
it.
shadow of a doubt I had packed in a
I'm gonna
box,
turn my head at
labeled
a
it myself,
designated.
taped
Look,
it
and I'm even
myself,
getting white hair
and
now.
then I will find those items in a different seal box when I open it up. And if I go back to leave, if I find
3,
the original box that I knew I put those items
5.
in, and
Stop.
unseal it, cut it open,
Ellie Michaels.
They were in the other box.
Not
So
only
we
am I
experienced that-
saving
that
your
bit of
life right now,
deprivation many times
but I'm also giving you
and it was like our guys just
free
came with us
T-shirt
saying, hey, look what we can
of
do.
your. Well,
that
actually,
trickster element
it's
is
not going to be of your
definitely
choosing
there,
technically.
which is a lot of fun. Because
Ellie
it
Michaels,
keeps
I
you on
want to
your
see
toes, and it
your
goes
life
to show
saved,
that it's
and
not
I
just
want
people that are
your
mischievous, but other
Instagram or Twitter
entities are
handle.
as well.
Visit Hiroshima's
Lavera, thank you.
Okonomiyaki Village.
Which is so important.
This is Charles
and
with
then
the
it goes
Hong
back
Kong
into
10.
that, once again,
Noted.
that
We might have a
childlike
couple days
mentality,
to
that
venture and
curiosity
village
of
around.
asking those questions, because only when
That-
you're a
I'm-
trickster
Chat,
and you're
that
getting
was not-
mischievous do you
that was
ask
not an
questions.
inside job.
How would
I
they
honestly stopped on
react?
Ellie.
What should I do to make
Ross
this
King,
fun?
welcome back.
Because you
Richter,
don't ask
Buster
those
Sharp.
questions. You're right.
Thank
You're
you for
not.
being here. Buster Sharp, usually I
Life is in
see you
black
on the
and
gaming
white instead
streams.
of
Chat,
being
if you
beautiful
also
color.
want the only place on
Lavera,
the internet
thank
where you
you
can
so
see
much for the
science
super
and
sticker,
gaming at the
Cassidy
same
as
time.
well. We have
That's
questions
the Kyle Hill
and
gaming
we
channel you can
want
find
answers.
from the main channel.
Isn't that the truth?
What did we recently do?
I could not
we
have
did
said
the
that
Diablo
better
4
myself.
beta.
Thank you.
We finished Elden Ring. We did a full
Well, we
5
have
or 6
one more
streams of
story
Atomic
for
Heart.
today, and I think that this can
With a lot more to come, I think we'll be. Ellie Michaels says, "I need to make a Twitter." Ellie,
experience.
Ellie, no.
Quickly, first, before we even get into that
All right.
experience.
Well, if you
tell
don't
us
get that to
your
me, I'm going to pick
definition
someone else
of a guardian
at random right now.
My definition of a guardian angel from my experience, practical experience, is
Marco
that we
Pienar.
seem to have
Marco Pienar.
being
Gimme.
or beings that either
Gimme.
are assigned to us or choose us, and they watch over us, and they literally
I think you
physically
might
intervene.
you might have to pay
protect
for
us,
shipping.
to
I'm not
help
sure.
us, to save our lives.
Marco
That's my
Pienar,
definition
come on,
of guardian.
gimme.
Now, tell us this experience. that
Hello,
you had.
After Kyle grifting for the
I've
drug
had
companies, his
so
science
many.
is crap. Says First
One
Utopia.
of the most dramatic ones was I had scheduled myself a
Grifting
day
for
off,
the
and I
drug
was riding my
companies.
motorcycle on the
His
interstate.
science is crap.
And here in
To
Florida,
which
as in
do you
most
refer,
places,
sir?
it was a three-lane
And trust me, if I was being
interstate.
paid by
And
drug
the
companies,
speed
I wouldn't
limit's
drive a
70, and of course,
2011
in the right
Chevy
lane,
Cruze.
people go 80, 85. In the middle lane, people are running above.
Marco,
In the
I see
left
ya.
lane, that's
Got you.
where people imagine
Got your
they're
handle.
training for the Daytona
Yes.
500 are, and all bets are
100%.
off. There's people that go way over 100 miles an hour. So I've ridden a motorcycle since I was 15.
Appreciate it.
On my current bike, I have almost.
I mean, everyone keeps spamming science. I think they're just trying to be the shotgun method.
I'm a very skilled rider, and I'm a very skilled high-speed rider. But
Too bad the
this
drug
particular
companies can't
day,
pay for that
it's a
business class
beautiful
ticket to
day,
Japan.
and the weather's gorgeous, blue skies and sunshine. I'm rolling through this
Chat, do you know what?
bucolic
And if I had
countryside,
unless money,
and I don't want
I
to
wouldn't
ride
take a business
fast, I'm
class
just
ticket. I'd take a
easing
first class
along,
ticket. And do you know what a first
moving
class
below
ticket
the
is?
speed
It's like
limit sometimes,
$30,000 a
enjoying
person
the sensation of the bike and the wind and
for a 12-hour
the
flight.
scenery, and I just feel so good.
It's
And
almost
I'm tooling along like that.
it's
Of course, the
almost
little ladies on the
$2,000
tricycle
per hour.
passing me, and I don't care. And
Nothing
it's,
costs that much money.
all of a sudden, and it's going to tell you a lot longer to tell you about this than it happened in actuality. And all of a
If you
sudden,
fly from U.S. to Japan,
this voice,
couldn't you fly to a
audible
place a
voice
lot
in my
closer to
head
Japan that is less traveled
says,
to and then
"Move
to
to the bar
Japan?
left lane." And I
Sure,
start
but I don't want to
arguing
be in a
with
car
the
for
powers
another
that
10
be
hours
after
or something
all
like
these
that.
years. I'm like, guys,
And Japan's
I
an
don't want to go
island.
any faster. It's going to take a lot of effort to
Kyle,
get
you're
over there.
looking
The
awfully
traffic's
tomato-like today.
I'm happy
It's a
here,
unique and
just
cool channel
easier
name that
and
is fun to
long,
read.
and
What are you
I'm making all
talking?
these
I'm wearing
excuses,
pink and it's
and
color
then they
corrected.
go, John, move into
Do
the
you know
far left
nothing
lane
about
now? So I'm like, oh, geez, okay.
things?
So I'm start throwing the bike over there, and I'm downshifting, upshifting, throttle on, brakes on, brakes
Not to
off.
comment
All
that,
this
get your
stuff
booster,
bobbing
Kyle.
and
Science
moving
brother,
through
I'm out. This
this
is First
traffic.
Utopia, taking a
All this
hard
stuff
left
about
turn on what
trying
they
to
said
make too many
previously.
people
Okay.
angry, and
If the
so I
Earth is
get
spinning
over there,
1,600
and I'm
kilometers
well
per
below
hour, how do
my high-speed
astronauts
rate,
get to the
riding
moon
50
and
kilometers.
back?
I'm going a lot faster than I want to, and I'm like, guys,
Well,
what was this all about?
Oh, says
And
Milos
right then,
Bogoslavich.
over in the right lane where I just was,
Bogoslavich.
this car, I don't know if
Milos
he hit someone,
Bogoslavich.
someone hit him, but he spun
Milos, have you
around
ever
on
wondered
the interstate,
why we launch
going
rockets
70
from a
plus
place
miles
like
an hour,
Florida?
and spun around and
Florida sucks.
and wound up facing the wrong direction.
And
on
weather
the
can get a
interstate.
little crazy.
And our eyes actually locked.
So
as
why
he's
do we go to a
spinning
place
around.
like
It was
Florida?
the freakiest thing.
Well,
And
You're almost on the, you're kind of on the right track. It's because the Earth is spinning so fast that we try to go closest to the equator, where the Earth is spinning its fastest,
like literally, here came a hubcap,
relatively speaking, so that when we launch a rocket,
bobbing and weaving and dodging all
so when we
that,
launch a rocket from Cape Canaveral or something like that, if the Earth is spinning, then when we launch our rocket, it gets a little bit more, it gets a kick
I kept on going,
of velocity from, since everything on Earth is spinning at the same velocity that Earth is, tangential velocity that Earth is. It gives it a little bit of boost the closer it is to the equator. And so it is not how do we do it in spite of the rotation of Earth. It's we launch rockets to the moon with the help of the rotation of Earth. Spins out, and then we have the Earth here and the moon, and because the moon's tidally locked, as the Earth is spinning, we set it up so that you launch it with a little bit of extra kick, and then meet the moon at the correct speed in the correct orbit. A rendezvous, if you will.
And how insistent they were the second time, literally calling me by
that was pretty good.
John, moving to the far left.
Could have put me on Fox News for that one.
And you know, the resultant aftermath of that, and literally saving my life. And man,
Tiny Hands, not Giga Mud, said if I had a life, I'd use it wisely. No, Chet, as we've gone through before, these are both 27-inch monitors. They are, I'm not small.
I encourage people, I say, you know,
in fact, I'm enormous, and I drink coffee just like anyone else.
To ask the guardian angels to guide you and to speak to you, and then listen to that intuition and pay attention to that. And that's gonna save you from a lot of trouble and a lot of grief.
What a regular amount of coffee that was.
There are a lot of people that say
Delicious.
that anyone can listen to the other side if they place their effort,
huge, says
their
Sue Wilson.
mindfulness, and they can practice their intuition. For those that want to practice
hey Kyle, I've not had a notification for your video since Chernobyl.
What advice do
now
you
your
have
live
for
screen
them
just showed up
in order to tap into their
Speaking of
guardians
Chernobyl,
or the other
we just had a video
side,
come
or I
out on
guess
John
any
Wick.
other
The
type of
next
entity.
video is going to be a Half-Life history. But one of our last videos from Chernobyl, before we get out to Japan and do the similar thing and make a bunch of stories in Japan, I want to get out our remaining Chernobyl videos, so the next one is going to be inside Chernobyl once again, what I call Expedition Chernobyl. How are those puppers doing? Kyle says Archer. We raised $55,000 for the Dogs of Chernobyl, and we're providing right now the funds for continued
this is the problem that we have in our lives.
Food, many hundreds of kilograms of food, and shelters are being built. So good. And part of that partnership, I believe, the facility is going to partner with the Clean Futures Foundation to do multiple fundraisers a year, and I'll do like a live stream for like 12 hours or some shit.
You gotta put it down.
And we'll raise more money for those puppies.
You gotta get away from the computer.
You should change your name into Kyle Mountain, says Alomo. Not until I defeat him can I assume the title and the role.
So that the other side can talk to you.
What orbital velocity would the top of a space elevator's platform have, says Jason Seabach.
I want this guidance. I want
it would,
this help.
relative to you standing on the Earth, the orbital, the tangential velocity of a space elevator is going to be way faster, right? Because the point of rotation, the closer you are to the point of rotation, the less tangential velocity, relatively speaking, you have. So if you're far out, you're covering, say, you know, if these 2 points are connected by a space elevator on the Earth, right?
So it's like
you are orbiting, you are on the surface of Earth, and you're crossing, you're making a circumference in 24 hours, right? So that gives you a certain speed.
But man,
but if you're up here and you're linked, you're cross in 24 hours, you're making the same circle, but you have a much larger circumference. So if you divide the circumference by that time, you get a much faster speed.
That interior voice.
A lot of good science today.
Because it sees way farther down the road than you do.
I think so.
Now maybe nothing's going to happen at that party.
Kyle, are you going to do any science on anime? I think we're going to do another one on One Punch Man. I've been keeping up with One Punch Man.
Down the road than we do. So if you're going to ask for that guidance, when it comes, honor it and pay attention.
The last one we did well. I don't think I'm going to become bald again, but I might do. Ulumaru says, I legit met a guy at work named Kyle Mons.
Thank you so much for being on Top 5 with me
the
today.
Only thing taller than Kyle Everest, you mean?
I always love having you on.
He will be my second and final victim.
Where can people find you online?
How can we stop tornadoes? Says Lena. We can't. So much science in the chat.
About me, my readings.
It's nice.
There's a couple of links at the top of the page. You can
so
click on, take you to Amazon. You can buy my books, and I write about these experiences. And
yeah, can you imagine me after 12 hours of streaming? I get delirious after 3.
And
but if we do that, if we do a couple of fundraising drives for the Chernobyl puppies,
John, I'm going to place you backstage,
I'll commit to making myself
Thanks, everybody.
But we'll probably do a combination of office hours
Another
and
great
facility
show today.
gaming.
Out of all of the stories that we covered
talk
today,
about topics,
which one was
we talk to
your
you,
favorite? Was
we
it the
play
Pet
video
Cemetery,
games, we do
the
all of
UFO
that during like a
experiences,
charity
the
drive.
Falling Star,
I think that'd be nice.
Encounters with teleportation, which is pretty cool. Or
What's your
the
favorite
Guardian
random
Angel
science
experience.
fact? There are
Let me
multiple
know
bags
in the
of
live
poop on the
chat.
moon.
Let me know in the comments below as well. I do.
You think we just
read
took it home with
all
us?
of the comments,
No.
and I do enjoy hearing your thoughts,
There's B a P on the moon.
insights, and reading your questions as well. If you want to continue this
1 hour
conversation,
behind.
bring
Stay
it over
fly,
to the
science
Discord
guys. This is
server.
Lewis
That
Palmer.
link is in the
Appreciate
description
it.
box below as well. Or you can
Chat.
speak to 1,500
Coming up at the facility,
other
like I said,
like-minded members, sharing your thoughts, your insights, your
Next
opinions,
episode,
your experiences,
if you haven't watched the John Wick video
and
already, next
more.
episode is going to be a Half-Life history
Also, take a
straight
look
from
at my
Chernobyl,
music channel
boots on the
at
ground.
Cosmic Portals. If you
And then
need
going
help
into
falling asleep,
April,
if you need help relaxing, meditating,
something about nuclear
meditating,
detonations.
or anything in between, that music channel
I think we're
is
going to do
called
another Dead
Cosmic
Space
Portals.
episode
It's
because
a
you guys
space
liked it so
ambient
much. We're
music
going to
channel.
make something from
I
Dead
have
Space and actually
insomnia.
test
I
it.
create music
Yes,
to help
exactly
me
what you always
fall
wanted me to
asleep.
test.
And if I
and then I'll be
didn't
gone
like
in April
the
for a
music
little bit.
that I make, I would not post it.
in
And let me just tell you, this last
Japan.
one, Waterworlds, when I was editing
But you know
it,
I'll be
I fell
bringing you the
asleep at
nerdiest
least 3
content
times.
that
So,
I
like,
possibly can.
you know it's good. You know it's going to
Chat
put
reminder,
you to sleep.
if you want
Lavera,
to
thank you so
continue
much.
on this
It says
conversation after
impressive
it's live,
content
like the
and
video,
guests,
sub to the
always.
Chenny Chenny.
Thank you. Thank you.
Go to the Kyle Hill subreddit. If you like that,
Also,
we'll
make sure
read
to
more from the
subscribe to this
subreddit
channel
each
if you
week.
haven't already. We do a bunch of live shows
Kyle
right
Hill,
here
and
every single week. And
new merch
like
just dropped
the
today.
video if you enjoyed
If you want
the
it, if
stories
you
that
want
we
these
covered
fun Demon
today.
Core Mimi
That
shirts,
is
stickers,
it. Oh, and
mugs,
Cassidy,
click that
thank
link
you
or go to
so much. Ending the show
shop.kylehill.com.
Thank you for that. I will see all of you guys
I think we had a
on
good stream today.
Thursday.
But
Be
what
safe,
make it
and
better
remember,
is that
keep
a
your
final
eyes
science spam for the
on
final
skies.
giveaway. Chat. Spam science in the chat, and then be ready to give me your Twitter or Instagram handle for the last of the free sturf. Anthony with the 20. They do a video on space-time again regarding new research showing it all may be an illusion due to energy below Planck's constant. I'll look into it. Okay. Tactical, you can't get a free... I'll give you a free shirt if you want one. Jeez. 3, 2... Wait, first one. 3, 2, 1... Bang! Cheryl P. Cheryl P.P. Cheryl P. S-H-E-A-R-E-A-R-L-P. P. Cheryl P. I see you. Give me your Instagram or Twitter handle. And Chad, there's no reason why we can't do this more. I mean, it costs me a little bit of money, but we can do this on office hours next week if you want. I see you, Cheryl. That is... Gotcha. Gotcha. Chad, we're just beginning our week. I hope your week is going smoothly and will continue to go smoothly. Check out multiple channels that we got going on here for even more science. We have the gaming streams, we have gaming shorts, we have Office Hours podcast. Get caught up on the Half-Life histories and the Chernobyl series before we release the next video. John Wick video, new merch out. Chat, this has been a good one. I feel like we both learned something today. No matter where it is I see you, whether it's the next live stream, in the Discord, on Patreon, in the gaming... Oh, man. It's really fun monetizing every aspect of your life. Anyway, no matter where I see you next time, I hope until then, everything goes splendidly. And I'll see you soon. Remember, be nice to each other, because this is all we got. Enjoy the jams.
Can I have a quick show of hands? Who's heard of Tencent? Great start.
If you look at the world's most valuable companies, you won't be surprised to find the likes of Apple, Microsoft, and Google. But one name does stand out: Tencent. The company is worth more than the likes of Facebook, MasterCard, and Samsung. And yet, if you ask the majority of people what Tencent does, you'd be met with a confused look. The truth is that Tencent does everything. Because whilst Tencent's mascot is a friendly looking penguin, a more accurate animal to embody this conglomerate would be a giant octopus, with tentacles reaching into almost every industry you can think of all over the world. In most places, Tencent operates from the shadows, hence why it's not a household name. But whether you realize it or not, you almost certainly use products or services Tencent is involved with. However, in Tencent's home country of China, it's a very different story. Everyone is aware that Tencent dominates their lives. And that's because in China, Tencent has achieved the seemingly impossible: one app to rule them all.
The Chinese company I'd be most worried about is Tencent because of WeChat.
In China, it is sort of impossible to live without WeChat. It dominates every aspect of life in China, from banking, gaming, shopping, social media.
It's so essential to their daily life. One business executive compared it to me, saying that it was like water or electricity.
You see, Tencent created an app called WeChat that's been dubbed the Everything app, or the operating system of China. And that's because almost all of China's 1.4 billion
like
I'm finding as years go on, I'm always developing more and more. I am highly intuitive, empathetic, tele-empathetic.
So,
I can...
and you also got into doing some, because I know right away when the Ariel incident happened, you were there with some type of homemade Geiger counter type of thing, right? I mean, you...
Going to Ariel, I was helping Cynthia with some of her investigations, and how I got involved with Cynthia, obviously I read her book, and there was a postal address which you could write letters to her, and you know, if you had a case or wanted to know information, etc. So I wrote to her saying I had this device that might help with maybe some of your investigations. I'd made a device that picked up electrostatic fields. So if there's a object with a lot of electrical field or magnetic field, it could pick it up. So I thought maybe that might work. So she got interested and contacted me after that. And I made some devices which I gave her because there was a case she was investigating where someone was having like encounters in their house, like something was coming in their room at night. And so this person took the device to his room to see if they had any reaction. But I can't remember if there was a reaction or anything after that, or if he had another encounter. And so Cynthia kind of like asked me if I'd be interested in getting involved, you know, being part of her team and get involved in.
I'll walk. So I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
And I used to help her, like maybe take some.
You said, what are my thoughts on the UFO alien world being confused with our own mind?
Or just
what will people do when they brand
come along for the investigation and just take in
and realize? I don't
or
understand.
Listening to the witnesses that she used to interview. And of course, every year she had I think every quarterly or 6 months, depending on how much news, because she was part of MUFON, investigator, she used to get information. And when she had enough information, she would bring in to us and do a presentation to a few members of the public, you know, maybe like half a dozen people. were invited to her home, and she would give a little talk and presentation of what she heard and listened to and information she got from MUFON, from cases around the world. Because at that time, you have to remember, we didn't have the internet. There was just maybe telephone or occasional books and letters from people, correspondence, that kind of thing. So things were kind of slower moving. So Cynthia kind of collected the information over the year and then did a presentation to a few people. And if she had big cases, she would go out and do presentations to the public, maybe once every 2 years or so.
Now, when you would go out with her on these cases, what was some of the earlier ones that you did? Did you do some prior to the Ariel incident?
There were some prior to the Ariel. I remember going to a town, I think it was Bindura, if I'm right. And we had an interesting case there because we had a young boy who was studying at night time. And he heard this clicking sound every couple of minutes outside his window because he was doing studying late at night. So he switched off the light because he was a bit puzzled about the sound that was coming outside, because there's a road that went almost like a roundabout in his area, and there was a school across the other side. So he went out and there was a little bush or hedge, and he was hiding it to look what was causing this clicking sound, because he thought someone was coming along making funny noises. And what he encountered was absolutely, he was kind of terrified, because what he saw was a small bean.
I got you on my
some
phone.
kind of rucksack, some kind of suit, and it had some kind of aerial coming out with a light and some kind of beeping sound emanating from this device. And around the whole creature, there was a rainbow pearl of light kind of effect around it, like almost some kind of field around this creature. And across the road, the security guard of the school witnessed the same thing, and we tried to get the security guard, but the security guard was terrified to come forward to tell us about it. And the young boy described that it left kind of footmarks in the ground. They were like a pattern of 5, because it was a dirt road. It wasn't tarred, so he could see the actual impressions in the ground. So he just drew an impression on the ground of 5 kind of footsteps.
Wow. So like in a pattern of 5, you're saying?
Yeah, like if it's some kind of boot, I don't know, whatever the footwear, or if it had kind of footwear, if it was the feet, I'm not sure, created this 5 pattern print on the ground. But we didn't actually see it because we only met the boy weeks afterwards, because he wrote to Cynthia.
Science and technology. I see. Yeah, I know. Things go so slowly that way.
Those days was very slow.
Yeah.
In Zimbabwe, some of the cases are rural, so sometimes you get the information maybe in weeks.
I just wrote.
Some of them are much older.
ChatGPT.
Depending.
What's it actually doing?
At the time, how far away were you from where the Ariel school was?
Ariel school is about 22 kilometers from the capital of Harare, where we were based, which is about 14 miles roughly away. So it's not too far away.
Right, really close.
And so how Cynthia got to hear about it initially was Tim Leach. You may remember the BBC photographer, cameraman, got a picture.
He was a war photographer. Yeah,
that's right.
There have been moments of significant improvement.
He phoned
long periods
Cynthia.
of time.
He
where,
found her, and
it was an interesting idea,
he
but it
said,
wasn't
"Did you
clear where it
there
was
was
the fact that
landing at a
ChatGPT
school
can
called
work as well as it
Ariel
does, can
just
produce
outside
kind of
Harare, and
reasonable,
he had
human-like
spoken
essays,
to the headmaster,
is quite remarkable,
and
quite unexpected. I think even unexpected
the
to
kids
its creators.
had report. Well, some of the parents
And
apparently
the thing
phoned
that
the
I
BBC, and that's how
want
he
to
got
talk about is,
involved
first
in
of all, how
that.
does ChatGPT basically work?
So this was
Second of all,
on the
why does it work?
16th
Why
of
is it even
September,
possible to do what has
1994. He
always
called
seemed to
Cynthia
be
on
kind
Friday,
of a pinnacle
late
of
afternoon
human
or early evening,
kind of
and then after that,
intellectual
Cynthia
achievement of
phoned me
write
to let me
that
know
essay
because
describing something.
she arranged to go
Why
to
is
the
that
school.
possible? I think what ChatGPT is showing
because
us
it was a Friday,
is
now all the
some
school
things
was
about
closed for the
science
weekend, so we
and
only could
about
get to the
language
school
and
the
about thinking,
following week.
things
And
that
we went
we
on
kind of might have
the Tuesday, the
suspected from
20th
long
of
ago,
September.
but haven't really known, and it's really showing us a
Yeah.
piece of sort of
So
scientific
from
evidence
there,
for this.
we
So
proceeded to
what is
we went to the
ChatGPT
BBC,
really doing?
myself,
Basically,
Cynthia, and she had two colleagues, and one of them was her son. He helped us carrying some of the equipment.
The
that,
starting point is
we had
it is
there.
trying to write.
So what was it like
reasonable-
walking?
to
Let's
take
just focus on that
an
for a little
initial
while.
piece of text
Uh,
that you
so
might
what was
give
it like
and is trying to
walking into the
continue that piece of
schoolyard
text in a
and
reasonable
starting to
human-like
hear
way
some of?
that is
I
sort of
don't know if she
characteristic
did
of
all her
typical
interviews
human writing.
right there in front of you, or
So
some of
you give
them,
it a
or
prompt,
what was all that like
you
for you?
say something you ask.
The initial, well, for me, I didn't know
It's kind
what
of
to
thinking to
expect
itself,
because
I've read the whole
I've
web.
heard of
I've read millions of books.
some encounters,
How
but nothing
would those
like this.
typically continue?
So it was
from
quite a
this
new
prompt
kind of
that I've been given?
experience for
What's
me,
the
for
what's
myself.
the
So
sort
I
of
didn't know what to
the
expect
reasonable
really.
expected continuation
And
based on kind of
Cynthia
some
was a
kind
little
of
bit excited
average
as well,
of,
and
a few
fascinated
billion pages from the web,
because
a
she
few
never had
million
something
books,
this
and
big
so
on her doorstep.
So
literally.
that's what I was trying to do. So I was trying
So
to
we were there with the BBC.
continue
So Tim was
from
filming.
the initial
We
prompt
went
that's
into
given.
the
It's trying to continue in
school,
sort of a
and the
statistically
headmaster had already
sensible way.
had a
So
few
let's
kids
say,
in
let me start
in
sharing
the
here.
office, and on the
let's
table there was
say that
a few of the images that the children had
you had given it
drawn
the
previous
you had said initially
day,
the
I
best
believe.
thing about AI is
So
its
that
ability
they had it
to.
all fresh in memory.
Then
So we wanted them.
ChatGPT has to ask.
Cynthia actually asked him to
what's it,
the kids to sit individually
what's it going to
and
say
draw
next? Now,
what
one
they
thing I should
saw. So
explain
when she
about
came, she could have a
ChatGPT
look through
that's kind of shocking
the
when you
images
first
that they
hear about
had
it, is
created.
those essays that it's
Obviously,
writing, it's
it
writing
was
it one word
fascinating
at
to
a
see all
time.
the images.
As it
A lot of
writes
them
each
had
word,
very
it doesn't
similar
have a global plan about what's going to
drawings
happen.
of
It's simply saying
craft
what's the best word to
between
put
the
down
trees,
next based on what I've
and
already
some of them showed
and it's
3D
remarkable
craft,
that in the end, one can
in
get
the
an essay
sky,
that
flying.
sort of feels
And
like
there's
it's
even,
coherent and has a structure
I think
and
I
so
saw
on.
two
But really,
that
in a sense,
mentioned
it's being written one word at a
that
time.
even on
So
Thursday,
let's say
the day
that
before,
the
there
prompts
was
have been the best
something
thing about AI
visible.
is its ability
So they
to.
showed a little
Okay, what's ChatGPT going to do
drawing where they
next?
said
Well,
Thursday
it's
we saw this
what it's going to do
object,
is it's
and
going
then
to say,
on
well,
Friday they had the main event.
What should
So
the
there's
next word
actually
be? Based
the
on
event
everything
didn't
I've
actually
seen
only
on the
happen
web,
on the
and
Friday,
et cetera,
16th.
What's the
But also on
most
the
likely
Thursday,
next
the
word? And
15th, there
knows
was
certain
a
probabilities.
sighting with some of the
What
kids
it
saw
figures
a
out are
cigar-shaped
probabilities. It says learn has
object
probability 4.5%,
flying.
predict 3.5%, and so
You know, this is a part of
what
the
it will
story
then
that
do
I
is to
have never
put
heard.
down the next word
So
it should put
that's
down. So
that's
one
uh,
really
strategy it could
interesting, and
adopt is I'll always put
and then
down
you know the
the word
other
that has the
thing
highest probability
that I find
based
really
on what
fascinating
I've seen
is
from
some
the web
of
and so
the
on.
kids have.
Turns out
And I believe I had. I'm trying to think who I had.
of just
One of the
saying, put
kids that I
down the
had
thing with the highest
on
probability,
in Madagascar.
doesn't
What's his
work very
name?
Nobody really knows why.
Oh, I think I
One can
know.
have some
Is it-
guesses.
It's not Francis.
But it's
Yes,
something where
Francis.
if you do
Francis
that, you end up
was
getting
saying
these
that
kind
he
of
saw
very
these like
flat,
little
often
orbs
repetitive, even sometimes
or something
word for word
spinning
repetitive
around the
kinds
object,
of
which is
essays.
quite
So it
fascinating.
turns out, and this
I
is
think a few
typical
other
of
people
what
saw
one
something like
like that.
and a
Yes,
kind of a large
because what the
engineering
kids were
system like
describing, they
this,
saw, like
there's a
I
certain
mentioned,
kind
the
of
main
touch of
object, and
voodoo
then they saw
that's
a
needed
few
to make
smaller
things work
objects
well. And one piece of that is
flying with that.
don't always take the highest
Yeah.
probability word.
And
Take some
of the
with
kids
some
were
probability. Take a word of lower
described
than
in a very
lower than highest
interesting way how
probability.
this object
And there's
moved,
a
and I
whole mechanism.
can't.
It's
This is what made it
usually
more
called
fascinating for
temperature
me.
parameter.
When they saw the object
Temperature,
flying, some of the kids, they said
sort
the
of by
object
analogy
flew
with
and then
statistical physics and so
disappeared,
on, you're kind of jiggling
reappeared,
things up.
disappeared, reappeared somewhere else. So it wasn't like it was moving along. It kind of like appeared, disappeared, reappeared over here, disappeared and reappeared over here and then landed. And some of the kids said there were the main landing there, and then there was another landing a little bit further out. So we went on the day when we went to talk to the kids and had the interviews. 2 kids, myself and Tim, went with them, and they were showing us the area where they thought the main landing was, because a lot of the kids were on the edge of the field because there's a boundary. They had put some logs between the rough savanna kind of grass going into bush, tree shrub in the background. And they said it landed somewhere just beyond the brush, and the kids were all standing by the logs, excited, seeing this object and seeing 2 creatures, beings appear from there. Some of the kids describe them large heads with tight-fitting black suits, large oval eyes, and some of them even described the long hair. So I did a mock drawing at the time of that, and this is kind of what I have.
Oh yeah, wow! How about that? You did that at the time?
Yeah, at the time. In fact, I gave this to John Mack because he put his notes here because he came in November and he put November, from good to Hofer, description. Yeah.
Were you actually there when John Mack was there?
Yes.
Oh,
yeah,
well, that must have been exciting to see that, him interview those kids.
Yeah, I remember when he came, he had interviewed a couple of kids. One of them was Liesel, as you may know, the little girl who talked about the effect on the environment, etc.
Right.
When she was looking at the eyes of the creatures, because somehow Mac was able to get them to convey their feelings,
Right.
And I think, no one was listening to their feelings. Everyone was just interested in what did you see, what did it look like, the nuts and bolts kind of stuff,
Right.
But not going into the emotions and the internal experiences the children were having at the time, and what it made them feel. So
he was so good at it too. He'd scoot right down to their level and make them feel comfortable. And he was really, really good at that.
Yeah, he was very gentle.
Yeah,
he didn't lead them. He just kind of asked them, "What did you feel?" When they described the creature with the eyes looking at them, were you scared? Kind of like someone subconsciously bringing out the information that they kind of felt. And it was very interesting. Why did they come out with this feeling of the environment, issues of environment, issues of technology, being harmful to people, etc.
Right.
So,
and the thing, someone else pointed out to me that after watching Randall Nicholson's movie that you were involved in as well, they said that there was never a message of how to fix anything, only that kind of like this is happening or this is to come type of thing, and not offering anything other than this is here. This could happen or is going to happen one way or the other or something.
That's right. It's hard to. I mean, even people always say, "We are the aliens." They haven't landed on the White House lawn. They don't hover over cities and announce themselves, etc. Because obviously with this whole disclosure program, people are looking for answers from government. Do you have craft hidden, or do you have video footage and all that kind of thing? But in the end, doesn't matter how good the video is, people will debunk them these days, saying they are CGI, or it was manipulated, or it was some government secret program. And the only time people will believe it is to have the physical evidence here, literally in front of them.
Right. Here's an interesting question, and I agree with any type of question of asking this. Do you happen to know if any of the children reported any type of odor when the beings appeared?
Not as far as I'm aware of. The only thing I've heard of is people hearing a slight, whistling sound.
Yes. Yeah.
That they heard.
Like a flute.
Yeah, like a flute sound. Yes, that's right.
Yeah. Yeah.
And because the Francis, I don't know if he mentioned to you that when he described also how the aliens moved was also
and
very
they
strange.
Blinked in and out.
Yeah, they almost like the craft. How the craft came, the aliens were moving not like how we move. They just kind of like appeared, disappeared, and then appeared over here. It's almost like their motion is different to how we move. Or the technology they're using to move is different.
Yeah. I mean, we may not be able to understand how they do anything. And another thing is, when you talk about the blinking in and out, I can't help but think of, could this be an interdimensional type of situation? I mean, nothing's taken off the table when it comes to something.
I always hold my hands up and I say, I don't know.
That's the best thing to say.
I really don't know how they do it, how it's done. You can only imagine, someone from the Stone Age looking at us today, driving in a car, and that person trying to describe it to his people in whatever language they would have in the Stone Age. They wouldn't believe him. It would be too fanciful.
Or flying in a plane or jet or
those were the gods flying up there. Thunder and lightning. So the jets flying past. That kind of thing.
That's right.
So they'll use the language of the time, and we are doing the same. We can only describe it with the knowledge, the physics and the science we understand currently. Obviously, if there's new physics and new technologies that we don't know what's going to be in the next 100,000 billion years. If there's civilization a billion years ahead of us, their technology would be purely magic to us. Purely magic.
Right. And also the way of thinking, we always try to, use our terms of thought, but we have absolutely no idea what type of thought, whether we'd only be guessing, I mean, and that would be like right now, if we went and visited a life on another planet, in another galaxy or a part of our galaxy, but, thousands of light years away or whatever, and we landed on their planet, we would have no idea how they think unless we could observe them and try to figure it out. But I mean, I hope this, we're not, all the living beings out there aren't warring and tribal.
We pray. I mean, maybe they're so far ahead of us that they just look at us like ants. We just walk about. We don't see the ants as a threat whatsoever. Until there's so many of them, and then we kind of stamp our legs and crush a few of them. Because they get in the way. And then there's the problem. Then the ants all get agitated. The gods got angry and crushed us. That kind of thing.
I hope that.
I don't hope we don't agitate them. Maybe we are. Who knows?
I mean, when it comes to nuclear warheads and things like that.
It seems interesting. They're going when I hear about the reports of these UFO encounters near silos, nuclear facilities, etc. Like they're deliberately keeping an eye on them. Like, are these objects, are these weapons safe? They're not, rusting and about to explode or something. Like they're just deliberately taking stock of what's going on because they can't have the experiment contaminated, that kind of thing.
Now, when you were doing the research with Cynthia Hines, I'm going to pop this question up from someone in chat. Jim wanted to know, do you know anything about the other witnesses who saw the beings off the school grounds? Did she do any of that type of research as well?
Well, she had conversations with some people who described seeing, I think in the evening of on that Friday, if I'm right, someone was driving on the road near Rua there by the school, and they crashed because they saw what they described like dead people walking towards him on the road, which is, you know, the big head and the eyes, you know, so they described like looked like a skull, you know, because of the big head and the eyes. So he crashed, and the person was unconscious for some time. We don't know how long.
Wow.
And then they went back. So that was one of the reports. I believe maybe one of the teachers said they saw a light, you know, as well over some of the areas, because we never had any adults seeing the craft at the school, because at the time the staff were all in a meeting while the kids were out playing, and the only adult on the ground was the lady who was manning the tuck shop, which is a little shop where kids buy some sweets and biscuits and drinks and things like that. And some of the older kids ran over to say, Miss, there's something going on down here. You have to come and see. And she just ignored them and said, oh no, you guys are just pulling my leg, you know, that kind of thing. So
well, supposedly one of the teachers came forward a few years ago and said that she actually did see it. Did you ever hear about this? This was a few years ago.
No, I didn't. Yeah. Maybe because now I'm here, I don't get the opportunity to speak to them. You know,
in England.
Yeah, that's true. So I'm kind of like a bit out of touch with the event since I left Zimbabwe in that respect. You know.
Yeah. How long have you been away from there?
I've left Zimbabwe in 2001. That's when I left Zimbabwe. So I've been here a while now, 22 years now.
Yeah. And how many times did you go to the school after the incident?
I went there at least twice. I went after the initial investigation where Cynthia and the BBC were there. I went out with a work colleague to do just a few, I think it was maybe a few days after, because there was just so much activity with distractions. I never had the time to really scan the ground without the, you know, people calling me and doing this, and we had such limited time after, you know, after interviewing the kids and seeing a little bit of the ground that were allowed. I managed to go there on a weekend, on a Saturday, just look over the places where the kids said they saw the other craftland, because where the main craftland is between near the trees, the ground was very hard, so I couldn't see any impressions there. But then the other kids said they saw something land more to the left in the grass. So I went down that way, and I did find two oval impressions, one large one and one smaller one.
Wow.
Which I made a crude map at the time to help me. So here's the school up here, and then down.
Hang on just a minute. Let me do this. There you go.
So this is the school up here where the kids were observing the main craft over here in red. We are marked in red here. And then I went to walk down to find out where the other kids said they saw some other craft. And I found these two oval impressions, one large oval which crossed the path and a smaller one next to it. And the grass, the savanna grass, was kind of flattened in I think a clockwise manner, you know.
Like there was some type of rotation possibly?
Yeah, it seemed like there could have been some kind of rotation or whatever caused it to rotate in that manner, you know.
Yeah.
And I did find some impressions there in the ground. I found a wedge shape, triangular shape impression in the ground, which is about
Why does it smell like a poo-poo, Commando?
15 centimeters long, roughly. I would say.
So it could have been landing gear, possibly.
Possibly.
Yeah. And here's a. Oh yes, did you take any readings from those impressions?
I did take some readings. I had a homemade Geiger counter because at the time in Zimbabwe, getting access to Geiger counters was really difficult. I went to the university to find out if they had a Geiger counter, which they did, but it was non-functional, it wasn't working. So I had built my own Geiger counter, from, I think there was a Radio Shack diagram in a magazine of homemade Geiger counter you could build, which I did build. And I took it to the school, but I don't think my Geiger counter was sensitive enough if there was something slightly above average reading in the environment. So I didn't actually read anything abnormal. I also brought along a metal detector and my electrostatic detector as well, just in case there was something else.
Wow.
We did take, I did take soil samples from the ovals that I discovered, and gave them to Cynthia to have them analyzed. There wasn't anything unusual about the soil samples from what I gathered.
So how far away would you say the ovals were from where the kids actually had their encounter with the beings? I know Selma Siddick, for one, was only 4 feet or so away from one of the beings.
Yes, I remember describing it literally in front of her. The craft that or the landing marks I discovered later when I had the time to explore the field area were probably 200 meters further away to the left from the main experience, which was more to the right.
Now, this just occurred to me. Are you going to be involved in any of the screenings that are happening there's one in DC coming up and one in New York of the aerial school phenomenon film? Are you going to be involved in any of those?
Yes, I'll be going to the one in DC.
And what's the date on that?
I believe it's if I'm right, the 3rd of May.
May. Yeah, that's what I remembered, something like that. Yeah. So that should be interesting. There's a few of those going on. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the 3rd of May. That's correct.
And I should say, before we move on from that, did you think the movie was as beautiful as I thought it was? Beautifully done.
It was very emotional, because it just brought back a lot of memories.
I bet
of what happened and the people involved. Sadly, Cynthia and Tim are not around anymore.
Yeah, Tim. I know. Yeah, I heard that. Yeah.
I mean, I can tell you some interesting things that Tim was involved in it initially. He was obviously doing the filming it to send back to the BBC in London at the time.
Yeah.
And in those days, everything was kind of tape couriered to the UK,
Yeah.
And usually I think it went via Johannesburg. And I phoned him up once to find out about the tape. And he said, "Oh yes, the tape." And he talked about he had some encounters, with agencies with 3 letters, shall I say, that were interfering with the tape.
Really? Did the tape make it?
Yes, it did make it to the BBC, but because I'll tell you what, Tim and I and the 2 kids that were showing us, this is Guy and Farai here, they were taking us around. And while we were talking to them and they were pointing out, we saw interestingly, a very bright light on a hill at the back. And initially we just thought maybe it's just a reflection of the zinc roofing, the metal roofing that some of the little houses that some of the local people build their homes with, in Zimbabwe. And it was just, we thought it was just a reflection of the sunlight. And when I went back to look at the grounds more carefully, there was actually nothing there. There was absolutely nothing there to indicate that there was something that would cause that light to be shining that day we were there. So Cynthia and I used to make a joke that, they were watching us or something like that.
Yeah.
But anyway, I asked him about it. Did he catch it on tape? And he said to me he got it on tape, but that part of the tape disappeared, showing that light. Yeah. So I asked, I was asking a favor from a journalist locally if he could track the original tape that was sent to the BBC, hoping that maybe we could find something out, But there are some interesting things happening with Tim, and he got very intrigued about the whole incident. He was a bit like, he just said to me, just be careful.
Didn't he basically say that it was a career ender, something like that?
He didn't say that to me. Maybe he was saying it to other people, but I know generally at the time, just with Cynthia and her investigations, a lot of people would only come to her privately, like, let's say, pilots. They would always be anonymous. They would never want to be named in her reports, because of the stigma.
Now, I know there was, I don't know if you want to call it debunkers, but they were talking about, something that entered the atmosphere, and, it had to be this, had to be that. But there was a lot of things going on within several days.
That's right. Well, if I can just rehash on some of the events, like on Wednesday, the 14th of September, there was what we described as a pyrotechnic display in the sky of Zimbabwe. It was actually going over Zambia, Zimbabwe, maybe all the way down to Botswana. So it's going all the way from the north to the south. And this light, people describe it as like a very large object in front and lots of smaller objects behind it. And there's a long flame-like trail behind the sparkling trail behind us. So people assumed it was maybe, there were reports of, it's a plane falling down, on fire. Or it was meteorite shower of some sort, maybe a piece of meteor came in, broke up, and the main body and pieces of the meteor were flying. And then we had, Cynthia believed it might have been a Soviet rocket launch, and the nose cone had been ejected and came through the atmosphere a few days later, apparently, causing this event. But that's all I know about that. And then, of course, after that, it was widely reported in the newspaper and the TV at the time. And then, like I mentioned, on the Thursday, the kids then saw the cigar-shaped object flying by the school, with a blinking red light of some sort. And then Friday was the main event where, when all the kids were out, they saw the object coming down to land.
Yeah. Here's a question that I don't know the answer to. Did anyone actually see the craft, or crafts, plural, leave?
I remember Tim Leach was interviewing some of the kids, and he asked them, where did it go? How did it go? And the kid said it just lifted off the lifted off the ground a little bit, and just went. And he said, went where? You know, did it just go over there or whatever? And they were kind of like finding it difficult to describe how it went. And even Tim, I didn't think caught on to the subtleties of that when I watched that. And it's almost like they were saying it just disappeared. Just, you know, they just said it just went. You know, they didn't say it flew off over there or over that way. It just went. In other words, disappeared. Just lifted up and disappeared.
Isn't that's crazy? Let's see. This is I usually ask people to put their questions in caps, but I happen to catch this one. Has anyone traveled through rural Africa looking for similar sightings that may not have been talked about outside of the local areas? Cynthia do that because she was so involved in writing that book.
Yes, she had, obviously she wrote this book, and this one here, she was actually finishing this book, the second book, UFOs of Africa, and just when she was finishing it, the aerial event happened. I mean, there's a case called, if I remember right, it's La Rochelle. It's a town in the eastern highlands of Zimbabwe, and there's like a missionary retreat area there. Very beautiful. And some of the local people who worked around the missionary saw this ball of fire rolling across the lawn of this place. Large ball. And this ball rolled up the tower, went into the room up at the top of the tower, burst into flames, reconstituted, rolled down, and then it opened up, and there was, if I remember, a being standing there. And one of the people ran up to say, oh, you know, what's going on? You know, I was confused. And when the being turned around, he thought it was one of the managers standing there, but it wasn't the manager, because when this person turned around to face him, there was this bright light coming from his head like a torch, you know, extremely bright. It was so bright that he fell to the ground and looked down. And when he looked up again, this beam was gone. You know.
Jeez, that's a crazy one. I love crazy ones like that.
That was just bizarre, actually. You know, this ball of light rolling up the building wall, but it didn't actually scorch or burn anything, you know. And then we had, what other cases? There's an interesting case in one of Cynthia's older ones, which is the Peter and Francis trip to South Africa. That was still in the 70s. They were driving from Harare all the way to South Africa. And on their trip, they encountered a UFO. They saw a UFO. And during that time, they saw it several times actually. When they passed, they put fuel in the car. And as they left this town, the UFO came back. And they were always looking out the window in fear, what was going on. And they had this feeling that something happened to them. They couldn't explain, like they had some kind of missing time.
Oh.
So, and when they got to the border to South Africa, and they decided to put some petrol in the car was full. The fuel they filled in hundreds of kilometers was still in there. So they had like hardly moved. So they couldn't understand why that happened.
Jeez.
So in South Africa, where they were staying, Cynthia got them to, she asked for if they could have a hypnotist regress them to find out what happened. And now the hypnotist was a total skeptic. They didn't, it wasn't like a UFO investigator hypnotist or anything. It was just a normal hypnotist. And when they took them back to the event, they described their car being taken up into the craft, and somehow they were putting some kind of simulator to simulate the environment around them. So, but the environment looked a bit too lush, like almost jungle wet. Looked a bit strange to what they expected. So they were kind of like, I don't know, they were like test subjects, if I may put it that way. But so they asked them, what did they want from you? Why did they do this? They said they were wanting to find out about a UFO case he encountered years ago. So this person who was telling Cynthia about this case, the UFO was actually trying to find out about a case they were involved in years ago. And so they asked, did you see a UFO at that time? And he said, yes, when he was younger, he was driving around a corner and there was a UFO hovering above the road. And he put on the brakes and then the UFO shot off, but embedded some kind of material in his car when it shot off, like marked his car. So somehow whoever these creatures are, were kind of interested in this other UFO he encountered. So the hypnotist asked, how did they travel, things like that, and they said they don't travel like linearly; they travel in time.
There's some type of time thing
It's
going on.
It's almost like time for them is a destination to get to. They say they like go back in time, they forward in time. So they use time like to get to something closer. They go back in time.
It seems like I'm hearing more and more things like that for and different people I talk to. A couple of things I can't believe I know it's very early in the morning for you there, so we're not going to be going longer than just a few more minutes here. But someone wanted to know if any of Cynthia's books are available in North America. Would you know that? I know you live in England. So.
I have seen some of her UFOs over Africa out on Amazon, I believe.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But this book is extremely rare.
Yeah.
So I do have a couple of them, but I just keep them as like gold, basically.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. And then I like this question here because I don't think I've ever asked this of anyone I've interviewed, of any of the kids. But have any of them ever reported further encounters later on in life that you're aware of?
No, I haven't heard of any of the kids telling me that. I mean, at least I know one of the children who lives in the UK, Lisa. She's in the UK, but I haven't managed to speak to her directly yet. I know sometimes I like to keep them in their personal environment because sometimes they get hounded by people if they get to know them. So I don't want to interfere. But I'll probably, once they get comfortable with me, I might be able to speak to them. Because I remember speaking to Francis. He agreed to speak to me and he wanted to. I asked him if he would be willing to speak on a program, which he said yes at first, but then he didn't want to be involved later on. He just found it overwhelming,
Yes. Yeah, I had Francis on once and then tried to get him back again. And yeah, he does go through those phases where it is overwhelming for him. So we're at the end already. I can't believe how quickly that went with you.
I know.
I'd like to invite you to come back again at another time if you would.
No, that would be a pleasure, Martin, definitely.
Yes. Thanks so much.
No problem.
Okay. Take care.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Bye. All right, everyone. So we'll be back next week with Mike Clellan. That should be a funner interview with him. He's been on before. And I guess that's about it. We'll see you next week. And remember to keep your eyes to the sky.
and get y'all in touch with people that you need to facilitate your healing. Like, please support him and what he's doing. He's doing a great job, and I really appreciate what you do for everyone, Robert. You're doing a great job.
Thank you. I appreciate it. That's awesome. You're really awesome. I'll send you a check later. That's an old joke. People would say that when someone gave them a compliment, they would say, "I'll put a check in the mail." You know, it's a joke.
I'll settle for a donut, though.
Oh, I'll give you that for sure. But not a lot of people know about that. You and Disco Tina and a couple other people do. Dawn knows, but a lot of people don't know. About that. So we'll keep that on the DL. But all right, guys, have a good night until tomorrow. Or yeah.
What makes you excited? Now, I don't run music when I'm on stream. Primarily because it gets distracting on occasion, and besides that, I have no idea how to stream it anyway. So we're just not going to go there. Okay, but let me ask you this. If there were one thing that you have total control over in your life that you're not content with right now, that you would like to change, what would it be? Okay. Because this is where I'm starting things. I'm looking at it going, okay, I can keep talking about changing things, or I can do something about it. So what I've got at this point, now that's book 7, and that's book 7, that is book 7. Yeah, that's book 7, okay. Gotta double check to make sure I had all that. So that's book 7 and book 9. These are just the ones that I'm going to be working on in order tonight. Now, I've already added to book 1, 2, and to 1 and 2. And then we have Y10, Y11, Y12. So yeah, tonight I get finished this stream. Right. And wait a minute, tonight is Wednesday, I think. Pretty certain today is Wednesday. No, today should be Tuesday. Today is Tuesday. So that's good. So tonight, I'm not booked for tonight. So Tuesday night, tonight, I get done this stream. I will be writing in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've already written in 2 of the books. I'll be adding information to another 1, 2, 3, 4. Another 6 tonight. This is just because by breaking it up, it cuts down on getting overburdened on one end. Okay. I may get into editing as well, which would be nice because we're a little behind in where I'd like to be at this point. But let's face it, life gets in the way. So I've quit with going, oh, next month we'll have it, with the one exception of I'm getting the last of the pictures done. I've already got them lined out, and I've got to add more to it, and to the 4 that I've got to send him. As a matter of fact, why don't I get that set up? This is just one of those things. No, the answer there, Terry, and Terry's just asking, can poltergeists teleport physical objects? The answer is no, but what they do can seem to be teleportation. What they actually do is a poltergeist will take an object, this little foam thing. They'll take this little object, they'll pick it up, they'll wrap it in their hands so you can no longer see it, because they're invisible to start with. So they completely envelop it, and then they move it from here to over here, and then let go of it. So it appears to teleport from one side to another. All they do is take it out of your visual spectrum, but it's not actual teleportation. Okay, Now,
welcome everybody to
said,
Broadcast
actual
Team Alpha,
teleportation
where
does
we bring you
exist.
cutting-edge
Reverse
conversation
time
while
travel?
exploring the
No,
quantum
but
possibilities.
teleportation
And I know
absolutely
I
does.
say we're so going to do
And that
it
really
every
boils
week,
down to
and every
either
week
knowing
it
how
just
to
keeps
teleport
getting
or
so
knowing where the
bigger and
wormhole
so
is to
much
make it
better
happen.
and so amazing. But I just want to talk to you for a minute. I want to
Okay.
thank you for being here.
But the
I want
poltergeist
to
actually
thank you
teleport things?
for the
No.
lively chat that goes on. Thank you for your super chats. Thank you for supporting the station. Wherever you are tonight in your personal evolution, right? Maybe just set an intention so that whatever you hear, because you may hear new stuff, that how do you want it to go? I assimilate it with ease, you know, I take it on board and sit with it, right? Have an intention for the possibility that you may hear some new information that you haven't heard before. And instead of just rejecting it, which many of us are doing, right? Because, I mean, we're being trained by the media, so of course there's a lot that we do reject. But maybe instead of rejecting it, maybe just have a healthy suspension of disbelief for tonight. Because we have one of our favorite guests. Augie's going to tell you about her. Before he does, I want to invite you to hang out with us on Sunday afternoon, 2 p.m. Eastern for The Mastermind Connection, a group of really fun people, and they are so much fun. They're so sweet. We get together, and together we come up with visualizations and intentions for what we really want to see in the world, what we really, really want to see in the world. A lot of personal healing, family healing goes on during that time too, because it's all energy. If you'd like to come join us, send an email to mastermindconnection@gmail.com, themastermindconnection@gmail.com. You will receive the link. Just join us 2 p.m. Sunday Eastern Time at the second hour at the 3 p.m. Mark. We take a break, get some coffee, come back and have really cool conversations. So I hope you will consider joining us. Augie, let's talk about our awesome guest.
Yes, I will. Absolutely, because we have Laura Eisenhower returning to Broadcast Team Alpha. And this is going to be a delight because I think it's close to a year. She was here last time, and there is a lot of new stuff coming out. And for those of you that like to surf the internet while you're listening, I'm going to tell you her website. It's cosmicgaia.org. And cosmicgaia.org. You can go there and delight yourself. There's a lot of good information and things you can participate in, and look her up and maybe just take chances on her services. Now, here, actually, Laura, this could have been the shortest introduction that I've probably ever done because everybody knows her. Well, like I say, there's only 2 people out there that don't, and I'm going to talk to those 2 guys. Laura needs absolutely no introduction, but she has been in the media. She's been especially the alternative media, and not only, there's others too. And she is the granddaughter of President Eisenhower. And she may have learned a few things through family back channels. And if it fits in with the conversation that we're going to do tonight, there may be some pearls coming from there. So keep your ears on. And then she has studied what's going on in the world right now, probably more than most. So we're all ears and her perspective on what is going on in the universe and the narratives that has been handed to us and that we are made to live. And now, of course, we're seeing everywhere around us that narrative is falling apart because of people like Laura Eisenhower and everybody else out there that is out with new narratives, new information, and stuff that we need to live healthy lives. And she is also a global alchemist, a researcher, and a medical and intuitive astrologist, a sought-after speaker on the radio and TV and conferences and just about anywhere that you can possibly find somebody in the front of the room talking to a group of people. And one last comment. If you like what you hear tonight, just subscribe to this channel and also see if you can find a super chat, because that is just kind of like almost like Christmas Eve when somebody supports us on the super chat feature on YouTube. So you heard me talk way too much. We want to hear from Laura, so welcome to the show, Laura.
Welcome, Laura. So great to be here with you guys, Augie and Nori. Yeah, we've done a lot over the last couple of years together. We put on a lot of online events, and and it's just really great to be back in your company because, it has been a while, and lots of interesting stuff in my world since last week.
A lot of stuff has been happening in your world, but you know what?
Sure, in yours too. I want to catch up.
Yeah. I mean, it happened. Everything is going so quickly, and then the people who are kind of, the forerunners with information and with energetically, there are going to be a lot of changes. Windows are going to close and doors are going to open. So, I'm hoping that hope is alive for you, Laura, and. So much is going on. Where do you want to begin? Where do you want to dig into this? This is awesome.
Yeah. Well, I'd like to keep up with what's going on with the astrology, but it's not like I always am just like on top of it, like always checking. But I mean, but I do tune in and check in because everything about what's happening with the astrological alignments, impact us on a very deep level. And it's also the knowledge that they have, deep state individuals, in order to create psyops and inversions and different things to place upon and project upon humanity in order to need to sort out, which really gets in the way of the kind of organic initiations that these alignments and planetary energies kind of represent, because they're connected to our organs, our nervous system, our endocrine system, and every part of all that we are. So I like to kind of look at that. So when we look at things like psyops and false flags and rewritten history and the events that took place after the Second World War and where we are today, there is so much to expose that would crush, like the title of the show, false narratives. False narratives would be very much defined as a person being infected by a belief system under some sort of social engineering or mind control that puts them on a trajectory that isn't really true to their heart and soul or their own personal spiritual development. That is a form of manipulation. So a lot of the dark technologies and a lot of things that we're dealing with is just this war on consciousness, this spiritual warfare, and how can we kind of look at it and see the deeper layers so that we can, regain our capacity to be free thinkers and cut the cords with where this is infecting, our creative channels, so that we're not enabling or participating in a future that is that's looking so good when we actually have a choice to create something beautiful and beyond what we've been shown, because we're in a process of awakening, and to me that's self-discovery, understanding what this human vessel is made of, who you truly are and what you're capable of. And you guys, this is with the kind of work you do, right? Like expanding the mind and all the greater abilities that we have. That's what it's all about. So, that's why I love talking to you guys, because the human potential and what we're capable of, pushing the boundaries of what, pushing the limits while having boundaries with, you know what I mean? All right, I'll just stop it.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you. You're preaching to the choir. I love it. I know. And so how much given everything that's going on, there's so much going on, what we were just talking about, if we can stay aligned and if we can work with the power of our own mind and our soul and our consciousness, can't we crush all the narratives, Laura? Can't we do that if we shine our light together?
Yep. We're the most advanced technology. AI is imitation. And inversions are really playing on, okay, if there is a growth period or something that can evolve or expand into some kind of awakening, how can we invert it and distort it, right? For thousands of years, let's just like take the chunk of the last 26,000 year cycle. It's been very much about the inversion of the pentagram, the ether energy like not being accessible, the Baphomet energy, the dark mother reversal, the infiltration of belief systems and the tarnishing of like ancient texts and teachings that has spread its tentacles all throughout the world in religion and government and entertainment industry, medical industries, educational indoctrination that our children are going through. So when we look at like the fact that there's so much that is just being put out there that is not supporting a human's development in connection with their soul and their own process of learning how to heal themselves and like access the visions and dreams and the higher intelligence that can, change the world, yes, I mean, to a certain degree, the system does support those people. You go to university, you get a degree, there is the reward system that does appreciate these talents and gifts, but where is it beginning to compromise teachers, doctors, performers, healer, just everything across the board? Where is, that breaking point where somebody could be like, wow, this system actually is not allowing for this greater awakening, and there's some level of psyops going on right now that is actually like trying to sabotage our ability to move to the next level. And so I'm getting kind of off point here, but I mean,
yeah,
understanding how we can crush it is how we can crush it within ourselves, because we can only win the war within ourselves. We can appreciate the things that we gained from how we were raised and moving through the system, but where does it begin to compromise us? Where can we crush those things that we don't give our power away and feed into a vampiric system that is really engineering an artificial timeline? It's the same thing we would do in a relationship. You can fall in love with somebody and see all the great attributes of why you want to be with that person, but if you start to discover that person is deceiving you, manipulating you, and trying to mess with your head, and what all started out looking like kind of good isn't so good anymore.
Yes.
Can we have the courage to say, I don't want a relationship with that, but I can still preserve the good intent and the good qualities of the thing that was experienced? Because I think people are so afraid of removing themselves from a system that they're so dependent on. It's a false father, mother. And when it's inverted and it's sort of like that reward system, like, oh yeah, you're successful, you got this degree, here's a big paycheck. People are so afraid of there's a bigger divine mother father thing, and it's in my DNA, and I can actually awaken to it and utilize or express my talents and skills in a different way, and can all utilize each other's resources and build a new earth without a vampiric system that's fighting massive crimes against humanity.
Exactly. So you're going to go back a little bit in history with your grandfather to kind of get us up to speed on some of the narratives. So I thought he did sign a disclosure or non-disclosure agreement with off-Earth beings, no?
Well, he definitely had contact with extraterrestrials, right? There was no way that he signed any agreement, though, with what we would consider negative alien agenda type beings, like selling humanity out or like agreeing to having a lot of humans abducted. I mean, we hear these kind of stories throughout the disclosure community, and I've been in it for like more than a decade. And you hear these sort of things. It's like, oh yeah, we'll just abduct a certain number, and we'll take all the names. Nobody's going to get harmed. And the first contact was with the Nordics. You know, that was the narrative being steered, and that was one that I was willing to like really dive into and like look into, because I've had my own personal experiences that I haven't seen any other family member go through, as far as like being recruited to go off planet. I began to dig really, really deep, and I started to attract individuals that were like, there's a lot more to this story than what you're being told. And I think it was also because of my intention, because there's certain things that I would hear and I'm like, that just, it just doesn't feel right energetically. Sort of like, because when I work with cards and I do readings, it's a lot about kinesiology. It's like when something doesn't feel right, and you guys both know because you work energy like incredibly. You just keep seeking. It's just like you just feel that like there's more to the story than this. And so I think just continuing to just move through it and have an open mind and just like put it out there and just be like, okay, let's be a part of this greater conversation. What really did happen? I found in the last 2 years that some sort of truth has been given to me about what really happened that is absolutely different than, you know, first contact with the Nordics, and they were warning us about nuclear weapons and how that impacts them too, and then Eisenhower signed a treaty with the Greys. That is all bunk. And I'll just quote here. And this is, I mean, I've got pages and pages and pages of it. Senior advisor to the Earth Alliance, and also in relation to a lot of what Elena Danan has brought forward, Alex Collier, and Michael Sala's research, and Dan Willis. It's just like, okay, there is this whole other thing that even William Kerr, whistleblower, and Phil Schneider, whistleblower, who are both oft, couldn't quite reach, because in 1947, the laws that were put in place put major top secret beyond the president and beyond the employees that were blowing the whistle, but they didn't have access to that kind of information. So now that there's access to that kind of information, we can crush the narratives of, you know, yes, abduction's been taking place. It's been taking place way long ago, before Eisenhower stepped in office. And what Dan Cooper is
in a way,
by the legal authority, because there was an unconditional surrender agreement in 1952 under.
In a way, I can see how it would make sense that he did not enter into any agreement, because if you look at the character of these Greys, they are not one that would keep their words, because they violate the universal law by abducting people, doing experiments on them. And if he had signed something, let's say limiting the amount of people being abducted, they wouldn't hold that agreement anyway. They would do whatever they would want to do because they had the technology to do it.
Exactly. And this goes way back to, I mean, in the early 1930s, under Roosevelt's administration, Winston Churchill, Aleister Crowley, and Hitler were very much a part of the original agreements to allow abductions to take place. And then after the Second World War, what we see in our history books is not the truth. So there's a false narrative, but, you know, the disclosure community is, you know, trying to like wake people up, right? But even in the disclosure community, there's false narratives, right? So when I was recruited to go off planet, there were a lot of disinformation agents within that group of individuals. And I can name names, but I've researched it so much. And a lot more information has been coming at me since I refused to go. So I'm not a super soldier. I'm not MK Ultra or like in SRA. Eisenhower's not Illuminati family. And but I was targeted through Looking Glass technology to remove me from the planet because apparently Eisenhower was briefed that a descendant would come and bring about a truth that he wasn't able to share. He was only able to give us a warning in his final speech, and he was only able to plant a bunch of seeds about a knowledgeable and aware citizenry is what's going to get us out of this mess. So on a covert level, he had to put some things in place, and his great ally and person that he was able to work with was Val Thor, who actually warned him about the Nordics and the Greys, and warned him about what MJ12 was doing, and helped him to understand the ramifications of Project Paperclip and these three-letter organizations, and what was like starting to become a new structure of government where the president doesn't have any real power. There's a shadow government, right? So the false narrative of him signing treaties with the Greys has been sort of the scapegoat for those that are steering the narratives right now, that want that to be a fallback of, oh, let's blame it on Eisenhower, right? As far as the abduction thing goes, while they're like, you know, oh, the good guys, yeah, it's like, you know, get the, go along with the program. And I'm not going to say too much, but we know what that looks like. And then potential blue beam technology, and people starting to understand or not understand, like, who has their hands on this advanced alien technology. Certainly not Eisenhower. If he signed a treaty, don't you think there'd be trust funds? I'd be sitting, like, there'd be like a shut, like alien technology that, like, because Eisenhower made a deal, and like, no, MJ12 and all these three-letter organizations are the ones that have all of this. And this kind of technology, we're talking about geoengineering, we're talking about mind control, we're talking about psyops, we're talking about like how it's infected everything. And it's so much deeper than that, because, you know, it's all about grooming the human to feel like you're voting for something, or you're agreeing to something, you're a part of some movement that's going to make some kind of change. Most of them are funded. Those are false narratives. So to crush the false narratives, just come back to the center and say, you know, there are multiple examples. You know, Eisenhower and the Greys is just one of them. There are multiple examples of things that seem to be, oh, here's some intel, here's some disclosure information. That's absolutely bunk. There are plans. Yeah. There are controlled you know, but people are trying to figure out who's who. But I safely say, being raised in this family, and a book that was written where 1952 was very significant. That's when the UFOs flew over the Capitol and stuff like that. That's when an unconditional surrender agreement took place. And that's also when a migration of souls came in, very advanced souls, thousands, to be born, you know, and they've come like at all different times and span. Many years, but there was a massive migration in 1952, and it's written in a book. It was also written in a book that there would be a descendant that would bring about the truth. So when I was dealing with the Mars recruiters, I remember one of the ones that defected and was trying to help me understand what was going on. He goes, well, Eisenhower was briefed that you'd be born. And that's when we, utilizing Looking Glass technologies, targeted you before birth, so that when you come in, remove you from the planet and use you. So they were giving me all that information through one person, and they used this partner as bait. So it's like, oh my God. That's wow. Yeah. That's a lot to try and explain, right? It's like, it would take books and hours and hours explaining. Yeah. And this is the thing of like any targeted individual. It's like, if you have something to offer that's going to make the world a better place, they have technology and they have the knowingness of certain things that happen. Eisenhower was briefing star beings that are connected to the Lakota, Dakota, and Sioux Nation, and the original migration in Lemuria. And there's a book written about it, and somebody handed it to me, and it explains a lot. So I'm trying to publish these books that are going to help people to assimilate all this and understand it. And the reason it's important is because how can we possibly heal the humanity if we are reflecting upon lies and distortions? So go ahead. Yeah.
I'm wondering, though, you mentioned something earlier that you were targeted and they wanted to remove you from the planet. And was that the incident when you were offered to leave the planet and go to Mars under the Alternative 3 program?
Yeah, I mean, well, that's what I ended up researching. I'm like, well, what is all this about? And then I really started to dig deep. And yeah, it's like, it felt like there was always like some sort of attention on me ever since I was like a kid. And it didn't make sense to anybody. And so it's like, when you know you can't share certain things, it's like, okay, I'll just have to handle this on my own. So I started to really research, go down all the rabbit holes, understand things like psychotron weaponry and looking at technologies and just like being a targeted individual, which is different than some other targeted individuals that have been thrown into like, you know, MK Ultra kind of stuff. Yeah. The partner they set me up with was thrown into some kind of MK Ultra stuff because he seemed to have more than one personality, and he referred to handlers. And I didn't have that kind of thing going on. I think he was my lab. That didn't happen to me. What happened to me was, okay, Eisenhower family, didn't sell out, not Illuminati. You know, he's been blamed for ET government treaties, but in actual fact, he set up the Earth Alliance, the White Hats, and Ike's Force and everything to reverse all of this and actually like battle this dark nefarious force that wants to screw with humanity. There was an invasion of Dulce underground base before the Phil Schneider one in 1969, I believe. That is the more famous one, or 67. And also he wanted to invade Area 51. I mean, there's so much bigger picture stuff going on here. So yeah, so the recruitment thing was, okay, there was going to be somebody that was going to be born to like take it to the next level of what needs to be shared. Here's a warning of the military industrial complex. What does that mean? Here is all these rumors or things about ET government treaties, abductions, ET technology, and you know what really happened after the Second World War. So because it was told that somebody would be born to like, because I have a loud mouth, it's probably like, oh, let's pick her. And like, I'm like, did I really like sign that contract? I'm gonna do this, you know? That I would like bring some light to it, and then whoop, they wanted to hijack that and intercept it and be like, let's take her to Mars, because the Alternative 3 scenario during Eisenhower administration that's connected to MJ-12 and also the Jason scholars is something that it's claimed that he kind of set up. Was they were communicating with Zetas that said in the event of catastrophe, Armageddon, apocalyptic kind of stuff, we would need to protect the human genome and move them off planet and into underground bases. So Alternative 3 was colonization of Mars. When I met Andrew Basiago from Project Pegasus, though, and we started to really kind of look at all this, our conclusion was there was such a massive infiltration that took place in the secret space programs that even that seemingly well-intentioned agenda was not so good, because if we look at apocalyptic events or Armageddon type things, is it really we need to evacuate the Earth, or do we need to call out the fact that dark weaponry is being used to engineer a false timeline to make it appear that way? And so it was a tough decision. I'm like, okay, so my great granddad, you know, I feel very close to, and I've had a lot of readings about like our connection, but it's sort of like, I want to make the best decision for the human race. I want to make the best, like, so me and Andrew Basiago would talk about, yeah, you know, it makes sense to protect the human genome in the event of, you know, some kind of cataclysm. But before I met Andrew, and when I was refusing to go, my thought was, because I was really prepared as a child, like, you know, don't let them take you away. And I had like really lucid dreams too. And I had benevolent forces coming in to like help me. Is that, you know, we don't need to evacuate Mother Earth. We need to call out, you know, the dark weaponry. We need to call out, you know, what they're doing and what they've been doing for a long time. And so this all creates these false narratives, because after Eisenhower and then Kennedy assassination, Kennedy was actually a part of the Illuminati, but he was willing to be brave, got assassinated. Every president since then has been a part of these three-letter organizations and have been groomed. And so just to catch up with it all, and you know, what it means on a bigger picture level is that we need to know the falsities and what's being engineered so that we don't get tricked. And this is where it's a critical time to call this kind of stuff out. And the censorship is just like out of control, because it's like, whoa, you know, these false narratives of like, oh, there's going to be contact, or there's going to be some problem, reaction, solution. The same playbook they do over and over again is going to snarl so many people, so many well-intentioned people, the ones that aren't even about disclosure, but are just doing it in their colleges or universities with climate change and LGBTQ and transgenderism. You know, it's like all this weaponization of well-intentioned people that just want to see like humanity evolve, but don't realize that they're like fighting the bait. And so the roots of it are in what I'm talking about. And alternative 3, you know, like leaving the planet while this mess is made, it kind of makes sense. But it's but you know, when I looked at all the individuals that were a part of it, you would have the ones that were being processed as being heroes, like this is the right thing to do. But the fact that they would never listen to me and understand that, like, I have a really strong mission with Mother Earth and this essential window period of the mother energy being grounded again on this planet, Mayan prophecies, a Feticus, sun moving through the 13th sign. It's like the fact that nobody wanted to listen to me, and it was very much about control. I was just like, there's no way in hell.
There was something that when we are talking about alternative 3 here, if that is a new concept to any of the listeners out there, go ahead and research it, because it is real. In fact, there were one aspect of it that was published in the congressional record as a funding towards that program many decades ago. This started back in the late 1960s. They called it the brain drain. They were taking the most brilliant people from Earth with their permission or without their permission and moving them to Mars to build a new society, which they have done in several different places. So go ahead and research this, because what Laura is talking about is just the tip of the iceberg. That's all we have time for here. But this movement to Mars is real. There is government papers talking about it.
Absolutely. And that's the thing. It's like, and I'm not like in the duality thing. It's like, you know, processing all of that and trying to come to terms with all of that. It's just like, well, would it have been the best thing to just like go along with this? I mean, they utilized a partner. They used looking glass technology to locate us in a past life, so that they would be assured that like there would be an affinity, right? So when he was like set up on this mission to meet me somewhere, when I met him, I thought we were just meeting in just a natural kind of way. 7 months after I met him, he said, no, they sent me on a mission because they've been tracking you and you're an assignment. You're a mission. I was like, oh, I thought we just fell in love in an organic way and you just wanted me to go to Mars. I'm like, we're not gonna, like, yeah, maybe eventually, but we got to take care of Mother Earth, right? And when like a lot more started coming out of it all, it was just like, he's like, no, you were an assignment and I was supposed to go there and meet you and get you to go to Mars. So when I refused, he's like, they're gonna take you anyway. And I had to fight really hard to make sure that me and my children wouldn't. And then it's, you know, you question yourself. It's like, I didn't have any of the whistleblowers. Like, I met Andrew Bashago and Alfred Lambert Weber and heard about like everybody, Carrie Cassidy and Project Camelot were interviewing like years later. I only had my own intuition in the dreams that I was having. And it was like really, you know, freaky. But after I processed through it enough and met enough people and did enough research, it's not just like colonizing Mars like as a breakaway civilization, you know, because Earth is just going to shit. It's a lot darker there, and there's a lot. It was like, so I did get the reassurance that it was a good thing that I refused to go. But here I am, right? And I'm here, and I'm trying to share a greater truth than these false narratives, and I'm doing my best to just work the energy with Mother Earth, who I just feel a deep connection with, and understand the galactic history and just a bigger picture of it all. And just that was my greater calling, starting from childhood. The downloads to me weren't like about like, ooh, like processing going to Mars. No, it was like doing the energy work to like restore Mother Earth, to be able to experience this great awakening and whatever we call ascension, which to me is the advancement of the human vessel, the human soul, and occupying that human vessel to be able to see beyond the lies and the distortions and the false narratives. So, there's a lot during that time of Alternative 3 that kind of goes into like Bob Lazar and Dan Burrish and like all these other like individuals that and it's been a lot to unpack, and we can't share it all in like one segment, but the whole deal is that I've gone down the rabbit holes or beyond rabbit holes, like, my God, which is what I was tasked with on a mission level, which I have an agreement with Eisenhower and Val Thorin on a bigger picture level, to get to the truth, and also to work with this great migration of advanced souls that have come in and activate like starseeds and bring all our resources and information together to just like work it out. So this doesn't need to be censored because we're just looking at information. It's like I'm like a detective, right? It's like I don't have an agenda. I'm just trying to find the truth. Right. I don't have an agenda. And what I've discovered in the last couple of years is absolutely Eisenhower didn't sign a treaty. In actual fact, he put things in place that are positive, and the most positive thing I feel he has done is to remind us all of the government structure. One of my favorite quotes is, "The government's better get out of the way and let people have peace."
Yeah.
And just all his quotes and just everything he's saying is just like, it's us. We are the leaders. We are the powers that be. Those are the powers that want to be. They're stealing from us. They're robbing us. This governmental structure is based in lies. I mean, he was raised a farm boy. He's so close to the earth, and there's like books like written about all that too. And just there's so much more to the story, you guys, right? So I guess I just know that we have to kind of wrap it up. It's just whatever you're Googling or finding on the internet, there's probably a much bigger picture. And just don't just same thing with your own healing process, and the weaponization of the initiations of what these times are all about. Are you gonna answer to an outer authority and give your power away, or are you going to like gain self-knowledge and find the true medicine that come from the earth? And crushing another false narrative is all that.
Yeah, I got a question for you in that regard, and that is that when you went down the rabbit hole, I bet you found the rabbit down there, and that is maybe you found out who is at the top of the food chain, how much of an alien or extraterrestrial influence is there on what is going on today. What do you think?
The top of the food chain is it has a lot to do with the mind. If you're not a free thinker, there's going to be something that is going to think for you. If you are not empowered and you're not grounded in the truth of all that you are, something else is going to take that place for you. And it's going to convince you on a multi-generational level that, oh, this is the authority, this is the religion, this is the system, this is what you have to answer to, this is what you'll be rewarded by if you do what we say. It's all based in inversions, right? You cut the cords from it and you just answer to like something deeper, and you begin to switch on, these greater things. There really isn't any hierarchy. There really isn't any, food chain, because you've become the override frequency. And I always refer to like, we're 5D towers compared to 5G towers. When we're 5D towers, it's throat chakra, fifth chakra, fifth element, ether, purification, clearing all the nonsense out of your throat chakra. So that when you speak, you're speaking truth. You're speaking from your soul centered. Doesn't mean you have all the answers, but you're embodied in your truth. You can see the lies and distortions. You're true to yourself, and you have an open enough mind to sort out the outer information, and in your soul, you're willing to go through whatever it takes to just continually rebirth and understand that you're an alchemist, and that fifth element and alchemy, turning lead into gold, is all about, the purification of the elementals that reside in our DNA, nucleic acids in our DNA. So once we set ourselves free, we become the more advanced technology than any of the dark weaponry, and we crush it. Any black magic, any dark technology, it's just like, if we are shielded from it because we're developing ourselves, doing the inner work and connecting with Mother Earth and cosmic and natural law, it crushes all that. That has created this inverted matrix system that we call society now, that our children are being raised in. So the minute we just say, whoop, it's like divorcing a narcissist, abuser, and betrayer and saying, I'm worthy of true love. So we work this in our lives on a micro level. So, keep working the energy on a micro level and know that it amplifies out to the collective, and you are the more advanced technology than any of this. Just don't let anybody, take over your mind. And, and all these falsities is just to create a storyline to cover up, all these other layers. So we all have this in common. We come in as detectives, it's like, there's more to the story than what we've been told. So let's be curious and discover it, because self-knowledge, the tree of knowledge is all about good and evil. The tree of knowledge, it's been targeted with mind control. Let's take knowledge and make it self-knowledge. Let's be willing to want to discover and be curious enough to restore the tree of life template and integrate polarity and have an open enough mind to put all this information together with mutual love and respect and put it all out on the table so we can make sense out of it. But number one, make sense of yourself and just be true to yourself.
Maybe we should remember what the word history means. Break up the word, and it sounds like his story, not ours.
Right, it's our story. And just unified field and unity consciousness, the 0 point unified field, neutrality. Is that we're not all meant to be the same, but in our uniqueness, in just differences, diversity and harmony is oneness. We're playing music together. We're all our differences are helping us to rebuild the architecture of our 12-strand and beyond DNA. And the weaponization of all of this, because they know the astrological alignments and everything that's going on, is creating these false narratives that we need to crush by being centered in the natural forces of the elemental Mother Earth that is initiating us into the remembrance of all that we truly are and what we hold inside of ourselves. The inverted matrix is like just an imitation mockery of it, and it literally is vampiring and creating an artificial timeline and trajectory. And it's just like, it's not all doom and gloom. Unconditional love with Mother and Father and the cosmic Trinity and Divine Child. We'll bring it all back, but do you really want to go down that road any further, folks?
Not really.
Come home.
Not really. And it's interesting because some people don't even know that there's more besides what is being fed into, the news theater, all of that fakeness. So there are those people, and then there are people who suspect there's something wonky going on behind the scenes. Then there's people who are just beginning to understand that there's stuff going on behind the scenes. Then there's a bunch of people who can't even figure out, because there's so many agendas, even we can't figure out all the time what is genuine and what we should just not give any focus to, and I think it comes back to checking in with ourselves and seeing how we feel at any moment in time. And if we're, spun up for no reason and like, go, okay, you know what, maybe I don't believe that, maybe I need to question my belief on that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we gotta reach within ourselves and take notice of the feelings that you get when somebody's talking, because they talk to you on several different levels of consciousness. You can hear it, you can see it, but you can feel it. And your spirit somehow in a mind-created universe is connected to theirs, and you can feel the consciousness behind what they're saying. And listen, just listen, and don't turn away from that little voice in the back of your head, because you could be going down the wrong rabbit hole.
What's going on?
Yep. Yeah. So, yeah, it's like we are here to learn about this vessel that we've been given, and something to explore and understand the potential of our brains, our dormant DNA, like switching it on. It's like we're constantly just like reacting to what's coming at us from outside of us. You know, it's like we can learn from it, yeah, of course, but it's like, you know, you get to determine within your own being, like, where the boundaries are, you know, what you can and cannot handle. It's like, okay, I'll take that, but I don't want to take this. And it's just like, you know, this is a huge growth period. It's just like what we are being, every adversity and challenge is just like, we're here for spiritual and soul development. People think it's like, no, the American dream, it's all about having a family. No, we're here for spiritual and soul development. And we're in, like, you know, these challenges, and we're being constantly challenged, but like, let that challenge remind you, it's like, wow, you're being presented with a challenge that is that you can actually like figure out, and like,
exactly.
And you win the war on consciousness within yourself. It's just like, don't take it so personally. Don't let this human density, like, you know, crush you. It's just, look at it as just like, this is the training ground to reclaim your warrior spirit and the truth of all that you're made of, and the fact that you're a divine human. You have more abilities than you can imagine, and let all these challenges like push you to the edge so that you can retrieve the treasures and not give your power away. You know, and if you do, fall on your face again and again, and then there'll be a breakthrough eventually, and you'll be like, oh my God. Oh my God, it's been within me this whole time. Boom.
And we can, we do have recourse, you know, energetically and spiritually. We do have recourse, and when we apply energetically and spiritually, then the matter around us begins to shift. So it's incumbent upon us to do our best work, you know, to take care of ourselves, to master our health, right? I mean, our body doesn't, it's interesting because I've got two things going on in my head tonight. I've got thinking about like the whole world picture and the deceit, and then all of the study that I do on trauma and bad relationships, and it's the same thing whether you were raised without being loved or being neglected or being told that you were a piece of garbage or whatever it was, the trauma that you went through. If you took a broad view of what is happening on the world stage, it's the same dynamic, right? To be brought up in an unloving, unstable environment, that's what they're trying to create. That's why we need to, you know, stay close to the people that we love and that keep us grounded, and you know, I don't know, I'm ready to make plans. You know, I'm tired of being holed up from everything that happened. You know, I think it's time for us to begin gathering.
Absolutely, yeah, so.
Yeah, we're doing what we can, many of us, and then there are still people on the couch with a beer in their hand. So we got to get to those also, because the people.
You just lost those listeners.
I'm sorry. I was going to say something else about that guy on the couch, and that is that once they get off the couch, they can be phenomenally powerful. And they are the ones that sometimes step out front because they have seen the light.
It's about life. It's about life.
I got him back.
Yeah. I mean, and the thing is, it's acceleration. It's like, you know, sometimes the guy on the couch might be in a cocoon, might need to just like, be like doing nothing and just being like, you know, the whole word lazy and all this. It's like, wait, what if like, okay, unless they're overly watching like some, but the time we like contain ourselves. And, you know, it's like we just want to get out. Maybe it's a different kind of couch, but any all the stuff with the butterflies merging from the cocoon. It's like the amount of examples in nature. It's like nature is the ultimate teacher, and it's coded in our soul and our DNA. And you know, it doesn't mean that.
I tell you though, I'm not done with the guy on the. I'm not done with the guy on the couch yet, because I used to be one of them. I had no clue of what's going on here because I came from a foreign country and I didn't understand. I was one of those guys, but I saw the light too, and I started doing a few things, and then I ended up finding other people that felt like I did, like Nori and you, and there are others. And we become a powerhouse when we get together, and that's what we need to do more so. And the guy on the couch, he just hasn't gotten off the couch yet. So, man, there are good people everywhere out there that loves freedom. And they love the power of the mind, they just don't understand it all yet. And those are the ones, the powerful masses are waking up in hordes, and I love to see it.
I agree. And that's why I love traveling, because it's just like the people, you know, at the airport and just, you know, just going grocery shopping, just the few conversations I have is just like feeling the soul of each other. It's like, doesn't matter like what you're awakened to or what you're not, or where you're wearing a mask. It doesn't matter. It's just like this greater interchange. It's just like, you know, just the beauty of humans. It's just, you know, and the power of the human spirit is just like, that crushes, you know, any of the mind control and false narratives or anything. It's just like, if we can just stay aligned with that, not fall into the divide and conquer judgment and separation, it's just like we, you know, are functioning on this greater level of just like, you know, I just see beauty in people everywhere. And it's just like,
I love that. I love that. And when I feel like I can't take anymore, you know, when I feel like, you know, I've got too much going on, I'm going too far down the rabbit hole, I can see the hand of the divine in my life. And I'm in this really sweet little town that's like stepping back in time about 10 years. And I'll go to the grocery store, you know, frazzled, you know, my brain's like melting out my ears. And then somebody will look at me and go, "Oh, I'm sorry, sweetheart, am I in your way?" And I mean, look, make eye contact with me and have that connection. And I'm like, oh, thank you, God. I'm back. My brains are congealing now. Okay, I'm back. You know, and I think we need to look, you know, for those little moments of connection, those little moments where we spark with another person. I just got chills.
Oh my gosh. I just went to the grocery store here in like a different state, and it's just like instant, just like feel connected to like so many people that I met today. And like the checkout lady went way out of her way. She's like, "Oh, let's check it out." I'm just like, I don't even want to begin to tell you, like, exactly what you're saying, Nori.
So glad.
Yeah, there's good people everywhere, and we just don't know them yet.
I love that. That's like the quote right there. And that's what I love. Just, you know, there's so much beauty to embrace, and all the other nonsense. It's just like, you know, the most important thing, you know, the alchemical formula is coming from the unconditional love in the ether. It's just like, that's the great miracle. That's the great, no matter what. It's like that all goes out the window when there's just a soul acknowledgement. It's just, you know,
I see that.
Higher earth energy. That is the ascension energy. It's just that you're connected on the soul level, not personality, not belief systems, not, you know.
Yes, yes. And if we're not feeling it in the system that we were raised in, we might need to challenge those beliefs a little bit and begin to see, because the kingdom is within. So, Augie, what were you trying to say? Sorry.
Oh, I was just trying to say that we're getting down toward the end of the show, and I want to hear more about Laura. What is next for you? I know you're writing a book or two, and how can you help them out? I know you're doing some really neat stuff there.
Thank you so much. Well, thanks for having me. And I know, like, it was all like probably all over the place, and
that was great.
So I hope you guys, got. Yeah. Okay. So my website is cosmicgaia.org, and I'm here in Florida. I'm going to be New Living Expo in California and Mount Shasta. I mean, on my website, I like working on getting a retreat space in Montana.
Sounds good.
Right? Like soul family, like just to create good things.
That sounds good.
It's really just bouncing back constantly from censorship and smear campaigns and just trying to rebuild channels. And it's just like, sometimes it's like, okay, well, maybe it's just time to just like crawl off into a cave and be done. But here,
I don't think that's for you, Laura.
Yeah, right. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, I really appreciate having me on, and there's a lot to look forward to. There's a lot to embrace, and it's up to us to have the eyes and the heart and soul connection within ourselves to be able to see it, and you'll gravitate toward it. The synchronicity. People that aren't awakened, or they're like not getting it, and the thing is, it's just like the unconditional love of Creator Source. It's just like it's all around and kind of avoid it or not believe it's there because the authority and the answers are over there. Everybody's gonna be okay. Bigger picture of it all, and I just hope I'll just celebrate a little bit more.
Yeah, I think that, even if there is family that is not waking up, love them anyway, and just like the horse, you can bring him to water, but you can't drink, and yes, you can. All you have to do is information that they're interested in, and maybe able to them a little bit in that direction of truth. So until they wake up, don't do like we did with the so-called thing that we alienate people. No, just keep it, because we're the same, all of us called Earth. So we got to make this place better. And I want to say one more thing, and that for those of you listeners out there that's still with us here, subscribe to wherever you see Laura Eisenhower, because she's coming out, she's constantly doing research, and she's coming out with information, and she speaks but so just go to her website and save it and go back ever so often and have a good look at it. And
I want to say something before we close. I know we have about 1 minute, and I just caught a little bit of the chat room, and there's a lot of people talking about awakening people. So we all have different agendas. I'm going to speak from my perspective. You know, I mean, I guess by virtue of being in Broadcast Team Alpha, that I am part of an awakening offering. But you know, I don't feel like I'm here to awaken the masses. As a healer, I'm here to help people awaken one-on-one and only when they're ready. If people are not ready, my only job is to be the most loving, the most gracious, the most compassionate person that I can possibly be at any given moment of time. And it's challenging at times, right? So if you are wondering where the heck you fit in this big plan, and all you know is that you just want to love people, then you're doing your job. You're doing your job. Yep. Laura, thank you for being here with us. So much love to you. Everybody, we'll see you next Tuesday. Oh, don't forget, guys, the Friday show, right? The Friday Quantum Health Lifestyle Wellbeing Show used to be 1:11. It's now 7:30 Friday night. So if that's better for you, let me know. We're test driving, Mac, we're test driving that time slot. I'm not committing to it until I see the fruit of the labor. So come hang out Friday night with us too. Laura, so much love to you. Thank you. Have safe travels everywhere you go.
Oh, thank you so much. And I love just what you said. It's like, I learned so much from everyone, and we're all teachers and students, and you know, we have so much to give to each other, and
we do.
Thank you so much, you guys.
And one more last thing before we go, and that is that tomorrow evening, and I believe that is at 4 o'clock here, at the 7 o'clock East Coast time, we are having a membership meeting for the members of our YouTube channel, where we're going to be discussing private things, and it's just for the members. So maybe you want to go to the YouTube channel and click on membership and become member, and you will be in on it. So anyway, until then, please subscribe, and we will see you next time.
Much love, everybody.
unprecedented perils that threaten to send him crashing into the dark abyss of silence, known as extinction. Man stands on the brink of destruction. Or could it be that man's ultimate fate has been known for over 2,000 years?
Hello everyone, welcome to another episode of Q&A about history of science and technology. And let's see, I see a number of questions that have been saved up here. There's one from Julie here. What's the history of AI? What's the first recorded example of artificial intelligence? Well, in terms of first recorded example, there are certainly plenty of mythological cases of, well, more like artificial. I'm not sure that there was so much of a distinction between artificial life and artificial intelligence back in sort of ancient times. But the idea of, you know, lumps of clay becoming alive and so on was certainly a thing. It's worth remembering that the concept of the fact that life only comes from other life was a comparatively recent realization. I mean, people thought that in a bunch of mud there will be spontaneous generation of living organisms and maggots and things like this. Part of the reason for that was until the 1600s, people didn't know about microorganisms. Before there were microscopes, there wasn't any knowledge of microorganisms. Although I think there was sort of an implicit, from the periods in the 1400s with the Black Death and things like this, there was sort of some implicit knowledge of contagion and the fact that there were invisible agents of contagion, later germs and so on. But the idea that life could come from non-life was still really a thing back, you know, until solidly into the 1600s, maybe even past that time. So this idea that life was not creatable in an easy way was something that only sort of gradually came in. Now, of course, in today's world, one's interested in what's the origin of life on Earth, and back in the 1950s, for example, there were these experiments, famously the Miller-Urey experiment, where you got a bunch of chemicals that sort of might have existed on the early Earth, and you put sort of a simulated lightning strike through it, and you discover you get other chemicals, which are things sort of approaching the chemicals of life. I mean, one of the things that was discovered, in the 70s, 80s perhaps, was that in interstellar space, there are chemical reactions are very weird in that case, because the density of material is really low, and what tends to happen is there'll be a molecule sitting on some grain out in interstellar space, and some other molecule will sort of hit it, and the things will have some reaction. But the result of all of that is that there are molecules of decent size that happen to be also molecules that appear in living systems. I think the mechanisms by which they come to be there are utterly different from the ones in living systems, but it's sort of notable that in interstellar space there are grains that have these molecules on them and so on. And then the question of sort of how life arose from non-life, which we'll come back to intelligence in a moment, but how sort of life arose from non-life, it's still very much an open question what the details of that are, and sort of how, RNA, DNA, and so on came to be, and how many alternatives there were. I mean, how much of what we see in life today isn't what was originally there. We see in the Burgess Shale, for example, which comes from what is it, maybe 500 million years ago, something like that, examples of organisms from the, I guess, Precambrian period, which were funky organisms that don't look much like anything we have today. I mean, it's kind of like, the right-handed versions of molecules and sort of the chiral structure of molecules won out in biological organisms, but maybe there were organisms that had the left-handed versions of sugars and other molecules, and those ones didn't win out, and we don't know why. And the fact that there's five-fold symmetry in lots of things rather than six-fold, seven-fold, whatever else, is another thing where at some moment that won out in the history of life. But the question of sort of how the first organisms, the first way in which different kinds of elements of organisms arose, my guess is that a lot of different mechanisms that exist in biological organisms sort of originated separately, and then they all got combined together into this kind of package deal that is life. And I think we already see that in living organisms today. Our mitochondria, that are the energy source for cells, those were separate organisms that became parasites in what became the whole line of development that leads to eukaryotes and like us. And one would guess that the things like the lipid bilayer of cell membranes was probably of a sort of a separate origin from things about the replication in DNA and so on, and these sort of came together as a package deal sometime a bit later.
a swing at the motherfuckers. Just fucking stupid. I'll have to knock some sense into you.
Yeah, and the windows kind of, curved out. But I saw across, everything just went quiet. And I'm looking up and I'm like mesmerized. And I'm terrified. And I remember it was just, I couldn't stop looking at it. And I remember looking at the windows, how outward they went, like a big bubble. And I was just looking at all the lights going around and around. It was really crazy.
Would you say the craft was? Springmeyer and a few others. They postulate.
Oh, it was probably literally about maybe 150 feet above me, and the size of a.
Then somehow we fucked up.
Oh man! Like,
field. You know what a football?
Yeah, a
Bigger than
little
that,
less
smaller
than a
than that?
football field. Yeah, because I
Okay.
was able to see the peripheral, but it was ginormous. The lights were. It was almost like putting you in a trance.
Yeah. And at
It's the only
150
thing I can say.
and at 150 feet hovering above you, that had to be ginormous because really it was something that
Yeah.
big. 150 feet is not really that
It's
high
not
in the
that
air.
much, right? I got my hair standing up talking about it. So, okay. So anyway, I lost time. I don't know how I got home. I woke up that next morning, and I woke up in my bed, and I'm like, that was not a dream. That was real. And I saw my friend later that day, and this friend didn't mention anything. So I didn't say anything because I didn't want to hear what this person saw or not, because I was still afraid. I didn't tell anybody until just recently.
And you and your friend never spoke about it ever?
Well, yes, I did 2 years ago. I called them. I said, this UFO experience is I was drawing everything. I was writing out my experiences and everything. And I said, do you remember anything? And he says, I remember hiding in the shed with you, but I don't know why I was hiding. So he has no memory of what he saw or anything. He just remembers hiding in the shed.
It sounds like to me you were both abducted. He was too.
Yeah, and this person has told me that he does get visits from aliens at night sometimes.
So during this first experience, you were how old again?
15.
15. And I don't know if you had mentioned just earlier, but during this, you just had this idea. It was kind of following you, right? You kind of felt you couldn't get away from it.
It was from one place, and I started running because I felt like the eyes behind me. When you just know that something's behind you and you're running from it. That's what it felt like. It was chasing me from there to there in a second. And I just remember, I just looked up again. It was there. It was just there.
When you woke up the next morning, did you have any, visible marks on your body or anything like that?
Don't remember.
Yeah.
I don't remember if I looked.
So let me ask you. So that drawing you did was a pretty cool drawing. In fact, I got it here. I might be able to pull it off.
R. Kelly has it too. Or R. Keith has it too.
R. Keith. And so according to that picture, it looked like it was a visible flying saucer. It looked like it had like even a windshield or something. It looks like you drew in front of it. Did you happen to be able to see into the craft to see any bodies inside of it, or was this just too much at one time?
All I remember seeing, it was pure white behind the windows. It was like a pure white light that was emanating inside where the dome part of the windows were, but I didn't see any bodies in there.
I can't imagine what I would be thinking at 15. And as a kid, I'm sure, Kim, you probably grew up near Velocity Space, right? I'm guessing maybe. So you've known as a kid about flying saucers. What were you thinking that? I mean, was this too much just going through your mind? What were you processing?
I was still processing it. I knew something paranormal happened, but so many things happened to me even before the UFO. So I've always lived a supernatural life anyway. So to me, it's like, oh, whatever this is, it's whatever my family has told me, it's normal. So I wasn't afraid of it later, but I was terrified staring at it. I remember I was frozen in fear.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah. And so you're 15, you have UFO experience, and you just made mention that prior to 15, you had some other strange stuff going on. So if you want to backtrack just a little bit, what can you tell us about that?
Well, my grandma and I would go on a Ouija boards all the time, and I was supposed to be safe by then, back then. We always had these really, fun ghosts and things like that. Things would move around, and my sister was smart enough. She stayed off of it though. But we had this French poet that was on, and we were writing down what this poet was saying, and it was beautiful poetry and things like that. And we would get some visions. My grandma and I would see this poet sometimes kind of show up in the house, and and I was like maybe 12, 13.
Wow.
And we had like a little joker called Clem, and he would make the planchette move around, and nothing was really negative. It was always very warm and welcoming, but we would see like shadows. And another time when my great-grandma died, we went to the Salem Witch House. My great-grandma was very, very intuitive. She would read poems, and she would read tea leaves. And we all went to the Salem Witch House, and she started shaking. And she felt so bad for the women that were burned there. And that was my first experience seeing my great-grandmother as an empath react to the energy that was horrific in the main, witch house.
Sure.
Wow. So I was taught very young, like, picking up sensitive, energies and seeing spirits, because she saw the women that were burned. She literally saw them.
Wow.
So, and it was really hard because I was staying there behind her, and she was just like, she was almost going into one of those little seizures because she was just so affected, and she was crying for the women.
Yeah. Wow.
And when she died, not too much after that, she came to visit us. She called us on the phone, and her dog was home. And we're like, what? I'm asking my grandma, why is Harvey on the line crying when everybody's in the hospital? She says, your great-grandma died. This is her way of saying that she made it to heaven. I said, oh, okay. Well, my grandma's sister called a few minutes later saying that their mother died. And I got goosebumps talking about that too. It was just her way of saying, I'm saying goodbye. So, I mean, paranormal is so, like, breathing.
Yeah, you grew up with it. You're not scared of it.
Right. So UFO wasn't that scary.
Yeah, no, not comparatively speaking to that. And I'm going to go back another set of years now, because we started at 15. and well, the reason I bring this up is because since I've been doing this, I've talked to a couple people that are pretty well, they know a lot. And even Kristen and Brandy themselves, I've spoken to some other people. They're talking that when we usually have our first, when they're dealing with because you mentioned time loss, and we'll get into that a little bit later, because that's definitely associated with abductions. But a lot of people say that they have their first contact with in their bedrooms a lot of times, perhaps with something that they think might be a ghost or like an alien. And it always happens, because it happened to me around the age of 5 or 7, and I heard those are the 2 key ages where if you've got an ability, you're picking it up like that young. So if you can remember going back to even being younger, anything unusual?
Just with the astral projection when I was 5.
I know you
and
covered
then,
that, yeah, and that was...
Yeah, and
right.
just a couple of the creepy things in the house when I was 6 or 7, when we feel something in the house, things would move and things, but other than that, it was a very long dry spell in different parts of my life until 2011, and all of a sudden I'm like an instant medium, instantly.
Yeah. I believe that people, most people with abilities, I believe it's inherited. If they look back at what lineage, they'll somebody who is something, had some kind of, gifts.
That's correct. I agree with that 100%.
Yep. Wholeheartedly.
Yeah. 2012 is when I was abducted again. They took me out of my bed. That was really creepy.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. So you saw the UFO at 15, and now I know, again, talking with you earlier, you had made mention that you think once or maybe 12, well, the first time the UFO you don't know, you're unclear if the first time you were abducted, but you do know for a fact when you got older, you definitely had an abduction.
Oh yeah, I was inside the same craft that I saw when I was 15, without a doubt.
See, I mean, okay, for everybody listening, yes, okay. At the age of 15, she's chased down by a UFO. Now, some years later, she's abducted. Now she's abducted by the same craft that she saw at 15. So now from there, we got to hear this, Kim.
So 2012 was a kind of crazy year for me. A lot of things were going on. My abilities were intense. I was seeing a shaman, and he was always taking off the energetic tracking devices in my energy field. And he says, I've never seen so many tracking devices in somebody's aura. And I didn't even have a memory of when I was 15. I didn't tell him about that then, but it makes sense now. So he was clearing my energy. And then one night, I felt these like laser beams coming at my chest. And I can't explain, I couldn't see them, but I felt the lasers coming into my chest and in my knee.
Wow.
And I had a bad knee at the time, so I figured they were trying to help me. So I wasn't really afraid of it. And then I was between that sleep and awake, and it was pulled out of my body. I felt a little suction going, I came out. My feet were going first. I was going through my hallway. Then all of a sudden, I'm finding myself on this, just above this conveyor belt, like it would look like an MRI machine, I suppose. But I'm going feet first, and I'm coming out of this little tunnel thing, and it's completely white, like white. And there were 4 people to the left of me, and there were 4 people to the right to me, and they looked human to me. They didn't look weird or scary.
Sure.
I wasn't afraid or anything, but I was floating, and all of a sudden I stopped, and where my feet were, there was a gentleman standing there, and he had one human eye, and the other eye was either reptilian or feline. I'm not sure which, because it just was a slit. But he looked like he could have been from like India because of the color of his skin and the color of his hair, but he was a hybrid of something, and he had a doctor's smock on. And I'm like looking for a name. I couldn't find a name. And all of a sudden, I'm kicking and screaming, and I'm noticing I don't have legs and I don't have arms. And I'm like, what am I doing here? Get me out of here. And this doctor with a smock on, I suppose that's what he was, he said, Kimberly, what's the matter? You don't remember me? And he had like this smile on his face. And I'm looking around for help. Like I was looking for my grandma who passed away like a long time ago, like help me. but I remember the windows going outward, and I remember the lines in the window that was the same shape as the UFO I saw in '78.
Wow.
And,
So
yeah.
Real quick question, when the doctor smiled at you, was it a friendly smile or was it a creepy smile, or how?
No, he was totally friendly, totally friendly. But I was just shocked that, like, I'm going through this tunnel. I couldn't move. I didn't have legs and I didn't have arms, and I had my full consciousness with me. But it's like, where's my legs? You know, am I dead? Am I on my way to the pearly gates? I didn't know. I didn't know what was going on.
Right.
And I just remember inside the UFO, it was the brightest white. It was almost like they just painted it. And there was no furniture or anything. It was just, except for if you look at Star Trek, you can see like a control panel, but it was just all like white knobs. It looked like it was for show, to be honest. I don't even know if they worked, but
were you like strapped to a gurney or something, or were you?
No, it's kind of like I was floating like above the conveyor belt. Like the conveyor belt was moving and I was going with it on the top of it.
Yeah.
I didn't feel like I was laying on anything. I didn't feel like I was, you know, in any kind of strength, you know, any kind of strength. I didn't feel anything.
Well, they didn't need you any constraints, considering you didn't have arms or legs at this time.
Right. Yeah. I was I couldn't feel anything. It was just the fact of, but I kept on trying to kick and move. And I said, I want out of here. Where's my grandma? And then I literally fell into my bed, like fell in.
Wow.
So I did have to ask, because a lot of the stories that I hear about alien abduction, you know, hear about the grays, or hear about the almost like the grayish or the light blue color. I find it fascinating that this particular off-worlder alien almost reminded you of a person from India.
Yeah,
I
he
don't
had
know
that
that I've
skin.
heard that.
Mm-hmm. He had that skin tone, like somebody from India or from Iran. He didn't have an accent. He had the dark hair, and he had one brown eye, and the other eye was like a slit. It could have been reptilian, could have been feline. And then I was thinking about my friend that he has feline visitors that come visit him sometimes. So I'm wondering if it's whatever this is.
Maybe, and you know, and you said he had no accent, so you were
No.
spoken to, correct? And
Yeah,
was it
telepathically.
yeah, I was about to ask the next question. Was it
Yeah.
like telepathically? And it sounded like basic English, I guess. Then.
Yeah, he didn't have any accent. I understood what he said. He could have been talking his alien talk, but I heard it as English in my head. Yeah. Yeah.
So when you're on this conveyor belt, you probably, I'm just going to ask, you probably didn't
Okay.
notice. Well, when I think conveyor belt, I'm thinking.
Would you mind telling us who you are, though?
Damn, son, this must be a DJ Smokey exclusive. Who we've lost in death. We thank you, God, that we can have this faith, that families will be reunited with families.
Well, what do you want? And who are you anyway, huh?
Luncheon fees. I mean, you can go to a lunch and for 45 minutes and have access to Travis Taylor, and he's getting, you know, $2,000 or yada yada yada, all this stuff. And so it goes to, we do research and do grammar requests. And Jack reached out to the Travel and Tourism Board, and lo and behold, the tourism, our taxpayer money is going to pay for this event. They're losing money. And they're claiming, you know, that they've done these things because they're stimulating the economy. Well, no, there's a handful of people that are making money. The people that go to the conferences in that area are going to the conference. They're staying at the conference. They're eating at the food vending trucks outside the conference. They go back to their hotel, with most of the hotels, and forgive me for going off here, but it's kind of an interesting topic to me, but the hotels that the majority of people are staying at are chain hotels. They're not locally owned, and so you've got this kind of thing, and that's what we love to dig into, because there's so many resources people don't utilize when they're doing research, and everybody can do this. You know, you can do grammar requests for information about things. You can do FOIA requests. And Jack's been brilliant over the years. Like I mentioned, and so was Barry. Barry Green wrote.
You study alongside business professionals from around the world with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive
Blogspot, and he's done just FOIA request after FOIA request, and he's digging into the CIA and some of these things, and it's just so cool. And so we've got, you know, this that we're putting together. So now I really, both of us want to branch out, because there's so many areas of interest. You know, for me, I'm living in Utah. We have the Great Salt Lake that is drying up and blowing toxic dust, you know, all over, and this is a real serious problem, and there are many social issues that we want to address and look into, and then document and interview people and get an oral history, so people can then look back at all of these things and learn from people's experiences. I mean, it's a really great organization. I'm very proud to be involved with Jack and Barry, and we're involving other people. Now we're into the phase where we are looking for grants. I know we're going to be coming, we already have. I'm very proud of expanding Frontiers Research. expandingfrontiersresearch.org.
It's kind of a mouthful. I would make sure everybody got the opportunity. Makes a difference for those to look.
Yes, it does. It does. But it's really, you know, it's such a cool thing, because I love learning. I love, you know, I love talking to people. That's one thing that I still do with my show. I've just transitioned from UFO Classified over to Expanding Frontiers, so I can interview people and have a broader reach and address issues like domestic violence, or address health risks, or address the misuse of taxpayer funding and things like that. I just think it's cool. I love it. I'm having a great time.
Full disclosure, we talked about this before the show, and yeah, I mean, we talked about my job. Key to me, keep it interesting. And someday, hopefully, somebody will look back and say, "Oh, you know, holy smokes! Here's a person who talked to
Thank you for
people
the
who aren't related." Well, what's the common thread? Go back and listen to them all and kind of piece it together and understand the different points of time that I was trying to capture what I was trying to capture. So.
See, and I think that's such a cool and powerful thing. And you know, I know that I get people that are just new to my show, like I'm sure you do as well, and they don't understand what both of us have been through and our process, which is out there for everybody on the planet to listen to. So you can go back, just like with your show, go back 7, 8 years and hear me interview people and hear watch my thought process change as I gain more knowledge. And I think that's really a powerful tool for people wanting to get into a subject, and hopefully they can get the condensed version and learn from us so they don't make the same mistakes, honestly.
I'm glad to hear that. Someday I told somebody
really believe in like God and Jesus and just like the message that Jesus.
Only problem with doing a weekly show is
I guess like put out there for us.
Sneaks up on you already.
I can eat something for real.
Yep.
I'm sorry, you guys.
But it's fun though, I love just like yeah, me too. I love. I mean, sometimes it is hard when you get tired and you've got certain things going on in your personal life, but it's like I could and I do spend all day talking to people because I love hearing people's stories. Whether they're coming in to do, I have a Pilates studio. I have for 2 decades in Utah, and they're coming in, and I've got all of my UFO books everywhere, and they're like, "Oh my lord, what did I just walk into?" It's like I thought this was going to be Pilates, and I'm guessing that there's a little more. And then I've got my organ guitars, and in my arms, blah, blah, blah. It's like no matter. People come in about whether did you have an experience in the paranormal? Did you have an experience? Did you what are your thoughts on the UFO subject? I mean, it's so much fun. Like I will never lose my love of just connecting with people and hearing their stories, because that's important, and it's important, like you have done over the years. It's important to preserve those stories.
One more question, one more point about this. I had to laugh because somebody said, "Oh, you host a little podcast." Yeah, and I started listening to people talking. And I was like, what? How? Like, I had a stack of books on my desk for all the New York Times bestsellers I talked to.
Isn't that great? And like, I think you and for me, and maybe this is clearly the wrong business strategy, but like I don't care if I've got 50 people watching a show or 50,000. This is a labor of love for me, and I'm doing what I want, and I'm not gonna, I think if one person out there gets it, then I've accomplished my job. And so I don't know. So I think a little podcast can be much more powerful and a lot cooler than like a big name podcast who pops out of nowhere, who clearly, is a paid actor or somebody who is, got the skills and doesn't necessarily have the knowledge, of things and whatever.
So
maybe I'm a little jealous.
Well, but even
I
wouldn't let all the restrictions and pressure that come with that big name. But anyways, so I've got a fun question for you because this will probably tee you up again. Do you feel there are enough women involved with UFO research, or is it still just a old boys club?
You know what? That's a great question. I think that. Oh boy! I mean, I definitely think there need to be more women. I think there is, the good old boys club is very real, and it is very hard to break into that. And I look at specific email lists and the who's who, there aren't any women on that list, I can tell you, which I find, pretty, sad, remarkable. But so I definitely think we need more women, but we need more people that are willing to do research and that are not willing to, that understand the pitfalls in this and aren't going to go down rabbit holes and think they're having, people do get into this and they can have some mental health issues, and I've seen that over the years, and that can be very traumatizing and frightening. And so I think we just want people, I know Jack and I are both the same way, we want people to get into this and be healthy and grounded and not have experiences like Emma Woods, who was a patient of Dr. David Jacobs, and we did a great interview with her. But so we need, I think, yes, more women and women that have integrity and ethics and want to support other people.
Let's stop right there for a second. People with integrity and ethics.
Yes.
It doesn't matter if they're men or women at this point.
Absolutely. Thanks for catching me on that one. But we do. There needs, the reason this subject is still not taken that seriously is because it's like the Wild West, and people, you have people that I've mentioned to people before on this earlier this evening that I think have been really something else over the years, but it's like there are no standards. Somebody, because they're a journalist allegedly or can put out half-cropped stories that are not only not true, but there's some pretty questionable people involved. And we need to be better than that. And it is exciting to see certain people that I've come to know on Twitter. I don't try not to get on it too awfully much, but there are people out there that are now asking questions and that are asking really, really good questions. And I think that's refreshing, and that's what we need. And people need to be, if they're promoting garbage, they need to be held accountable. And Skinwalker Ranch is top on that list. Just going there because I like to go there.
Okay. So I've got to thank William and Jonathan for their questions, but this question comes from Kat Ward. She wants to ask you this question. I'm going to ask it because it's an awesome question. I have no questions. Here we go. She's been seeing in the news up here in Canada that the Pentagon claims a mothership in our solar system. What do you think about this? And will we have an extraterrestrial craft soon?
You know what? I would say that there's not really a chance in the world the Pentagon would say something like that, especially given the gravity of global situations right now. I don't think that. No, I don't think that. But it's really hard because again, you get all of these. You're bombarded when you get on the internet with stories from places, and they're. They're not necessarily factual, so I would love, it would be great if there was, I would love to have the mothership come down, I would love to have a Close Encounters moment, what can I say, an ET moment. I love that, but I don't know if that has, there's no tangible evidence that that's happened, and again, I think it's a distraction created by people in
you're listening to
that are
DJ
grifting
Smokey.
or in the intelligence community, probably.
We're just putting stuff out there to kind of.
Yeah, and I love the question though. That's a great question. Thanks for asking me.
Here's another great question. I forget where's this one. Are there any future plans to produce or appear on any UFO shows? Besides the one we talked about.
I would say I did get a message from a production company a couple days ago wanted to potentially do a series and things, and I've been over the past couple of years I've been working with some producers to potentially pitch a show that I would be doing where I would be traveling to places and interviewing people that I think are of merit, talking about the subjects, and so potentially, but right now it's not on my my radar because I'm doing so much on the business front here, and then also because the expanding frontier, we're planning on doing some great interviews with that. So we'll see where life takes us. I love doing TV. I grew up, I was a professional singer for most of my adult life, and so I'm very comfortable performing and doing things like that, and it's a lot of fun. It's hard work, but it is fun. But I definitely would not say the things I said maybe 10 years ago, 8 years ago on a show.
This one comes from Georgia, because it's a smart question. It's funny this comes up because somebody asked me about part of this thing. Artificial intelligence will change the landscape of ufology and how it's approached in the field. It seems like there's a lot of boundaries out there. We're about to be pushed hard. What do you think?
I think that I think AI is it's going to be an interesting ride. I think there are not a lot of checks and boundaries on things like that, and I don't think at the end of the day, I think it's going to be a rough ride. I don't know how much that's going to change. I think as far as certain people promoting things in the UFO world, I'm sure that they have a vested interest in making money using these technologies and things, and so they could use it under the UFO guise, but I'm not sure. I don't know how much that would help, but I am, it'll be interesting, I am interviewing Dave Troy, who's a technologist and somebody who has researched, data mining and things like that, and that'll be interesting to ask that question. Ask him that question. Great question. Again.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. How powerful is it to pull a celebrity into the UFO field? I know who he's asking about.
Demi Lovato?
I think there's a bunch of them who are trying to dabble. Of course, there was the rock.
Oh yeah, well duh. Hello. That was right in front of my face, wasn't it?
Hey, he's welcome on my show anytime. We're probably not going to talk to you.
I would like to just talk music, actually.
Yeah, me too.
Because I appreciate his musical accomplishments over just many years. But I think it seems to be, it's an interesting topic, and I think Demi Lovato, she she had a show for maybe, I don't think it went very well, which is sad. But I think people are interested in it. I think maybe there are some celebrities that are more along the conspiracy theory lines, that are going down some of those rabbit holes maybe a little bit more, but I guess it just depends on where the money is.
So where the money is and where you can make money.
Yep.
Okay, so this isn't a question directly for you, but I'll get you to weigh in. It's a question for the listeners, because like I said, we're finishing the UFO month. I already picked helium for next month, which I'm sure you'll find fascinating. And that leaves us with May. I was joking with the listener earlier that it's probably going to be a coin flip. Right? If I go AI, artificial intelligence, or space. So we've got some people that want to come on and talk about different not necessarily what's going on out there, plus you got all the stuff going on with these companies. So space has got this kind of open too. So for the listeners out there, let me know what you're thinking, which one you want to go first. And we'll be touching back on that. So what do you think? You got excited about space, because obviously there's much more to space than you think.
Well, you know what? They're both great topics. It's just one is more enlightening. I guess.
No, as a reader,
intelligence it's pretty low. That's a really loaded.
The obvious answer is artificial space. Is what just popped in my chat room.
Yep. Artificial space. That works for me.
We could talk about the fake moon landing for sure.
That is always a good one. Yep. That's a classic.
Oh boy. How do I get in trouble under 5 seconds? Or here's one. I'll say this for fun. people would take it because the Earth is flat.
Well, that's always a different, line of thinking, but...
Yeah, I promised to bump on that too, but I keep avoiding it, so...
It is the works for a dozen people.
Yeah, I've tried different kinds of podcasts. I don't know if I can do it. Speaking of something that is I don't know if I can do it for you.
No. I mean, you could do the flat Earth and the hollow Earth.
Oh, see, maybe we can talk about Earth. And kind of spin it that different directions. That's why you wanted to get into the different things, because you know how to spin these things.
I know, because exactly, and like you could talk. Well, no, you don't have to talk about Antarctica. And, that's crazy.
Well, I did have what's his name? The guy that was the station captain down there. You'd probably like to talk to him. Wayne White. He has a book about being not the conspiracy Antarctica, the real Antarctica. The place you go, it's negative like 8 million degrees. Might be a little a little bit warmer than that, but yeah.
That sounds like a great interview. Thank you. That would be. I'll go back and listen to it.
Yeah, I was gonna say go back and listen to it. Yeah. So there you go.
Damn, them Positive Squad boys really off their vitamins.
Self-promotion. Germantown Runner told me it was the best interview of the year so far. So it's not that far back. So.
Hey, excuse me.
Well, this one isn't over yet, so you've got a chance.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm just saying. I'm just kidding.
Hey, maybe it's the best interview of today.
Well, thanks. I think. I don't know.
So, I mean, you've kind of